Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Good morning, sir. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
So, welcome
All of
once again, sir.
Morning, sir.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Smita,
you.
uh,
Sir.
sir, it's 10:25. We begin exactly at 10:30.
Yes, of course.
So, Smita, you start at 10:30 exactly.
Sir, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, so far the course has been absolutely very, very good. We've
Oh,
had
that's
very good.
wonderful to hear.
Yeah, it is very nice. And I think our participants have been very involved. They have given comments, they have asked questions. So I think overall it has been a very meaningful refresher course. Other than the certificates and all that we will get, it has been a learning experience. Uh, Especially for me, I don't need a certificate really. I'm going to retire. But I have learned so much. And I come from a discipline where we don't do this really, English literature in our country. But only in recent times we've been teaching texts like Mahabharata or poems by Mirabai and things like that. But this has been a very, very eye-opening and a very, enriching experience. Last year also we did this. That was a 18-day, 20-day actually, where we did all the 18 chapters of the Gita. But that was very chapter concentrated, it was very focused on chapters. This time it has been a larger and a more holistic way of looking at Gita and more connected to our lives and the work that we are doing. So
Wonderful.
thank you very much, sir, for uh, coming again. And this is our second thing, and I look forward to listening to you, sir.
I look forward to listening to you too. And each of them are building on different concepts. Are they um, taking different angles and different perspectives so that
So both,
participants do not feel it is all repetitive?
sir, both has been happening, but yes, there are overlaps. There has to be overlaps if you're looking at a text like the Gita,
Yes.
because ideas flow from one to another. If you're talking about gyan, or you're talking about bhakti, it will flow from one to another. So that has been happening, but it has always been pegged with something in our own lives. It could be leadership, it could be to do pedagogy, to teaching, to learning. It has been kind of connected to the kind of work that we do in as teachers. So also management, things like that. So it has been both, sir. Yes, there has been repetitions, but we have always enjoyed those repetitions, because you read it again and again and again. It starts getting more meaningful as you do that.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And so people have been really engaged and
Keep getting very,
interested.
very good feedbacks, and even on the chat box you
Hmm.
find participants saying awesome, wonderful, meaningful learning experience. They've all been very much a part of this, so we feel very happy because of that, because we organized this, and we think that this has been very successful that way.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm
Yeah,
happy to hear.
yeah, Smita, you can start.
Ji, sir.
Yeah.
Namaskar. Namaskar, everyone.
Sure.
Very happy to have you, sir, once again on this forum. And a warm welcome to all the participants. Today is the 11th day of the Gita refresher course that's going on. And the morning session is going to be about navigation through Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, modern dilemmas, and finding the inner guidance. So I think we are going to go deeper and deeper into the application and the practicality of Gita more and more today. So it's a journey towards self-discovery, as Sir has put it. And we already had Shri Prasad Kaipa Sir coming for this session. But for the benefit of the participants, in case you missed Sir's session, I would like to again introduce Sir once again. Dr. Prasad Kaipaji is co-founder of the Institute of Indic Wisdom, dedicated to integrating ancient Indian knowledge system with brain research and modern management models. His work draws deeply from Shrimad Bhagavad Gita, Vedanta, Upanishad, and exploring their application in leadership, change management, and innovation. A former executive director of the Center for Leadership, Innovation, and Change at ISB, he has coached over 130 Fortune CXOs and startup entrepreneurs. He has co authored books such as Smart to Wise, based on the Guna framework of Gita. And as a Thai Institute co founder, that's for entrepreneurship. It's an institute for entrepreneurship. He has trained hundreds of entrepreneurs in scaling their ventures with clarity and inner balance. Prasad ji is presently based in San Francisco, so I think it's around 9 p.m. his time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
it is.
by the time we finish, it's going to be around 1 a.m. Your time, I think so. So we are
Yes.
really grateful that you are taking out this time, and something that's really out of the normal working hours and comfort zone for anyone, and doing this session for us. So without wasting more time, I would just like to give a 2, 3 small instructions for the participants, and then we can
Please.
start the session, sir.
Sure, sure.
So the session is going to begin at now at 10:30, and we will take a break around 12 p.m. India time for about 15 minutes. And then again at 12:15, we will start, and we will end the session at around 1:45. So if there are some questions, and if there is time towards the end of the session, we'll be able to take a few questions from and sir would be able to answer. So we really look forward to this enriching session, sir, and how we can take the knowledge of Gita deeper in our own lives. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Is there a way I can see your wonderful, beautiful faces? Because I'm not a teacher who can teach to your titles and names. Uh, I need interaction, and I need engagement, and I need uh, your interest. Because based on what I'm seeing, I can present. I don't want it to be just something that I read and I do something, but I have no heart in it, and you will not get any value out of it if I just do it in that way. So, my request is for all of you to actually show your faces. That is what I request. So that way I can actually engage with you. I can talk to you. You can raise your hands, or you can use the chat box, and then figure out a way in which you can engage with me as well. Is that okay? So I suppose I don't know how many people are even still there, because I see a very few
As of
faces.
As of now, sir, there are 85 participants.
Yeah, 85. I don't see even 40 faces. See, that's what I'm looking for. Because we are all teachers. We are all trying to help other people to engage, and we want students to be engaged with us. Then, do you think, as a part of what we are doing with our students, would it be appropriate for me to expect it from my students? Yajyad acharati sreshtaha. There is a third chapter, Bhagavad Gita. It says, whatever the teachers do, students will follow. Whatever the seniors do, the juniors will follow. So, what are you showing in your participation, and how do you expect your students to do anything different? Is the question which we have to face, because this is about modern dilemmas, and also how we can engage with all of this in our life. So I think there are a few more faces and names, faces that I can see. I appreciate that. So let me start with some of that. But, as we go forward, please keep your faces on and let us see what we can do together. Some of the key things which we talked about last session, we came up with a simple acronym called RAFT, because all of us, as we go through the samsara sagaram or the ocean of samsara, we need a raft, life raft. And the life raft that we need as teachers, as professors, as adults is the emotional resilience and self regulation. Because to the extent we do not reflect, to the extent we do not create the space between action and reaction, to that extent we become the what you might call prey to our knee-jerk reactions rather than being present to what is happening. Second one we said is we need to accept and adapt to uncertainty of the world. There is a statement in one of the Upanishads, they say, Saswat Naswara Viswameva Akilam. The world is Saswat Naswaram, continually decaying, continually doing. Viswam, Etat Viswam Saswat Naswaram. The entire world is continually being born and being decayed. So change is not today's 21st century phenomenon. Change is something that happens all the time. So we need to first accept that whatever you took for granted, whatever you love, is not going to be necessarily present permanently in your life. Even in relationships, even in job, even in anything and everything that we deal with, the ability to deal with lack of control, lack of certainty is extraordinarily important as teachers, because that is something we need to teach students as well. Third is we need to forgive and let go of resentment. Only when we forgive, we have more space on your plate. If you keep remembering all the past, we will never be able to enjoy the present, let alone shape our future. And finally, the emotional turbulence is the one that creates our vasanas and samskaras. It is not what energy that came in and what happened, but how we hold on to it, how we process it, and how we try to draw things from there. Those samskaras are the ones that make us really not be effective. In Yoga Vasistha, even the Lord Rama was taught that as long as you are continually being caught by what you see outside, to that extent, you will never be able to transcend the samsara and discover your true nature. Okay, so this is one which we talked about. So similarly, we said there are a few more things. I'm not going to go into details. I just want to remind the raft one. Similarly, we talked about flow. When we are listening to each other, can we be present? See, that's the reason why I asked you to show your faces and be present so that I can see your face, you can see my face, and so you are engaged with one thing. There is a mindfulness, means paying attention to what you are doing rather than scanning the web, doing the internet, turning it on, and then going ahead and doing multiple things in your home or in your office does not give you ability to either have a presence that comes from within or to be mindful and get the maximum value of what you are doing. The third acronym which we dealt with in the last session is SERVE. That means the teaching being a holy profession, teaching being the ultimate yagna, because we are developing the future leaders of the world, we need to have lot of humility and compassion, because if we are lucky, our teachers are going to grow on the shoulders of what we have done and who we are. So, to a certain extent, humility, vidya dadati vinayam, vinayam datu patruta, right? Patrutva dhanamapnoti, dhanat dharmam tatat sukham. One of the niti shlokas that is told. So, we need to have humility, we need to have compassion as teachers. These are the two wings, if you want to call, that let us fly in the field of education, in the sky of teaching and learning. And the other one which we talked about in the last session is another acronym, WISE. That means take the wisdom, not necessarily in toto the shlokas, not necessarily just saying this is what, we put it in the prayer room. We say, oh, Lord Krishna said to Arjunji, this is wonderful. I go listen to a Swamiji or I go listen to a YouTube lecture and it was wonderful. I keep quiet and then I move on. If you notice, you might have heard 100 times lectures, and you might even know majority of slokas from Bhagavad Gita, but your actions don't change and your results get hardly affected. So wisdom means applied knowledge. How do you become Arjun? How does your life become Kurukshetra? And how do you take what Krishna ji said in your life? That is what is called integrating Gita into your daily life, both in your teaching and in your dharma. So, what is the best that we can take away? The ethics, the dharma. How can we lead our life and our teaching with dharma? And third, how do we master ourselves? How do we become extraordinary by developing both the self-discipline and over time gain self-mastery? To do that, we need to become the student. We might be teachers. I'm 68. I have taught for more than 40 plus years, but I'm retired for 6 years, but I still come and teach. I don't really worry about any of this, but I'm like constantly engaged. Actually, I'm more busy in my retirement rather than when I was teaching, because now I teach in George Washington University. I go teach in India. I teach some of the people in some companies. I do everywhere because this is not something I'm doing for money, because right now I'm earning zero money because I'm not interested in doing it for money anymore. I'm in Vanaprastha stage. So I'm engaged with teaching you because I love learning by preparing to teach and through your questions. So the next steps which you might want to do, as we said in the last session, take one key takeaway and reflect on it and apply in your life so that you can be a leader in your own educational context. That's where we left. So today, I'm going to focus on three things: Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. What I did is I actually went through the entire Gita, picked like 10 shlokas and 10 messages that are completely connected with education and for teaching and learning. And for each sloka, I looked at an application and I tried to look through my experience, a couple of examples, and then I tried to connect it to the Western teaching concepts. And then I tried to even look at perspectives from neurosciences, from the brain research. What are some things that I can take away? And, and then I looked at what are the key concepts that are coming in from this particular sloka that we can take it in, and what are some key concepts and what are the supporting concepts. I did that for Karma Yoga, Gnana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. I will present some of them and I will leave some of the shlokas and some of the messages for you so that you can develop them for yourself. And if you want to develop them and then check with me on what I have developed, what you have developed, whether we can do it, we can take it forward as well. So right now, I'm going to do some of these, and then we will talk about what I identified as the dilemmas for teachers and professors, and what is the inner guidance that we can take away from Gita so that you can discover yourself as you go forward. That is the summary of what I'm planning to do. So let me just go to where we are. What are the modern dilemmas? So first, let me give some of the dilemmas, and then I will cover what each of those dilemmas, and then I'll give you the Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga perspectives and how which ones are there. Please tell me in the chat box, as well as you can unmute and ask me questions, or you can say some of the things after each. After the dilemmas, I will stop and I'll take some of that and we can talk about it. These are 6 dilemmas that I see modern teachers and professors face in around the world. One is anxiety and performance pressure. So, there are unpredictable exam results. For some of the people who are in research and in a full professor roles in universities or in a research roles in universities, grants are difficult to come, especially in United States where I live today. In the National Science Foundation, where they give research grants, about 10% of the people who give grants are all removed just like that, and they are trying to cut out the grants to teachers and researchers. So there is a lot of angst about how can we do research if government cuts off some of the things that are there. And third one is student outcomes, because students don't seem to listen. They are just like you. I ask you for what you call seeing your faces. I see 3 or 2 of them. A few of you turned it on, and then you turned it right off, or you put it in such a way I can't even see your face. No. So you might want to help me to see, if we are looking at, I know you are getting certificates for participating in some of them, but at the same time, I have done 40 years of research. I have interviewed like 19 Nobel laureates. I have done significant amount of brain research. So what I'm going to present to you at least will be a little bit novel. It may or may not transform you, or it may not make much difference, but instead of just looking at, let me get the certificate, that's why I'm in this class. Can you focus on doing what you can to learn the best you can? That is, responsibility is something that might call you forward rather than the fruits of that responsibility. Like karmanyevadikaraste mapaleshu kadachana. There is a one famous sloka in second chapter. It is called 247. 47th sloka of second chapter talks about we need to, as teachers, let go of the anxiety and do what we can to the best of our ability. Let us talk about what is the other anxiety. The second is ethical and moral dilemmas. There are lots of schools and universities where teachers don't show up to the class. When teachers show up to the class, students don't show up to the class properly, or they will take the attendance and walk away. Teachers give attendance and walk away. There are institutional issues at the administrative level, all kinds of things. So with all these moral and ethical dilemmas for teachers is significant, because sometimes it is from the administrator, sometimes it is from the university itself, sometimes from the government, sometimes it is from the parents, and of course from the students themselves. How do we balance your personal values, your personal ethics with the pressures from everywhere else, whether it is institution, whether it is society, whether it is department? And the challenges are not simple, because it is not just somebody will pay you so much money if you give them pass marks, or somebody will join, or you are admitting some of the people who are completely ineligible, but because their parents are so and so, or they gave so much of donation, when they come to your class, they show no interest. And then you wonder, hey, this is such a prestigious institution, but we got these people who are only there because their parents had a lot of money. So ethical challenges, moral challenges, and our own interests, and some of them can become very overwhelming. So what the Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga encourage is to do what you do as a teaching, as a yagna, because selfless service and devotion, that will lead to fostering ethical leadership. Okay. Then third challenge I hear, which is very, very important to pay attention to, is meeting overwhelm, overwhelm from continuous change. There are so many changes that are coming up, rapid changes, curriculum demands, administrative burdens. There are so many things that we have as teachers that our focus is not there. We develop the ADHD, attention deficit hyper disorder, or very easily teachers can burn out. So the most important part which we can learn from Gita is to develop the mindfulness ourselves. And also, like the previous one, we need to develop attachment to the process and engagement rather than the outcome, so that we can develop certain Sthitapragnatvam, that is the equanimity, and reduce our own emotional overwhelm and the stress. The fourth challenge I hear quite a bit from various teachers from around the world is intellectual and knowledge gaps. Because the field is changing so much, and the students are not just dependent on teachers and the textbooks to gain the knowledge. With the computer, with the YouTube, with the Khan Academy, with now Chat GPT or Gemini, any of these type of things, we are not the only source of knowledge and intellectual development, cognitive development of students. So from that perspective, we struggle with, how do we deal with students? Number one. Number two, how do we develop expertise in the ever-changing subjects so that we can actually be on par to deal with students? Some of them are kinesthetic learners. They like exercises and they like hands-on things. They like, what you might call internships and apprenticeships to learn. Some students are auditory, like the old-fashioned way we teach, they learn. Some students are visual learners. They need a lot of images, flowcharts, diagrams for them to learn that. So we struggle in developing content, developing curriculum, designing how engaging classrooms can be designed. But all this begins with certain amount of self-inquiry and recognizing we have certain knowledge gaps. We need to get partnership and help from various people so that we can learn and teach appropriately. To do any of this, the modern challenge number 5 is our own emotional and interpersonal challenges. Managing classroom dynamics. For example, all of your professors, look at what the Ramanujam Institute is struggling with. Look at what I have to struggle with in terms of, I can see some of you who I'm grateful, and I bow my head to you because you are able to see the faces, and I can see, whether you are smiling or whether you are engaged or whether you are interested. But with many of the people, I don't even know whether they are present, first of all, whether they have gone on and doing many other things with just the video on, nobody home. That is something that happens when, like I saw last time also, when people are taking attendance, they say telegram, do this, do that, but how much engagement is going to happen is going to be something which is very difficult. So for a teacher who gets really engaged with students like me, I don't know how to engage with just the names and the dark screens, if there are many of them. Thank you at least for some of you who are looking at me and I'm able to look at you, so we can do. So I need to develop emotional resilience, deal with failures, and recognize whatever, I have put in like 2.5 days of work trying to prepare just for this. Why? Because I'm getting so much money to teach it, right? But I'm hoping out of 300 students, participants you have, right now there are 161 that are signing up. Out of 161, if 10 of you become extraordinary teachers because of some of what I taught, if I can provoke and challenge and get you to be interested in yourself, develop some self knowledge, develop something in Gita, out of that, you become extraordinary in teaching economics or science or math or philosophy or whatever you are teaching. I feel like my life is fulfilled. My class is fulfilled. That is how I'm going for. So you might want to think about. So now, in out of all of this, now let me go to part one and part two. The modern dilemmas, instead of part two, I decided I will do it first because I wanted to know whether out of the dilemmas that I mentioned, which ones do you face? So let me start with that. Out of the 5 emotional dilemmas that I mentioned, these 5, which of these are you facing? Which of these are important to you? Can I, see some chat in the chat box, some notes? And if you have any specific things that you want to share about any of these 5 dilemmas, I would be open for a little bit of interaction. A mix of them, says Dr. Sujata. Last time also you were talking, Dr. Sujata, I remember. Thank you for your participation. I really appreciate that. Any other comments? Anybody else who sees there is a, okay, good. I'm seeing more faces. Nice. Namaste to everybody.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Sir, I'm Dr. Samantha. I teach in Ramanujan College. Sir, the first one you mentioned, anxiety and performance.
Yeah.
I suppose what you meant was the anxiety of the teacher
Yeah.
about how he conducts his class or what is his performance, level. But sir, one of the things, as a very senior teacher who's taught for more than 3 4 decades, sir,
Yeah.
one of the things, in the public sector teaching in India, since our salaries are already come in no matter what we do, this anxiety is probably not there, that
Okay.
if I'm performing or am I doing it well or not. I can just get away with any kind of class teaching that I do, and I don't mean this for my participants. I'm sure they're all very good teachers, but if I look at the large context of our country, teaching in the public sector, I think is kind of taken for granted, and many of the things in the last 10 years,
Yeah.
we've had a lot of changes of syllabuses and moving into various new things that are coming in.
Yeah.
So I'm not very sure how teachers are reacting
Right.
to these changes. So,
Thank you.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what you say. And in terms of performance and some of it, yes, student performance is where probably some of the things anxiety could come. And of course, your own performance, if you may be teaching for a long time, if you don't have a tenure, or if your management committee depends on your high levels of star ratings or some of it, if you get, you will be given a contract next year. If not, like a private colleges, that also could generate performance anxiety. Let me take one more. If any of you have got some comments, then I'll go to the next part of the session. Anybody else?
Yes, sir, I'm Dr. Sumana Ghosh, calling from St. Xavier's College, Ranchi.
Great. Thank you, Dr.
Uh,
Sumana. Go ahead.
Sir, what I find it a little difficult is to grapple with the knowledge gap that you mentioned. Knowledge gap in terms of advancement in technology.
Mhm.
So that is what I find a little difficult to grapple with.
I agree with you. I think it is the technology is moving such a pace, and also use of technology in education is moving so rapidly. It
Yes.
is a difficult thing for, because as we get older, some of you may be in 30s and 40s and 50s. I'm like approaching 70. I Once upon a time, I mean, I got my PhD by the time I was 25, and I was an assistant professor at the age of 26. But at the same time, now I look at it and say, at that time, I was really learning really fast, but now I'm one of the oldest. And technology doesn't stop because I've gotten older. It actually comes even more rapid pace, faster pace, and I had to constantly keep looking at. I understand this is the one, but what I found is the role of a teacher is changing.
Yes,
Like
sir.
you will notice today also, instead of like for some of the principles which I have developed, I'm giving more details. I will actually share with you the research. What do the modern educational Western methods teach about? What are the implications from brain research and neurosciences? How do you apply it? Some of the people whom I worked with, how do they apply this principle? Then some of them I'm going to leave it to you and say, how are you going to do it for yourself? What are the methodologies in which you will teach these and incorporate these principles in your own teaching, so that when you complete the refresher course and when you go back, how will you use the technology in a very different way? I'll give you some tools. And finally, you will recognize that if you truly think about the teachers whom you had, like if I ask you right now, let me ask you that question. I have that later, but I'm going to ask that question right now. If I were to say to you, like, let us see, we talked about this one, and the teachers, how many of you remember at least three teachers from your childhood? Please
Yes,
raise
more
your
than
hands if you remember at least three teachers from your childhood. Okay, there are a few people. Okay, good. Now, tell me one of you who have not shared anything yet. So, like Ajay ji, if you can tell me the names of the three teachers and what did they teach you and in what grade? Dr. Ajay.
Brijendra Dwivedi, Deep
Ah,
Narayan Sharma ji, and Jagdish ji.
okay, and what grade were you in and what did they teach you?
Dwivedi ji was teaching me Sanskrit,
Okay.
and through that learning, after doing BSc, I came into the studies of religion and civilization, and now I'm teaching religious studies.
Wonderful. So he influenced you to change the direction quite a bit.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So who is the second person?
And second person was teaching me geography.
Geography. Okay. What
Yeah,
grade
and
were you in?
yes, sir.
How old
Then
were you? What
through
class
his
were you?
teachings, I came to know what is the difference between the political geography and cultural geography. And for India, why cultural geography is much more important than political geography.
Great. He
And
was in
how
college again, I take it.
identity of Bharat is much more important than identity of India.
Okay. The third person?
Third person was teaching me basically moral science and all that.
What grade was it? Was it in college or high school, or when were you?
No, they all were in my school days.
School days.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else remember even some of the elementary school teachers and some of them? Anybody? You do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you
May
give
I?
me examples? Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. First of all, in the primary section, there was a teacher because I am a student of government girls school, and
Uh-huh.
her name is Srimati Asha Srivastav,
Uh-huh.
and she showed me how to we can develop confidence, and that lesson was really very much motivate to me because I am here on account of her trust on me. That's why I am creating myself according to her. So motivational, because she was a teacher of to teaching the moral values. That's why it works throughout my life. Because the first time confidence that she shows me definitely works till today. So I am still very much appreciate for her. And
Excellent.
the
So it is
yeah,
not the content that she taught, but she taught you and inspired you and motivated you from within. So long after she is gone, long after you
yes.
passed out the class.
Yes, definitely, sir. Till death, she will always remain in my memory because I am here on account of her trust on me.
That's
And
wonderful.
the second was is the ma'am. She taught me English, and that was the time period of intermediate college. And again,
Uh-huh.
she motivate me how I can go further in my life, and how I can create my academic career in teaching line. And she was excellent. She taught me how to read, how to present myself. And that is again very wonderful time for my life, that I can learn how to write and how to teach even in the intermediate college, because always she tried to me send me in the classes to teach the students when she is working in another world. So she again creates such a method and methodology how to teach, and it is very appreciated that in a very intermediate standard I have learned how to teach. This is driven
Okay.
also in my life.
Wonderful. So
And so
thank
third
you.
one
This
is,
is the third volley. Go ahead.
yes. Third one is the experience of my MA when I was a student of MA, and there is a sir, still he is alive, and his name is R.K. Agrawal, Dr. R.K. Agrawal. He is a very renowned person, and he again show me that how we can create the contribution in the life of the students, how we can motivate our students, and how we can do such a good things in the life of students, because only reading books is not sufficient. So he showed me the path that how we can convert the mind of students towards us, towards the world, towards the things. And this is really again very
Excellent.
amazing experience for me, and I am doing such a path still now. I am really
Thank
thankful
you.
for him
Thank you,
also.
Neeruji. Yeah. See, by the way, all of this, but you haven't yet focused on turning on your video camera when you are even asking questions and answering things. That would be next
Okay,
inspiration that you might want to get.
okay,
But what I'm taking away from both of you, what you shared, is that content is one to teach. Second is the process of teaching and learning is second one to learn. Third, like first Professor Ajay ji said about content. So you are talking about motivation and inspiration and why you are there, what there. I was, like right now we are doing, at the Institute of Indic Wisdom, we are doing 4 days a week, some, what you call, courses called Gita and Youth, Gita and Communication, Gita and Leadership, Gita and Self-Development. It's like once a week we are doing some sessions. Actually, Dr. Sakshi Varmani, who is part of the Rishiyud University, is facilitating the youth and education session. What is, I mean, the unique thing that she was talking about, and then looking at that, was there was one participant, either in her class or some other one, Dr. Raja. He's a professor in Carnegie Mellon in the area of artificial intelligence. He is one of the pioneers in artificial intelligence. He is also learning Gita related stuff in our sessions. He was telling us in past 2 3 days that he teaches three things in even computer science master's level, PhD level, Carnegie Mellon. One is the content. And then he says to people, don't worry too much about the content because it keeps changing. By the time books are written about artificial intelligence, by the time papers are published in artificial intelligence, already new stuff has come about. So, like 1 year ago, the Chat GPT was great. 3 weeks ago, there was something called Deep Seek from China that spends 5% of the money of the chat GPT, but they can produce better results than chat GPT. So that means 1 year ago, a company which actually became like $150 billion worth is overtaken by another company which is 5 million to $10 million. So money doesn't matter, technology doesn't matter. It keeps on, content and learning keeps changing. So what can a teacher do? He said to me, teach them, learning to learn. How can they learn the new content by themselves? Whatever is the subject that you are teaching, don't focus on just the content. Tell them how you learned that content, how you use that content, how they can apply that content, how they can update that content. That is the process of learning. That is second one. Then he says that research part comes from the second. But the third one, he says, character education. He says, even in computer science, while I'm teaching AI, 20% of the time I focus on making sure my students have their, self awareness, ethics, dharma, you know, some of the character building, how they can be reliable, trustable, and collaborative. Some of this, I focus on it because man making is as much a teacher's role because nobody else pays on that human character building. He said that is sacred duty of a teacher. So, while technology is changing, you might want to really begin to look at what the Gita teaches, not from just the sloka, not just the spiritual aspects of it. How do I act, kind of apply these spiritual stuff in my teaching and learning? That is what I'm going to focus a little bit more on. Dr. Meena, you have a hand up. Please show your face and ask me your question or comments. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I hope my camera is on.
Yes, it is.
Sir, I have a dilemma actually. The question is of your previous slide, where
Yeah.
the dilemma is I have this year SY students,
Yeah.
and I tried everything from, making them understand about the future, the study aspect, and um, how to be serious about their life. But
Yeah.
it seems I keep on failing with this batch. They are not ready to respond at all. I
Mhm.
scold them, I love them, I try to, bribe them by giving them some chocolates or something to make them understand, but I think I failed there. So, what do you have in the form of advice for me?
One of the pieces of advice I give is keep doing it, keep doing it. You may not find the results, you may not see the results. Actually, when I went to Vizag, there is a foundation. Parameswar Rao and his son now has got something, Bhagavatula Charitable Trust. They are running schools around there. And this is a while ago. And I went there to look at something. There was we had to go from Vizag almost 40 miles in a pretty bad neighborhood or bad roads, if I want to call. And there was a gentleman who was next to me and he was telling me he was the secretary of education in Orissa state. At that time, it was Orissa state. And then he was telling me, I learned so much from my wife. I said, what is that about? He said, we have a son. We have one son who is very good and one daughter who is very good, but we have a son who is a mentally disabled child. And that person, was not able to even eat his own food. He did not have enough common sense. So, we all were feeding the kid so that he will survive. But my wife, after some time, when he became like a 5 year old or 6 year old, she said he has to learn to eat himself. So she used to put the food in front of him, give a spoon, some of it, and say, eat. After you eat, I'll give you something else. But when the kid tries to eat, he couldn't put his food in his mouth, and the food was falling everywhere on his shirt, around the plate, on the chair, on the table. 90% of the food which we put it on his plate, he was not able to eat. So, my mother, who was her mother-in-law, used to say, "Can't you spend 10 minutes to feed your son? Why do you keep on insisting he has to eat by himself?" Then she said, "If tomorrow I die, I want him to develop the self-reliance. It's okay if he wastes a lot of food. She will take all that food and give it to a cow or do something else." But she kept teaching. And also, when he shows some interest, she will sing a song. She may sing 10 songs or tell 10 stories. Only one of them the kid will show interest. And that story or that song, she repeats and repeats till the kid actually feels really good about it and can repeat that story or can sing that song. Then she will move on. And this became the methodology. Everybody were objecting. That kid was not going to school, and even he felt that she was not paying enough attention to the other two kids. Only this kid, she's becoming full-time teacher, caretaker, and everything else. Okay, long story short, what you call the kids grew up, and he retired as a secretary, chief secretary for Orissa. He retired and moved to Visakhapatnam. And then I asked, "Where is your wife?" He said, "Sir, she is with my elder son who is in New Jersey." "Where is your daughter?" "She got married in this one." Where is your son, the third son?" "Sir, that is the miracle. The third son has become a musician, and I moved to Visakhapatnam because he got a job as a music teacher here, and he takes 2 buses and goes. Before that, he cooks and puts the food for me before he goes. Why? Because I was so busy being a chief secretary, I never learned how to cook. I don't even make proper coffee. And also the gas cooker, electric cooker, Prestige, and all of them, they are different from Orissa to Andhra Pradesh. So some of them I have not yet mastered. But my son, whom we thought is mentally disabled, he is still mentally disabled, but he is functionally much more capable than me, who is an IAS officer, and he is taking care of me. And then he goes to work and he comes back and he does all of it. Then I said, "What else?" He said, "Sir, hold on. I have some more things to say." I said, "What do you have to say?" He said to me, "When my son became like so extraordinarily blossoming, people started coming because I was in a very powerful place. When I share about my son, even the educators and other people from various people come and say, 'What is this? Is it Montessori method? Is it Ruven Feuerstein mediated learning? What are you doing? How are you producing these great results from your son?' All of that." And she said, "This is called, I am being a mother who really pays attention to the student called my son, and I'm paying 100% attention to him, and I'm trying to get feedback from him. Whatever works, I'm trying to do, and that's the only thing I know." So I just want you to think about and say technology might change, content might change, people might not know. But she said for almost 12 years, he did not show any results. But I continued, like a karmanye vadikaraste mapaleshu kadachana. I let go of the attachment to the outcome. I kept on doing what I know I need to do as a mother. So while I was being a mother, I was also being an extraordinary teacher. Now that I know, at that time I didn't know what was working, what is happening. So sometimes in these stressful times, the most important part is to become clear in my heart. Why am I doing what I'm doing? When I'm doing something, what am I really focusing on doing from the inside? So if you can begin to do self-examination, self-reflection, and keep learning from the students and keep learning from how they are reacting and responding, chances are you might not be around or awake or even alive to see what is the result that you are producing on other people. So my recommendation is, teaching is such a noble profession. What you are doing is literally man making. So please be committed to the inspiring jobs that you have. Keep doing it. Yes, sometimes probably only 10% of the students will pay attention to you. But if you keep committed and if you keep making changes based on their feedback and what you need to do, you never know. Next prime minister might be your student, or next Olympic athlete, or a next Nobel laureate might be your student. That's all I have to say for that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So thank you. So I want to come back to the slides for a minute, because there are three paths that Bhagavad Gita talks about. The Karma Yoga. This is what first one, which I gave examples so far. Action without attachment. Teaching and learning without necessarily looking at whether that it is producing results or not, but constantly making changes, you becoming a learner before you get other people to get on the learning path. Second one is called a Gnana Yoga, which is essentially deep self-inquiry and paying attention to the wisdom rather than the knowledge. This is what they call Atma Vicharana. You have to keep looking at and saying, am I being the best teacher that I can be? Am I really paying attention to the students? Am I paying attention to other people in the way that I can only be? So you have to look at what you are doing. How can I improve it? Where can I do? What can I do is something that is important. And the third one, Bhakti Yoga, is devotion to your process, devotion to your students, and looking for inner guidance. Because love and passion for what you do and what you are teaching and for your students can produce extraordinary results. So for me, these three, I made it as a mnemonic, because for you to remember, KJB, Karma, Gnana, Bhakti, you can call it as keep, joyful, balance. So find a way in which you have to keep it. It won't happen by itself. Number one, that means intentional action to keep something alive. Second, you can be joyful, or you can be mourning, or you can be upset. My recommendation is, wherever you have a choice, choose happiness, choose joy. Third, you need to have equanimity. You have to have balance in doing whatever you are doing. Don't overdo it. Don't underdo it and expect results. So if you can keep these three, keep joyful, balance, then you will be able to deal with all the three of them. All right. Let me go deeper into Karma Yoga. This is what the exercise I just did. Think of time when you were students. You might want to think about, like a two or three of you I heard from. Other people also you might want to think about and say, what is unique about that teacher? You might also want to ask, why do I remember him or her? There are so many teachers. You might want to go down to next level of detail, saying, what did they really focus on? Did they focus on you? You became their favorite student? Is that why you remember them? Or did they focus on the exams? Like you are preparing them for the final exams, or you are preparing for the board exams, or you are preparing for their, PhD dissertation. What are you preparing for? What did your teacher prepare you for? Did they focus on the content? Did they focus on the methods? Did they focus on the money they are getting? Salaries they are getting? What did they focus on? Think about it. Maybe you might want to take a notepad and write down about the three teachers who you remember, and write down this kind of a deeper inquiry, reflection on them, and then bring the Atma Vicharana for yourself. What kind of a teacher are you? What do you think your students remember you for? And also remember, if you are teaching like every semester, you are teaching 100 students, what percentage of those students will remember you for life? How many of them will remember even for 5 years? How many of them will remember for 10 years? Think about it and say, what am I doing that makes them remember me? And finally, you can reflect on a time when you wanted to provide and create an outcome, it created a lot of stress. When you do this self-reflection exercise, you will begin to notice that maybe the way in which you are teaching, you picked up a lot of other stuff. But question I want you to ask is, are you still connected with the core? Are you still connected with the deep-rooted passion that made you a teacher in the first place? Or have you thrown it out like a baby with the bathwater after so many years of teaching? Okay. So from this, I thought I will identify. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Okay. All right. So here are the 10 things that I picked up that might be very useful concepts for you to take from the Bhagavad Gita. And I picked 10 specific concepts. 3 of them are core concepts, and about 7 of them are what I call supporting concepts. I'm going to go deep into these as you go a little bit. Some of them I will give you all the various things. Some of them I'll give it to you as a homework so that you can develop some of them for your own practice. So let me go a little bit into this, and then we'll take questions as we go forward also. I believe 3 most important concepts that we can take from the Karma Yoga aspects of Bhagavad Gita are paying attention to your responsibilities, your sacred duties without attachment to results. Second, you need to deal with teaching as a sacred duty. It is like every day when you come in, you are doing yagna. That is, you have to embrace your teaching responsibilities as an act of service. The third one is whatever you do it with presence of mind. Mindful, equanimous, steady mind. That is what is called developing sthita pragnata. So, nishkama karma, yagna bhavana, sthita pragnata are the 3 most important ways in which Bhagavad Gita teaches. You can take these and practice them as, in the what you call in your life. Then the secondary concepts that support the 3 Karma Yoga principles are like a focus on a process-oriented approach. Keep focusing on continuous learning year after year, semester after semester. Even if you are teaching the same subject, make sure you get the latest information about that subject. New methodologies, andragogy, pedagogy, what are all some of the things that you can learn? What technology you can use? How can you do this? You might want to keep becoming a lifelong learner yourself. Then you have to lead by example and then tap into your own intrinsic motivation. Through that, just like some of the things which you said about your teachers, you might have to light up their internal lights. Their intrinsic motivation has to be tapped into by you operating out of your passion and intrinsic motivation. Then recognize that the change is the only constant. That is what is called acceptance of impermanence. This concept is something that is very, very important. It is not just in Hinduism, even in Buddhism, the whole idea of impermanence. That is something that shows up in Buddhism, Jainism, and some of them. But that is also a central component in Bhagavad Gita. And doing things without attachment to who you are, the ahankar, we have to let go. Detachment from the ego. And the other two which also support is you have to develop certain amount of sadhana, self-discipline. You have to do. Constant sadhana is something, abhyasena tu vairagyam. These are two things that become very, very important. And finally, not necessarily the lowest, it's the most important, letting go or surrendering. That becomes the culmination of karma yoga practice in some of it. Okay, we will talk about them as we go forward. So let me start with the first one. What is the sacred duty over outcome? Which I gave you some examples already. So the concept is focus on fulfilling your responsibilities to the fullest without necessarily focusing on the results. So the key sloka which I mentioned before today already is karmanyeva adhikaras te, for you, mahapaleshu kadachana. Many times this is misunderstood as don't talk about goals, don't talk about results, focus only on the action. That is not the best way to interpret that. I would interpret it as you do what you need to do. You don't know who else is doing those actions. Like, for example, this kid I mentioned who was mentally challenged kid, mother was doing her best. We don't know if the father were not to give empowerment to the mother, if the father were not to allow the mother to do all what she did, and if he were to say, look, my parents and everybody is uncomfortable with it, stop doing this. Pay attention to other people, pay attention to this, pay attention to that. You have 3 kids, not just 1 kid. If you were to do, we don't know what would have happened. So there are silently and through voice, several people are trying to support that kid. The result that came, you might think you are the only one who produced the result. But there is a lot of stuff which you don't know that might have gone into that kid's life that made him successful the way in which he became successful. So the sloka says, you do what you do, but don't think you are the only one who is doing it. You do what you do. Don't think the result is only because of your effort. Recognize and trust that lots of things go into producing result. But you are going to do your duty. That is probably a better way to do it. How do you apply it? The emphasize the teaching process. Have you done the best lesson planning for the student? Have you, while you are teaching, are you trying to engage them in the best possible way? Based on student feedback, are you changing, modifying so that you can be a better teacher? Those are some things, if you can focus on, you can be excellent. Here are 2 people whom I had come across. Dr. Sri Mehta was a science teacher. Even though she had a PhD, she taught in a, what you call in a high school, because somewhere, she felt her husband and needed to be, in the particular place, and the only job she could get was in a high school, not in a college. So she decided that she wants to come up with innovative teaching methodologies for high school students instead of doing like everybody else is doing. So there are several students who got out of her school. They became very interested in science, and several of them are scientists around the world, and they come back and appreciate Sri for the contribution she made. So even though she sacrificed her college professorship for teaching in high school to be with her family, she feels that she contributed a lot more as a science teacher rather than being a science professor. And Ram Kumar is another person who was excellent in mathematics, and he was in my class. And when he became a professor, he constantly modified his curriculum by concentrating on how he can instruct better, teach better. He said, if I can formulate a right question, and if I can if I can ask right questions to my students, their PhD dissertations, their ways of learning, their ways of thinking, not just learning and a subject, but he said, I want to help them to become critical thinkers, creative thinkers. Because of that, and by the way, he said, when I do that, I don't know when they will become creative, what kind of critical thinking they will do, but my job is to teach them. My job is to make that. And he had a lot of influence. And when I met him in December, he was really, really satisfied in the way in which he was. He said, more than my, uh, 78 papers I published, I am proud of the students that I have developed, because they are doing so many things, and they have grown on the shoulders of my work, and I'm proud of them. Now, the Western methodologies, they talk about what is called a growth mindset. Carol Dweck, she is a professor in Stanford. If you are not familiar with this book called Mindset, I highly recommend you get it, because she talks about growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Fixed mindset focuses on the outcome, growth mindset focuses on the uh, process. They focus on lifelong learning. And so I won't go into details, but growth mindset and process oriented learning, that are the educational approaches that are taught in the West, could be very, very useful. This approach has got a lot of scientific basis from neuroscience as well. They found out, if you focus on the process, then the performance anxiety reduces, and it regulates dopamine. As you probably heard, anxiety and depression and the ADHD, many of them are connected to release of dopamine, and the dopamine anxiety, they call it these days. So when people don't know how to manage their dopamine, the anxiety levels go up significantly. So by focusing on the process, not on the outcome, the stress, increasing the mental health becomes a lot easier. Why? They found out the cortisol that is released when people are anxious about the outcome, that reduces significantly. By that, their stress reduces. Oxytocin levels are also modified. Because of that, a person becomes much more healthy mentally and physically. And that is something that they have found through the brain research. So let me stop for a minute and see whether this connects with you, and is this something that uh, you feel you can integrate it and you can incorporate it into your education. And if you have any questions and comments, please let me know about this. Thank you, Anamji, Sujata ji, and Balvinder ji, all of you who are saying. So, if you have no specific questions or comments, I can move on to the next one. Shall I move on?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Who is this? Can I
Sir,
see?
I am not able to open my video because the video is not working. Not just that I don't want to. So I will just apologize for that.
Sure, sure.
Sir, I just wanted to know these days, because of new education policy and all other things, there is so much focus on having a interdisciplinary approach. And an economics person must have to have knowledge about, say, psychology also, and law also, and like that. And we have to grow our curriculum in that ways. So, but all the teachers might not have that capacity to develop their domain or their knowledge in all the areas. So, what
Yeah.
should we do then?
See, knowledge in all the areas is not something that we can provide. Neither we have, nor anybody else has got. But the key part is if we can focus on why do you want to, or ask right questions. Because if we can, as teachers, focus on giving them right questions that will help them to find answers, life becomes much more meaningful. There is a wonderful Upanishadic story in Chandogya Upanishad called, story of what you call Uddalaka and Swetaketu. I'm sure some of you might have heard of. The father was a teacher, and his son Swetaketu never showed interest to come to classes. So he saw him, he was 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, but he's happily going around eating laddus and spending time in the kitchen and playing games with other kids and disturbing other kids from even studying. When he became 9, his father called him, Swetaketu. He called Swetaketu and told him, Swetaketu, you are 9 years old. You know, in our family, as a teacher's family, there was nobody at the age 9 who was as uneducated as you are. Swetaketu felt ashamed. It was not that he was dull, but he had too much of what you call, he had too much of ADHD, attention deficit disorder. Maybe they didn't have the iPhone and Android at that time, but it was as good. So they were doing whatever they were doing. So in that respect, he was really uh, interested. He was intelligent. He said, Father, you are telling me I need to learn. From tomorrow, I will attend all the classes. Father said, no, you won't. He said, what do you mean? You just told me that I am uneducated, I should be educated. He said, yeah, but not in my school. He said, why? You are a good teacher. It looks like a lot of people come from all over India to study from you. Why can't I join your school? He said, Swetaketu, you grew up in my family. You have been seeing me as a teacher from the time you are born, but my teaching has not provoked you or inspired you to come to class so far. That means I am not the right teacher for you. You need to go find a teacher who, when you see them or when you listen to them, when you listen to her, you will immediately be inspired to go dig deeper into it and learn everything. Go find a teacher. So Swetaketu went. He spent, we don't know how many, 6 years or 7 years or 10 years. He spent in another Gurukul. He became a favorite student of that teacher. He learnt everything that he could from that teacher. And then he came back to the father and mother. But now he came with an arrogance. Now I am also qualified to start my own Gurukul. I am a teacher like you. With that arrogance, he did not show any kind of humility. He did not fall at his parents' feet, not seeing them after so many years. He stood like a pillar. Stabdavan bhava. The Shankaracharya commentary on that is beautiful. But so then what this person said, father recognized. He understood the psychology of the children, of the child. He said to him, Swetaketu, what have you learned? He said, oh, I learned this, I learned science, I learned history, I learned environmental stuff, I learned language, I learned everything that my teacher knows. I am the best student in his class. He taught me everything that he could teach me. I am the expert in all subjects. So now I can start my own Gurukul. So father said, that is very good, Swetaketu. I have a question. Have you learned that knowledge, knowing of which everything that is unknown becomes known, Unseen becomes seen, unheard becomes heard. Have you learned that knowledge? Arey bhai, tappad maar liya. So he just said, what the hell is that, father? I don't know anybody knows that kind of a knowledge. He said, my teacher doesn't know that. See, even in Upanishadic times, students were not very different. But father said, he did not fall for it this time. He said, Shvetaketu, how do you know your teacher doesn't know? He said, I was his favorite student. He would have taught me if he were to know. Then he said, Shvetaketu, this is called a marma vidya. This is actually a self-knowledge. They will not teach you, they cannot teach you unless you know it, you ask for it, and you do special kind of a seva to get this self-knowledge from teacher. Did you do that? Then Shvetaketu thought, oh my God, my father is going to teach me for another, send me to another 8 years of school or something. He said, he recognized and he had humility. For the first time, he fell at his father's feet and said, Father, I have not even heard of this kind of a knowledge, Atma Vidya, this consciousness stuff. Will you please teach me? See, that teacher, even at that time, he remembered that if he gives him long lectures, it won't go anywhere. So what did he say? He said, Shvetaketu, look at that fig tree. Can you see that tree that has full of fruit? He said, yeah, father, there are hundreds of fig fruits on those. He said, can you go bring a fruit? He said, why one? I will bring you 10. No, I just want one fruit. Can you please bring me one fruit? He brought it. He said, open up the fig fruit. Tell me what you see. So I said, there are some seeds. There are some things that are connecting to these seeds. This is white stuff. He said, pick up one seed. What do you see? Break it up. Father, there is some white material. What is inside of that? He said, Father, I can't see. It is too small for me. Then father said, you know, this fig is protecting the seed. The seed, when you break it up, the seed cover is protecting the material within the seed. What that material which in the seed is the one, if you plant it in the ground, will give rise to another fig tree. Everybody can look at the tree and say how many figs are there on the fig. But nobody knows if you plant that one fig, how many trees can come out of it. So to a certain extent, everybody knows what is already out there. But the critical thinking of a student is to see how to take one and make multiple things to come out of that particular one. And the one that you see as a fig, that is the least important. But the one that you cannot see, which is the life-giving force that is a part of that fig fruit, that is the source. If you can understand that, and if you can see that in anything which you get, can you see what is the life-giving force within that? Pay attention to that, because that is the one that multiplies. Everything else is just a packaging material for that essential stuff. Tattvamasi, that you are, Shvetaketu. It is not something out there. You are that consciousness. You need to bring that awareness. You are the source of that creation. Shvetaketu got really fascinated. Father, I grok you, but I don't understand you. Tell me more. Then he said, go get me some salt. See, by the way, experiential learning was there even at that time. It is not just the theory they were talking about. Then, by the way, that was called Pratyaksha Pramana. There are 4 methodologies that are taught. I will tell you other 3 later, but just remember this. Experiential learning, direct perception is the most important that Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads teach as the methodology for teaching and learning, most valuable. Then he said, go get some salt and go get some water and get an extra glass. So he got it. He said, do you see salt? He said, Father, I have eyes. I know, I can see the salt. Describe the salt. Oh, it is powder, it is white color. Then he said, put it in the glass, a glass, 1 spoon you put it. Do you still see the salt? Yes, Father. In a clear glass, I can see very clearly the salt. Okay. Now, tell me about water. What do you see? He said, it's a colorless liquid. Okay. Pour water into the glass with the salt and mix it up. Now, what do you see? I see water. Do you see the salt? No, I don't see it. Then how do you know salt is there? Because I put the salt, I mix it up, I know there is salt, but by seeing, I cannot see the salt water versus regular water. Now, how do you discover the salt? He said, drink it. Seeing is not good enough. Now I need to use a different perception, different sense organ. So when I taste it, I will see it. Okay, fine. Taste it from the top of the cup. Oh, Father, I taste salt in it. Do you taste water? No, Father. I only taste salt when I drink this salt water. Drink it from the middle of the cup. Salt. Drink it from the bottom of the cup. Salt. So he says, the salt is invisible to you. Water is everywhere. But only thing you taste is salt from the top or middle or bottom. Even though the water is so much, salt is invisible. You only experience the salt. You don't experience the water. Life experiences are just like that. We only remember what didn't work. We don't remember all the good things our parents did, all the good things our children did. One thing they did wrong, that's all we nag, mess, shout, shout, shout. He said, what has that got to do with anything, Father? He said, it is because you are the salt, you are the water, and you are the one who is examining it. But when you examine, when you become a rishi and explore the nature of reality, you will recognize the consciousness with which you are examining. You will perceive the consciousness of the Devata, and everything connects. Then you recognize you are no different from the Devata that you are doing. So ultimately, you are the consciousness, and only the consciousness can recognize this particular one. Tattvam asi Swetaketu. Tattvam asi. That you are. Like that, Swetaketu asks 9 times and gets the statement 9 times Tattvamasi. At that time, he becomes fully self-realized. And he, in Upanishads, Swetaketu is a great teacher. He becomes of a different kind, but that is not important. What are we trying to talk about is, if you really look at what happens to you or what you teach, where you go, ultimately you have to operate from a different set of consciousness than what is visible, what is explicit. That is when your teaching and learning becomes sacred. What you are doing is not just a content knowledge. Along with the content knowledge, you are giving them the self-knowledge. The best text there is out there for giving self-knowledge in addition to content knowledge for educators is Bhagavad Gita. That's why we are studying Bhagavad Gita. Got it? Okay, there is a question here. Sir, can you elaborate on some light on cortisol levels? Cortisol is something which can generate within a small, like a milliseconds. If you are going somewhere, you see an accident, and then while you are looking at the accident, you almost hit something, you just turn the wheel quickly, you escape and say, oh my God, I would have been part of the accident. That instant, your cortisol levels have gone up. Like somebody said to me, Like a cortisol can be extraordinarily expensive. It is in a small quantity that generates, but once the cortisol is generated, it takes sometimes between 3 to 8 hours for that cortisol to be absorbed back in your body. Throughout that time, your stress levels are extraordinarily high. So, what people say, without going into, there is a lot which I can talk about cortisol, about the other neurotransmitters, cortisol, norepinephrine, dopamine, all of these have got a role. We will talk more about it, but at a time when it is appropriate. I recommend you Google a little bit. Actually, I should say, put it on Chat GPT or Gemini or one of those. Ask them, what is the role of cortisol in stress management, and how do I control cortisol as a teacher or a learner? What is that I need to do? And then you will get a lot of answers from there, and you research further. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank
That
you
is
so
good.
much, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay. Shall we move to the next one? So that once we look at duty over results.
Sir,
Yeah,
I just wanted to remind that
we have to take a
it's
break.
around 12 o'clock. So
Yeah.
if you would like to stop for a break and we
Yeah, I will do two more
start
quickly
at
without
12:10.
taking questions. I will do this
Okay.
quickly and then we'll take a break. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm planning to just look at the core things which I'll say and I'll take a break. Good point. So, the selfless service. What is this? View teaching as an act of service that nurtures the student growth without necessarily looking at what is in it for you. This is what is called the concept of yagna in Bhagavad Gita. When you do what you do as a yagna, that's what yagnartat karmano yatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha. So, what does it mean? When you create an environment in your classroom where learning takes place as a shared responsibility between the teacher, the parent, and the student, and do what you do as a service to your society with a sense of gratitude and humility, then results come out beautifully. There is one Professor Lakshmi Singh in literature. I had met her in Delhi almost 20 years ago. She does everything she does with the community projects. So she says, when you learn something, when you go and practice it in your internship, or when you do something else in the society, you will get a lot more out of it. Similarly, in IIM Ahmedabad, there is one Gupta, Anil Gupta, a professor for a long time. He has been teaching his MBA students to go work with the community, develop community projects as part of their learning. And similarly, Rajiv Iyer, again, another social sciences person from Chennai, he mentors students through service learning initiatives. So, when you do something, by the way, nobody pays these people extra money for all the mentoring that they do or all the support that they do. Several of them do various things from their own pocket. These are connected with what you call service learning, it is called. Even in MBAs, in a Harvard Business School, when you do an MBA, community service and the service learning is becoming more and more integrated with MBA classes. And in apprenticeship, internship, many of them are not necessarily based on the money, but based on what you can learn by working with the non-profit companies out there. Collaborative learning is something like a group work and a collective engagement, collective achievement is becoming more important in schools rather than exams and individual grading and individual getting certain A or S or something else, because once they go into workplace, they will not be graded based on their work alone. Together, they put together something that will be achieved, and that will be something that is measured as a project. In a project, there can be 10 students, 10 participants, or there can be 100 people. Like in Boeing, when I used to work with, there were thousands of people working on one particular plane design and manufacturing. What is the neuroscience perspective? We talked about cortisol, we talked about dopamine. The third important chemical in both stress release as well as it is something that is there even in pregnancy. Women develop it when they become pregnant. This oxytocin, like a, it is an extraordinarily important chemical. Just like people talk about testosterone is the male hormone, you can say the oxytocin is the female hormone that is extremely important for heart health. And that enhances trust and empathy. For example, when a mother gives birth to a baby, her oxytocin levels are very, very high. That's what allows her to develop a bonding and a relationship and empathy with the newborn baby. Suddenly, a woman, a young girl, once they become a mother, suddenly they develop these mothering instincts. All of them are connected through oxytocin because the baby cannot survive without the mother. And whatever the mother does to the baby is an act of selfless service. Similarly, the second neuroscience perspectives are when you observe service, selfless behavior, that automatically inspires that kind of a selfless behavior in you. These are called, everybody's brain has got a mirror neurons. If you go to a music concert or if you go to a dance concert, these are some things that can happen a lot, and that is something that is experienced a lot. And the last one, the third core one, I'll mention it, then we'll take a break. In this third one, the other important one is mindfulness or equanimity. Equanimity or mindfulness is extremely important part of not just Bhagavad Gita, but also yoga and all the Upanishads. So they say you need to develop a balanced and steady mind to deal with stress. Can you mute everybody, please?
क्योंकि हमने कैलेंडर में यही करके भेजा कि लूसी में बधू वर्ड अपने नेट से
Mute
उठाया
the
हुआ ना
people, Smita.
तो ये
Uh,
आप इसको एक को करके
Rekha
ले लो
ji, kindly mute your
एम को बात
mic.
करो तो ये करेक्ट
There are
Ruchi
करके
ji
भेजा
and
people not
Rekha ji,
muted.
kindly mute your mic.
You cannot mute everybody, is it?
No, I'm not able to.
Ruchi ji,
तो दिखा तो
do you want your conversation to be private or for everybody?
कर रहे हैं
Same thing, Rekha ji. Your conversation is being broadcast by everybody.
लीगली केस में मेरे आप अकेले हो मैडम
Uh,
So, unless
can
you want
someone
your
from the
life to
technical
be a
team
drama for
kindly help?
everybody, please mute. All right. I think probably what we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break and come back because I don't think I can talk over them.
Yes, ji sir. Really sorry for that.
Then you can call and probably
व्यक्तिगत
talk
टीम
to
में
Dr.
मैडम आप
Rekha and
एंटी
Ruchi
टीम
Narayan.
का
Yes,
काम
we
है
will inform them.
आपके
We will
पास
inform them.
एक्टिव करते हो
Thank you. Maybe you can figure out how to mute all the participants. Then you can mute and then I can unmute myself. Maybe if you can figure out how to do that, that would be good during the break as well. So 15
Yes.
minutes. So 10:35. So we'll come back at my time 10:35, 10:50, which is whatever is your clock. 1.5
Yes.
hours are, I suppose, different. Please
Yeah,
adjust your.
it will be 12:20 for participants here in India.
It will be 15, okay, 12:20. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Namaste. Take it.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
Yeah, we have taken care of the mic thing, so
Okay, good.
hopefully we will not have a problem in the session going forward.
That'll be good.
And I think we are okay on the time. We can restart our session now, whenever you are ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Can share the screen again. Oops.
Yes,
What,
we can.
Can you see the screen? Okay, great.
Ji, sir, we can.
Okay, great. So let me go to the third core concept. The third core one is mindfulness. So the concept that we are trying to talk about in here is to bring some amount of equanimity and presence of mind, mindfulness. Because whatever we do as teachers, like you can give punishment, but can you give punishment from an angry state of mind? Equanimous state of mind can make a big difference whether you are a teacher in a classroom or whether you are a parent at home or in a relationship with a spouse. The key part is when I am able to be present to what's going on inside of me, what's going on with you, what's going on between you and me, then I can manage this not only relationship but also have clarity of mind and manage the stress much, much more. If I can do that with a relationship, I can do that in the classroom as well. And in that context, the specific sloka comes from the second chapter, where it says ultimately you need to develop yoga karmasu kaushalam. That means yogastha kuru karmani and yoga karmasu kaushalam. When you operate from a yoga state of mind, kushalata, kaushalyam, you develop expertise in whatever action you do when you operate from the yoga state of mind. And that yoga state of mind is being in the present moment without getting attached to any emotions, without necessarily, like in the Krishna asks a little later after 48, he asks, actually within one or two slokas, he asks a question. Sita pragnasya kabasha. What is the language with which a person who is equanimous asks? How does he walk? How does he live? That is when Krishna gives 18 slokas, which are considered to be extremely valuable and meaningful. They have been talked about, are called Sita Pragna Lakshanas. And the idea, all of that are all connected with is one idea, which is equanimity. How do we develop that? And the concept of equanimity and mindfulness not only come from Bhagavad Gita, but also in Patanjali Yoga Sutras or uh, Buddhist concepts. Many of them, the idea of when I am mindful, my mind becomes creative mind, imaginative mind, creative and inspiring and innovative kind of ideas come from um, everywhere, instead of the pressure, instead of the what you might call the stressful scenario that we face. There is one educator who is now the head of a medical school. He is the administrator of a medical school in Hyderabad. He tells me that he does daily mindfulness every day. He said he did something called a Vipassana meditation, which is by Goenka ji had offered, and it seems near Hyderabad also they have. He went to a 10-day Vipassana retreat. Of course, you can do some other retreat in Chinmaya Mission, or you could do something else in Ramakrishna Mission, or you could learn from Transcendental Meditation or Sri Sri Ravi Shankar or Sadguru Jaggi Vasudev. All of them have got certain mindfulness practices or meditation. Pick one, any one. There is no one right one or one wrong one. pick up some kind of a mindful practice to learn how to be calm and collective, especially in difficult situations in your life, not just difficult meetings, not just with difficult students. You can do that. That is what he has recommended. And he even teaches some of the these kinds of meditation techniques, especially for medical students, because he found they're very important for when life and death is involved. He suggests that before they start an operation, before they do something else, to calm their mind, do the operation from a calm state of mind instead of anxious state of mind. Miss Savita Verma, she is doing her PhD, but she is an arts teacher, and she again uses the meditation and journaling before the students actually start their art projects, whether that is knitting project, whether that's a drawing project, whether it's a painting project or any of them, or even doing the journaling. She asks them to quiet their mind and empty their thoughts and watch their breath for a few minutes, and just sit for a few minutes just watching their breath, and then do whatever art that they do. She finds that, especially because she teaches younger children, like a middle school children, she finds that they create a lot more positive classroom environment instead of hormone laden, lots of high noise kind of environment that she normally feels. This is connected with, there is a gentleman called John Kabat-Zinn who about 20, 30 years ago developed something called MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction. And that has been now used in many hospitals and many medical centers, because teaching this, they found the amount of medication that they need to give during the situation reduces a lot, especially after the COVID, and especially in the high stress situation that we are experiencing today. Developing some amount of mindfulness, both in us as teachers, but also in our students, would be very, very useful. And there is something called a SEL, social economic learning, that help children to develop emotional regulation and emotional balance, is something that is becoming extraordinarily important. Even in a non-school environment, in workplaces, emotional intelligence has become as important, if not more important, than their IQ. EQ is going to get you promoted, whereas IQ will get you the job. So EQ is becoming more and more important. EQ is nothing but mindfulness and equanimity. So from the neuroscience perspective, they call something called PFC. PFC is around here, prefrontal cortex. They found that regular meditation and mindfulness exercises, they enhance what are called executive functions, cortical functions are enhanced, and the self-regulation becomes a lot more. Your ability to pay attention and be patient and see the big picture and make better decisions, all of them come because of that. Second, we talked about dopamine. There is, in addition to dopamine, where does it come from? It comes from amygdala. So amygdala is the part of the brain that it is very, very active. Many emotional issues come because of the way in which amygdala cannot be regulated or can be regulated, because when amygdala reacts very strongly, the stress levels go up, neurotransmitters all over, and generate a lot of issues. So these are three which we talked about. Three core things which are connected from Karma Yoga, from Bhagavad Gita, connected with the different slokas that I mentioned. Now I'll talk about some of the secondary, what you might call concepts, that are in Bhagavad Gita that will add to these three, which we talked about so far. One is the process-oriented approach. So, the if you can help people to focus on learning and continuous improvement, because as some of you asked the question earlier, because the technology is changing, pedagogy is changing, content is changing, that because of all this, student expectations are changing, student learning is changing. So if you can help them to learn, not just focus on the content, but also focus on the process of learning and continuous improvement, that might help you to become a much better teacher. Again, this is connected with Yogastha Kuru Karmani, the principle that we talked about a lot more. And so this encourages ongoing learning, iterative feedback, and process refinement can happen in the teaching methods. So there are people whom I worked with. I won't go into the details. There are project-based learning, formative assessment, and this increases what is called neuroplasticity. When you engage in a process-oriented task again and again and again, it strengthens that. Not only that, there is something called a myelin sheath that between the axon and axon and the dendrites and all of them, when they form strong connections, it becomes easier for you to remember, and the myelin sheath will keep that connection to be strong, and it is easy for you to recall. That happens. And second is the intrinsic motivation. When you focus on the process, the satisfaction of doing it, that is called mastery, it increases significantly. That creates long-term engagements with something, because it creates patterns, it creates certain habit formation takes place, and that becomes very important. So till now, I addressed about the 4 different ways in which you can look at some of these. What I'm thinking is you can actually, in the next few of them, I will not give the examples. I will just talk about some of the neural science models and Western models, and I will move through quickly to see whether you can take it forward. It becomes extremely important because students do not learn the content unless students love the teacher or students trust the teacher. That means we have to become role models. That is what Krishna says in the 3rd chapter. Yadyad acharati sreshtaha tato yadyatya palam sambhavam. So the idea is, whatever the teacher says, whatever the teacher does, if teacher says something that is consistent with what they see, then chances are the results will come out. So pay attention to that part of it. So we need to be careful about how we behave, what habits do we have, and how do we learn from failures. Are you willing to be vulnerable? All of that becomes extremely important. When you lead that, other people get motivated by it. So there are lots of people who do that. And again, neuroscience perspectives, I touched upon already the mirror neurons. So I recommend look at mirror neurons, because that is where the positive behaviors will come in and internalization takes place. And this is where what you call empathy activation. So Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha are 4 things in Yoga Sutras they talk about. Even in Buddhist thing, they call it Brahma Viharas. So there are ways in which if you can develop empathy and compassion, then the emotional connections happen much strongly between the faculty and students. And that creates a certain connection that allows them to learn and depend on us and take it forward. So these are some of the things. Let me stop for a moment and see whether you have any questions, comments, or any of them. That it looks like there are some. what you call assignments. Okay, there is one question by IQAC. I don't know what the name is. It says, how a teacher assume himself a successful, especially in that case when all his students are academically challenged and hence performing almost zero. In that case, how a teacher can keep himself happy? Please touch upon that, light on that. The like my son in United States, he teaches the middle school and he works with the mentally challenged kids. That is what is called a special education teacher. He has been teaching for almost 12, 13 years. What he finds is that it is not about what they end up as a result, I mean, as the outcome, but it is like the mother. I gave you example of a Orissa person who talked about how his son has become a music teacher in Vizag because of his mother's connection, not necessarily focusing on the outcome. How does she do that? So same way, you might have to look at it and say, if they are academically challenged, you might want to think about it and say, is there a way in which you can connect the academics that you are teaching to what do they do? Like in Rishi Valley, when I went, there was a couple, one Rama and her husband. They were working with the farmers and farmers' children. They were using seeds and they were using cigarette, what you call the tin paper from there, or she was using chalks, she was using all kinds of things within a single room. They used to have 1 through 5th grade. And the older kids were used to teach younger kids used to teach younger kids. So there was a very, very beautiful way in which they used to do that. And the last very important thing which I heard when I was in one of my trips to India, one teacher told me that he comes from a very small village I do not know in which part. I think he said Haryana. I'm not 100% sure. He said to me, he lives in a small village, and then there was a Christian uh, priest who came in from Christianity, and he was trying to teach in his mission school for Adivasis. He was trying to teach them various kinds of things. And most people didn't show any interest. Most people did not pay attention to him or any of that. But he kept on teaching. After about 1 year, the people who sent him on a Christian mission as a teacher, they asked him, how well are you teaching them? And also, are you teaching them Christianity? Did you convert any of them for Christianity? He said, nothing happened. I've not converted them to Christianity because I'm not able to even teach them basics alphabet and some of them, and I'm having a real difficulty. Please give me 1 more year in the same place. He stayed for the 2nd year. He stayed for the 3rd year. Then they said, obviously, this area, you're being very ineffective to be a teacher or to be a Christian who can get people to pay attention to your religion. Come out of there. He decided he will resign that post because he said, I have started teaching. I've spent 3 years teaching them. What good will I do if I leave that based on outcome, then I go away. So that person spent next 6 years or 7 years. He started teaching, but he was not getting good results. He was from a foreign country. His accent was difficult. This one was difficult. But during that process, he picked up a disease during COVID time and he passed away. What was interesting was when he passed away, so many people came to his funeral. They said the only teacher we experienced in our life other than our parents was this teacher. And then they asked the leader there, saying, if he was willing to spend 7 or 8 years of his life focusing on us, where he was not able to get any results from us, we want to be what he was. If he was a Christian, we all want to be Christians. If he was a teacher, we all want to be a teacher. So that story, what it taught me is sometimes we just have to do what we need to do, but we can keep learning. What can I do differently? What do I need to communicate? Whom do I need to communicate? How do I communicate? All of that we need to keep learning. But over a period of time, if you can focus on it and do with a total commitment, the results you get, nobody knows. Again, it reinforces karmanyevadikaraste mapaleshkadachanam. Any other questions or comments before I move back? No? Okay. Let me share some more of the things which I'm sharing. So that is what leads to, your question actually automatically leads to intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is essentially about what you might call the fulfillment from the inherent joy. And purpose of teaching is learning, instead of somebody else telling you, this is what I'm learning and this is where I'm going. So this particular one, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata. Whenever there is some issue, I'll come back. You can look at it from a spiritual perspective that the avatar will take place. Another way to look at it is, I do what needs to be done, but even as a God, even as a Vishnu, even as a Krishna, if I come back and I eliminate the demon, I eliminate the negative stuff, that doesn't essentially make me lose all the negativity. I finish my avatar, I go back, it starts all over again. So if being a God, if I cannot do some of it, and if I get frustrated, it doesn't happen. So why do I do what I do? Because there is a certain sense of intrinsic motivation and joy of doing what I'm doing. So I continue to do this. So you have to connect with, why have you become a teacher? Why have you become a professor? You might want to tap into your inner calling and what is your passion for education. So this is something that you might want to look at. And this is what in the Western methodology, they call it self-determination theory. Because this has got three things they call. You can call it CAR, like an acronym if you want to call. CAR is competence, autonomy, and relatedness. So when you have all the three, if you relate to people because you choose to, and you do it out of your free will, and you contribute what you can out of what you have skills and competence, then you are becoming a leader in your own life. And this is connecting it to this, even another professor, another writer called Dan Pink. You might have heard of Dan Pink. You can Google and you can check out something called Drive. He wrote a book called Drive. He gave several talks on Drive. He talks about three things. He calls it MAP: mastery, autonomy, purpose. So why people do what they do? If you want to teach people, you need to connect them to what they can keep on learning so that they become masters. And whatever they do, you give them some freedom to choose. Even if it is 10%, 20%, they have a choice in the matter, you increase their engagement. That is autonomy. Third is, if you can connect them to their purpose, their swabhava, their goal in life, then you will be motivating them to stay on the path of learning for much longer. Some of you who have access to LinkedIn or who use LinkedIn, you can look up I have written articles on purpose, and I have given talks on purpose. You can go look at several of the things which I have done if you are interested to dig deeper into some of these kinds of things. What I'm trying to say here is passion is most important for people to go anywhere out of your own stuff. This intrinsic reward circuits in the brain, uh, when you are genuinely interested in something, when you are really creative in that type of stuff, intrinsic reward circuits get activated, and then you get intrinsically motivated. And that is when you have what is called the balanced dopamine levels and sustainable engagement, because there is a stable release of dopamine that happens. All right. So, um, what I will do is I will go back to showing you some of the things which we have looked at from the uh, things which we talked about. Like here, I covered 6 of them so far. There are other things I have not talked about. Acceptance of impermanence, detachment from ego, cultivation of discipline, and surrender of personal desires. These I recommend as a homework. This is way very powerfully you can learn from this. If you can use the same guidelines that I have done, go through the Bhagavad Gita, and if you can look through the 700 slokas, or you can even put some keywords. You can look for different people who have written about it. Acceptance of impermanence. You can even use some of the AI uses, AI devices, and AI tools to recognize slokas, application. You can look up examples and all of them. If you can see how these things can make a big difference. These 4: acceptance of impermanence, detachment from ego, cultivation of sadhana, discipline, and surrender, letting go of personal ambition. These 4 are again 4 lessons that come from Karma Yoga of Bhagavad Gita in helping us to become better teachers. It doesn't matter what subject you teach, what level you teach, it will be very, very meaningful. So, for a moment, I will stop sharing. Or I'm not sharing. Good. So, let us take whether you have any questions or comments. Again, can I see some more of your faces? No, I'm sure some of you have already turned off the camera because
Sir,
it looks like that is your natural mode. But if you have any questions or comments or something else, I'll be happy to answer.
sir, is looking forward to promotion a kind of a desire, expression of kind of wanting something? Sir, teachers do need to get promoted. If I work towards promotion, is that going to hamper my overall this thing as a teacher?
Yes, it does.
It does.
Because the moment you look at your promotion, your act is no longer yagna, nor your action is no longer service oriented. When I'm focused on teaching, I need to focus on teaching, whether I'm getting promotion, whether I'm getting something else or not. But when you are talking to your administrators, when you are talking to some of them, you can talk to them about promotion. But that should have nothing to do with your teaching. But the moment you connect it, then both of them go down the drain. That's what I found. So I'm not suggesting don't seek promotion. As a matter of fact, you should seek promotion. You should grow in the organization. You should have appropriate rewards and recognition, but don't connect the 2 topics. One is about what you want. One is about whom you serve. If you can serve, when you serve, do it 150%. When you ask with a total commitment. But don't couple the two. That's what I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question, comment? No specific things that you have? Okay, let me go back to these. Then I'll summarize what we have said so far, and then I'll take it to another yoga. All right. So, what we have talked about so far is coming down to from Karma Yoga portion of the Bhagavad Gita. The three core concepts are focus on your action, not the outcome. That is I called it your duty or responsibility over the outcomes that you are anticipating. And do your teaching as a yagna, which is selfless service. Third, whatever you do, develop certain equanimity, like yogastha kuru karmani, and then do it with certain amount of presence of mind. These are the three core concepts I take away from Karma Yoga. Then there are several things which are connected, which are supportive, like do a process-oriented approach, lead by example, intrinsic motivation, acceptance of impermanence, everything changes, detachment from ahankara, self-discipline, surrender for the greater good, that will connect you to purpose. These are very important. So my recommendation is these 10, you might want to see where are you in each of those. Like you can even rate yourself personally, saying if one is, I know the concept, but 10 is I am really applying it all the time. Where are you from 1 to 10? Maybe you should even say 0 to 10. I didn't even know about the concept. So rate yourself in each of these things and see which of the 10 which you are really interested in. Okay. And you might even want to create a online forum. I do not know whether Ramanujam College is creating online forum after these 2-week workshops, but you might want to share your experiences. Look at what other people are saying. Or you might even want to form small groups of people. If they have not formed a groups for yourself, you might want to create a bunch of half a dozen people who are interested in continuing to learn and share this. And I can give you the recommended reading list, but you can take it forward from there and move forward from there. Okay. And the key message out of this is integrating these principles with modern methods and neuroscience insights. They create a powerful framework for effective teaching and personal leadership. So those are some things which I want to say. Now, we will go to Gnana Yoga. And the Gnana Yoga for teachers, if we were to really look at that, again, I picked something like a 9 or 10 concepts from Gnana Yoga. What are the key priorities and core concepts from Gnana Yoga, from Bhagavad Gita to teachers? One is develop deep self-inquiry. Not just a superficial self-inquiry, but deep self-inquiry. Second, develop intellectual curiosity and critical thinking of what it means for yourself. Third, develop reflection and reflective practice as a key tool that you engage day in and day out. We will talk about each of those three concepts. And then, of course, there are supportive concepts like intellectual humility, knowing where your knowledge gaps are embracing them so that you can learn. and inquiry-based learning rather than outcome-based learning, and the integration of traditional, like we have a lot of Gurukul approaches, ancient ways of learning things, and modern ways of learning things. You might want to include and incorporate both of them into your life. And then cultivating curiosity in you as well as in your students, that becomes a very, very important part. And finally, sustained reflective discipline. At some level, you need to sustain this reflective practice, the idea of ability to reflect. See, even in Bhagavad Gita, when we used to talk about Sravanam, Mananam, Nididhyasanam, there were three methodologies that are told. Listen to these things, reflect, and to read about them and learn more about them and emotionally get engaged in applying them in your life. And then over reflective practices, when you do that, you will find your life beginning to change. So I'm going to go into the first one, the deep self-inquiry. This is not just having Atma Gnana, but it is actually Atma Vicharana, engaging in a story. Again, it comes down to very, very important. All of you might have heard of the story of the Prahlada. Prahlada, the son of Hiranyakasipu. Probably everybody heard of how Narasimha came and killed Hiranyakasipu. That part everybody knows. And then Narasimha did not calm down even when Lakshmi came and all the devatas worshipped. But when Prahlada did his pranams, Narasimha calmed down. Now, there is a part of the story that happened after that. It is not known to many people. Prahlada had three other brothers and sisters. We do not know who they are and how knowledgeable they are, not written up very well. But Narasimha Swami makes Prahlada the king after Hiranyakasipu. Prahlada did not go through all the necessary training to be a king, but he became the king. So when he became the king, he kept on praying Harinama Smarana, he kept on doing, but he did not do all what he needed to do to take care of his people. So what happened? Rakshasas, because he was the king of Patala, he was the king of demons, Asuras, Rakshasas, they were creating all kinds of trouble. The kingdom got into a lot of issues. When that became a big issues, and he was like almost useless king in that respect, even though he was a great bhakta, he was caught in the sattvic, but that sattva, without any rajas, without any tamas, he became a ineffective king. Then Vishnu came to him and told him that what you are doing is inappropriate. You need to reduce your prayers, and actually you need to start doing what is appropriate as a king. You need to not just be soft, you need to become harsh a little bit, and you need to learn to do what is necessary to what you call to be a good king. He said Atma Gnanam is good, but Atma Vicharana is also necessary. So Prahlada went, he became a king a little better for some more time. But then he started thinking, what does it mean to do Atma Vicharana? So he started doing more dhyana, more upasana, and more self-inquiry. And he got into so much that there is a particular name for it. It is called Anangopasana. And he did that, and he started thinking that he is Sriman Narayana himself, like a deep tapas that he was doing. He got into what is called a Nirvikalpa Samadhi. For months together, he was in that Samadhi, he never got out. So people tried to move, people tried to disturb him, people tried to wake him up, but he was deep in the Samadhi doing self-inquiry. but no longer being a king, no longer doing it. Then Vishnu came, he shook him up, he woke him up again, and then he told him, you have to get all the three working properly. Your sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic gunas. Tamasic guna are represented by rakshasas, asuras, which are all basic desires. I want this. I want a promotion. I want money. I want good food. I want this. I want that. That is something he said you need to follow. See, Rakshasa, Asuras are defined by two things, Kama and Krodha, desires and anger. So he said you need to deal with that because you are the Rakshasa king. And you need to get them to have certain, what you might call it. Not only that, you need to get them to challenge the devas. They need to go fight. They need to do war. Because from tamasic, when they develop the rajasic, they will go fight. Then he said, the kings, the devas who have a lot of sattvic, they will fight back with the rakshasas and put them back in order. From their sattvic, they apply that sattvic, they give proper boons to human beings, they put rakshasas in base tendencies where they belong, then there is a certain amount of order. So you need to recognize just sitting and meditating is not good enough. You need to do various things that are necessary. What are the necessary things? Humility is necessary. Inquiry is necessary. And you need to ask right people to guide you to do what is to be done in your job at the right place. You need mentors and all of it. That is what, to a certain extent, in the Bhagavad Gita, tadviddi pratipatena pariprasnena sevaya. There are this particular, from the fourth chapter, it emphasizes that your true perspective of how to be a great teacher or how to be a great leader, just by being in one area, it doesn't become sufficient. You need to be a good teacher. You need to be a good human being. You need to be a good family member. To do all of them, you need to do regular self-reflection. And you need to ask your co-teachers, you need to ask your students, you need to ask parents, you need to ask your partners, and to uh, help you to become a better teacher and to discover better ways of becoming an extraordinary teacher. This is what they call reflective practices in the Western methodologies or inquiry-based learning. When you do this kind of a deep self-referential thinking, then the default mode network, which is another part of the brain that gets activated and that helps you to strengthen your creativity and come up with new ideas. And also you develop what is called a cognitive flexibility. So cognitive flexibility is very highly enhanced when you do regular self-introspection. These are some things that you do. I have a prompt which you can look at for yourself. So spend a few minutes writing down one question about your teaching practice that you like to explore more deeply, and then you can discuss these these insights with a neighbor, because we are all on Zoom. We may not be able to do it on the Zoom session itself, but you can do it with other people. Questions, comments? Is this something that is relating to you? You guys connect with what I'm saying? Is this okay to give you some stories in between so that, because bullet points can only go through the head, but true learning has to go through your heart and connect it to your head. So I'm trying to balance it with stories on one side, brain research points and bullet points on the other side. Third, taking the interactive way. If you have questions and comments, working with you, I'm trying to do multiple ways in which some of these become important for you. I don't think I'm telling anything new, but I'm trying to tell some things which are connected with it. Because like Ganesh ji wrote saying, oh, Bhagavad Gita really has all the answers. When we face with the difficulty of a situation, what to do, what not to do, Gita has the answer of that. Very good point. But let me ask you, Ganesh ji, how many times when you have difficulties, you have turned to Bhagavad Gita, you opened a particular page, read that, and you practice what you learned from there? Because that is where application of Bhagavad Gita in your teaching and in real life begins to happen. Because everybody knows all these answers are there. Only thing is we listen to the Swamijis and go away. That doesn't help us at all. You need to do karma yagna, not gnana yagna. If you truly want your your students to get deeply involved, you need to give them some exercises. You need to ask them questions, tough questions, and you need to ask them to apply some of what you are saying and then show some specific kinds of interesting, innovative, and unique ways of applying what you are teaching, and then come back to you. Then there is no right answer, right, wrong answer. It is whether they applied it, what did they learn, how are you taking it forward. If you can create that type of approach, then Bhagavad Gita will really become very, very meaningful to you, and you will find the answers on a day-to-day basis. All right. Any other question before I move on? All right. I don't know. Last time we had a lot more engagement. Maybe after 10 days of courses, are you guys jaded? You had too much of Bhagavad Gita that you are no longer engaged with me? Or what's happening today?
A little bit more about the default mode network, sir. This neuroscience perspective.
What do you want to know about the default mode network?
So, how is it going to help me in my teaching pedagogy in the classroom, sir?
Default mode network by itself doesn't help you, what you call in teaching. But let's see, how do I say that? Let's see. I'm trying to see how to say it in a simple way that makes sense in a classroom like this. So the best way I can say is default mode is network is activated when we are not focusing on outside, that external tasks. But if we are focused on introspection, or if we are engaging with our memory, what do we remember what it is? And if we are planning something, if there are three things, if we are doing introspection, memory, and planning, so you can call it MIP, memory, introspection, planning, if you want to remember. That means any self-reflection or even any wandering of the mind, default mode network is what is involved in it. So, in the context of teaching, if you have a very well-developed default mode network, it can promote reflective practices, it can increase your creativity, it can increase your empathy. So, you can integrate your personal experiences with subject matter, and you can generate innovative ideas on how to do that part. That means if you have good reflective practices, they modulate your default mode network, enhancing your teaching effectiveness. So, of course, last point I'll also make is this default mode network, where is it? It is in the two things. One is the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex. These are some things that are connected, because default mode network is like a different brain regions, but they are interconnected. So there are three different parts. As I mentioned, the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex. I think one more part is missing. Let me see. I think it is the angular gyrus. Those are the three which are most active when we are at rest. So when we are resting, these parts are active. And they are the ones that is allowing us to do daydreaming, reflecting, planning, and thinking. Does that give you a sufficient answer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we often do this unconsciously. I mean, like it is there without. Like I have not gone through the theoretical thing that you just told me, but as a teacher, I do thinking, I do introspection, and I bring that back into my class in an anecdotal way, exactly the way you are doing, sir. You are telling us so many stories which are coming, because you have practiced that, and you have a reflective mind. Is that, I think that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because I had actually spent some time, had created a certain action plan, but I threw it all out. And then about when I sat down and when I started preparing and when I started doing some of the type of things, I realized I need to get a lot deeper with you and I need to engage with you. So instead of going through all the details of some of it, I'm trying to figure out based on what you are asking, where you are asking, and I'm trying to work with whoever is asking questions and saying things. I'm trying to engage and take it deeper because other people are here for the certificate and they are not here to learn necessarily. Not always. There are times when I am also there just because my attendance is needed. I'm not. It is like a lights are on but nobody home. I know that kind of students. So here also, even when we become professors, we are like that. But I found if I try to get dejected by, people like that, then I will lose my ability to teach. So I'm engaged with whoever, they are showing their faces, they are asking questions, they are raising comments. So I'm engaged with those people because that's the way in which we need to keep finding ways
But
of making things happen.
that it's very interesting, as a teacher, the things that I demand from my students, for example, punctuality, attentiveness, kind of interacting with me in class. The same thing sometimes I don't do it myself when I am a teacher. I mean, then this often happens. I have seen this, that my expectations from my students
Yeah,
do not match my own performance sometimes.
correct. It doesn't.
Mhm.
Because several times, especially because we are teachers, we deal with knowledge. We look at knowledge as separated from the one who is delivering the knowledge.
Mm.
But the knowledge only becomes relevant and meaningful if the person who is delivering the knowledge we believe has wisdom. Application of knowledge is that gives you wisdom, right? So when a wise person asks right questions, suddenly it provokes and stimulates our curiosity, and then we go back and dig deeper into it. So, who is asking a question is as important, or who is delivering the knowledge is as important as the knowledge itself. So we are all partial to that, but we forget that. So as teachers, we need to practice what we preach. By the way, see, several of us are parents. If I really look at my children don't care. I worked with Nobel laureates. My children don't care. I coach CEOs, you know, and there are times, what you call, I earned $100,000 in a day for some of my work. But, you know, I do things for free many times. But for my children, they neither care about my name, my fame, my credentials, my money, any of them. What they are interested in is what kind of a father am I? What kind of a husband am I to my wife? But if they see me practicing what I am preaching, then they will listen to what I say. But if I say something, but they don't see me acting it in my own life, in their presence, they will discount everything what I say, because they say, whatever you say is not important enough for you to practice it. Why should I practice it? So you are only giving advice. That's why sometimes people say India has become the advice nation. India gives advice to everybody. And each one of us can give advice to everybody, but we don't practice that advice ourselves. So it becomes important for us as teachers to become role models. Yadyad acharati sreshtaha. We just looked at that sloka. Right? Right. Let me give a little bit more and then we'll complete it. Yeah. Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. Yeah, I was on his board, advisory board for Marshall McLuhan for 3 years in 1990s. Yeah, there was a lot we learned about that part of it. And his messages are very relevant, especially because now everything is about media and social media. So another important part we need to look at as a Gnana Marga or a Gnana Yoga is the critical thinking and intellectual curiosity. So it is the mindset that we need to cultivate. What kind of a mindset? To constantly question the assumptions and seek deeper meaning. So we already talked about this sloka. It is not from Bhagavad Gita. Vidya dadati vinayam. So what is the ultimate that we can learn from education? It gives you humility. If the humility is not there, that vidya is useless. That is what we learned from the story of Swetaketu and Uddalaka as well. So, Vidya Dadati Vinayam, you probably know the other 3 lines, right? Does anybody know the other 3 lines? Can you recite this loud? Vidya Dadati Vinayam, Vinayam Datu Patruta, Patrutva Dhanamapnoti, Dhanadharmam Tatas Sukham. So, the eligibility. So, like the question you just asked, what makes us teachers is our ability to practice it, our ability to have humility. When we are doing critical thinking, when we are willing to be vulnerable and say, I don't know. So if a student asks a difficult question, if you are able to say, you know what, I never asked that question myself. I don't know the answer to that. I never thought about it. Now that you ask me, let me go look it up and I'll come back and respond to you. That is humility. That is sharing vulnerability. And by the way, that is the most powerful teaching that you have ever done to them. To say that I don't know teaches more about knowledge and the mindset. And that generates curiosity than any knowledge that you can deliver to them. So if you can be vulnerable and say, I don't know, then you are using what you call a Socratic approach. We have that Prasnopanishad. There is a particular Upanishad where it's all about questions. So there are lots of things. And also, by the way, there are several times the questions are asked and the students end up teaching teachers a lot more than teachers teaching something. You probably heard of a story of a Jabala, Satyakama Jabala, who was a student of Gautama, sage Gautama, he goes to sage and says, I want to learn. I want to learn about nature of reality. Then he says, before I teach you something, you need to become my student. Tell me, who are you? Who are your parents? What's your gotram? He says, I don't know. Go talk to your parents. He says, I don't have a father. Go talk to your mother. He goes to mother and asks, hey, teacher is asking, I want to learn the nature of reality. And my teacher asked me, who are your parents? What is your gotram? She starts crying. You know, we didn't have much money. When I was youth, I was not discerning. I worked in variety of places and did a variety of things. I don't know who your father is. I don't know what heritage do you have. I don't know what gotram you have. In the modern language, if you put it brutally, you are a bastard, true bastard. Instead of feeling ashamed and say, how can I tell my teacher that I do not know who my father is and my mother slept around? But this kid was so interested in learning, he went and told that truth to his father, to the teacher. And the teacher said, if you have the courage to say this kind of uh, questions and you are able to answer it honestly and truthfully, then you know what? You are ready to learn the truth, nature of reality. And but I haven't had a student like you. You know what? I'm going to give you some cows. Let take them and take care of them. When they become 100, come back. By the time I'll also think about how to teach you the nature of reality, because you don't have a formal knowledge and I'm not going to give you a traditional way of learning. So the kid goes, takes the cows, goes into the forest, starts observing nature, starts looking at changing seasons, starts looking at how the trees and how the birds and how the various animals operate. Then some of those teach him the nature of reality. 1/4 of it is taught by a bull. 1/4 of it is taught by a flower, something else. And when he spends 2-3 years or more than that in a forest, he is picking up the reality from the nature itself. Prakriti is teaching him. When the cows became 100, the head of the cows, one of the bulls came and said to him, time to go home. He said, fine, let's go. By that time, because he understood how the universe operates from the nature directly, his face, the Mukhavarchas as they call, he is shining. The Brahmavarchas is so high. So as he is going, taking the cows home, all these in-between stages, people stop and say, oh, there is a great knower of truth is coming, Brahmagnani is coming. So they want him to stay for a night and then do that. When he comes to Gautama, Gautama doesn't recognize this kid anymore. He says, oh, please come here. We'll give you, hospitality. He said, Guruji, I'm your student. He said, but obviously you seem to have become self-realized yourself. I don't need to teach you anything, but tell me, what can I say? If there are any questions, I can teach you. So when you have a great intellectual curiosity, the critical thinking happens in multiple ways. The Socratic approach, or focusing on inquiry instead of inquisition. Inquiry is a word, if you look at etymological roots, it means being in the question, in the query. You might want to ask, where am I having questions instead of having answers? What is it that I am trying to figure out, but I don't know how? when you can challenge your brain with these kinds of questions, when you can take complex problems and try to deal with them, you are going to strengthen your brain's executive function, and you will develop what is called a neural plasticity. That is what shapes intelligence. So you might want to think about what kind of questions do you have in your life. Even Einstein said, I had only two major insights in my life. The one question I was asking was, if I am riding a motorcycle at the speed of light, what will I see in my rear view mirror? Was one question he said he spent a long time investigating. Now we know the answer to it because we know theory of relativity. But he is the one who came with theory of relativity based on what he thought about this question. If I'm riding motorcycle at the speed of light, what will I see in my rear view mirror? That led to relativity. Second question about, does the light have energy? If a light hits another light, or if a light hits in a particle, an atom, what happens? That led to photoelectric effect. But after that, he stopped thinking. There were only two thoughts in his life that he got. So that's why when Niels Bohr came up with a quantum theory saying, the quantum, the atoms are all in different levels, A, S, D, F, they are like discrete levels. Einstein said God doesn't play dice. Then Niels Bohr went back and looked at all his theory. It is discrete, it is not continuous. Then when he told Einstein, so he said, what, God told you that? Then that led to the big conflict. So the relativity theory and quantum mechanics never reconciled because Niels Bohr and Einstein butt heads together instead of being able to think with each other. They never had questions at that time. They only had answers. Because they had answers rather than questions, there was no critical thinking, there was no creative thinking, there was no breakthrough problem solving. So they both got stuck. And now we are still stuck after 100 years after the discovery of some of these, that we still don't know quantum electrodynamics, we don't know general theory of relativity, any of them. So you might want to think about and say, what questions are really bugging you? You are trying to find an answer. How do you use questions in your classroom, whatever subject you teach, that leads to unexpected and meaningful insights that will have? That kind of questioning will have the most significant effect. And that's what I learned from this particular situation. Right. So I know we are running out of time. We have 5 minutes. So I'll just say like this, there are lots of things that you can do. And I'll just say that if you think about variety of concepts like this, especially in the Gnana Marg, or using the Gnana Yoga, how do you do this? My recommendation is take these 5. You might want to look at it and say, in Bhagavad Gita, what does it say about these 5 topics? Are there slokas that are related to these 5 topics? And also you might want to research, what does the neuroscience say about these 5 topics? What are the Western traditional methods of teaching and learning these 5 areas? I give it as a homework because, there is a certain thing they say. You learn 1/4 from the teacher. You learn 1/4 from the books. You learn 1/4 from your own experience. And the 1/4 you can only learn that the remaining one-fourth through time, through continuous inquiry over time. So, in some respects, I believe that is probably the most powerful way in which you can do. So, these are some homework things. And the last one I'll touch upon, this is again, you have 10 key concepts which I have, and the core concepts bringing the Bhakti Yoga for teachers is connect with a higher purpose. By the way, Bhakti Yoga means operate from your heart so that your head can be clean, can learn without any prejudices, without any ego, without any emotional ups and downs. When you are truly operating from yoga state of mind, your heart is fully open, then you are in the bhakti context. So connect to a higher purpose. What is the purpose for which you came onto this planet? What purpose are you serving as a teacher? Like somebody said to me, oh, I want this. This is why I am doing it. No, your purpose is not about what you want. Your purpose is about how your life can serve the world. Paropakarartam idam sariram. Or like somebody says, the trees do not give fruits for themselves. They give fruits for others, but when other people eat the fruits and throw the seeds, propagation of that tree will continue to happen. So, similarly, the rivers don't flow so that they can stay clean, but they also, agriculture grows whenever the river flows through their towns. So, like that, you might want to find out what is your higher purpose. Second is, what are you really passionate about and devoted to in your life? Are you clear about what moves your heart, what touches you, inspires you, moves you? Third is, what are you really compassionate and empathetic about? Are you a person who is known to be empathetic and compassionate? Wisdom without compassion is not very useful. Of course, compassion without wisdom is also dumb. So you need both of them, wisdom and compassion. Right? So, and then of course, supporting concepts I write here are inspiring through personal example, creating a nurturing classroom environment. You can do all of this. All of these, by the way, all the 10 concepts, I have created connections to Bhagavad Gita slokas. I have created connections to neuroscience perspectives. Like, let me show you one, because I said about purpose. Here is one particular one. Ananyan chintayanto ma ejana paryupasate. This teaches that if you worship with undivided attention, you receive what you lack, emphasizing a deep personal connection to the divine. I'm not saying bring religion into classroom. Take away the religion part of it, but what are you deeply longing for? What is the higher purpose or a divine consciousness that you believe in, you operate from? What do you call that Krishna consciousness in your life? When you can focus on those, when you can operate with a higher purpose, why you are on the planet? What is my swadharma? Not swabhava. Swabhava comes from the three gunas. But swadharma gives you the guidance, gives you a direction, gives you a path to go towards. When you can operate from that, then a lot of things happen. If you notice, I haven't put the application, I haven't given you examples, I haven't given the neuroscience type of stuff. Okay. So let me summarize all of this because we are coming to the last minute or two. Inner guidance from this as
So we
teachers.
have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes.
Oh, you have 10 minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Then I'll go slowly in that.
Ji, sir.
So, oh, I forgot that we have taken a break, 15-minute break. That's right. So, sorry. So the inner guidance, because we started with dilemmas first. Then we looked at the 3 yogas. I picked 10 points using 10 slokas for Karma Yoga, 10 slokas for Gnana Yoga, 10 slokas for Bhakti Yoga, and I identified 10 points. So that means totally there are 30 specific kinds of things that are useful for teaching and learning in a classroom. And I connected them with examples, Western traditional teaching practices, and I connected them with neurosciences. Now, I'm trying to summarize all of it. I'll also give you a summary of neurosciences perspective. So, Karma Yoga, if I were to look at all the 10 of them, if I were to say one important thing, act without attachment to anything else. So, without any vasanas and samskaras, whatever action you take on, do it with a certain purity, focused on the process and focused on total commitment to it. And do it with mindfulness from equanimity. When you do that, then you do it and then say, Krishna Arpanamastu. Whatever I am doing it with 100% effectiveness. The result, let it come for a larger good. When you do that, you operate in a dharmic, ethical process, and that will lead you to lot more extraordinary result. Focus on that as something that you can operate from. How do you do that? Develop reflective practices, because those are the ones that will enable you to discover your true authentic passions and strengths. So from Swabhava, you will discover your Swadharma. And that will lead to more fulfilling professional practice. What do I learn from Gnana Yoga? What is the inner guidance for each of us to dig deeper into? I will translate Gnana Yoga in this particular class for this particular group as deep self-inquiry and developing intellectual curiosity. That is how I summarize. So what is the inner guidance that you can take away? Do Atma Vichara more regularly. How effective am I? When I am playing the role of a teacher, am I only playing the role of a teacher? Am I playing role of a learner? Am I playing role of a witness? Am I playing the role of a Sakhi for them? Playing the role of a Mata? Because I need to bring all of them. As a teacher has to be a mother, as a nurturing person. Teacher has to be a father, like a Sakshi, witnessing and say, you're so intelligent, but you don't put enough effort. With everybody else, I'll expect only this much. But for you, you're so sharp. Your mind is something that can cut through a lot, but you are a lazy bum. For you, I expect a lot more. You need to be able to do that Sakshi perspective. And you need to be a Sakha or Sakhi. You need to be a best friend. You know what? I believe in you. Come on, let's do it. You can do it. Let me help you, whatever I can help you. You need to mentor, coach, teach, support, challenge. When you can learn to play different roles and you know which hat are you putting on with whom. But before you can do that with students, you have to learn to do that for yourself. You need a Sakshi. You need a Sakhi. Why? Because Atmanyeva Atmana Ripuhu, Atmaeva Bandhuhu, and Uddarer Atmanatmanam. You have to uplift yourself. But you have to remember, your mind is your biggest enemy. Your mind is the biggest friend. If you don't learn to make your mind your friend, you will only have your critic. Radio San Juan keeps telling you, what have you done wrong? we develop what is called in psychology imposter syndrome. Either we have too much of arrogance we develop and we wonder why everybody in the world doesn't recognize how great you are, or you develop a certain feeling that I don't know whether I'm good enough to do it. So you have to promote intellectual humility, risk taking, and continuous learning. So what is the best way to do it? Embrace the knowledge gap and keep engaging in a critical inquiry. Vicharana, that's what will help you to develop a right mindset for growth mindset, as Carol Dweck calls it. And it will help you to innovate in your teaching. Bhakti Yoga, it is about compassion and a commitment, devotion to whatever you take on. How does that come? As I mentioned to you a little while, Bhakti Yoga is about the heart, Gnana Yoga is about the head, Karma Yoga is about your body, your hands. Heart, head, and hands, when you bring them together, you have alignment. Trikarana Suddhi you will have. When you have Trikarana Suddhi, you have integrity. So as a teacher, if you want to have integrity, it starts with heartfelt passion, and what are you cultivating in your heart? What is the higher purpose that you are acting with? Does meaning, come for you and for your students when they are listening to you? Are you inspiring them? Understanding anybody can give, even a book can give, even a YouTube video can give. But what are you providing as a mediating person? A teacher's role is not to give understanding. You have to give meaning to their life. You have to give meaning to their studies. That happens when you can do it for yourself, when you are authentic, when you know your tattvam. We talk about tattvamasi in the story, in the Chandogya Upanishad story. Do you know who you are? What role you have to play? Why do you do what you do? Have you inquired into what is the nature of yourself? We say Aham Brahmasmi. What does that mean in the context of your teaching? When you tell others Tattvamasi, if you don't know yourself, what are you teaching them? That you are a Bandar ka bacha or a Bandar ki bacha? I don't know enough Hindi. I know only a few things. I thought I should sprinkle them because I'm teaching in University of Delhi. But forgive me for that. So self-discovery is once you have a transcendental purpose, then the journey you go on as teaching every day becomes a transformational journey, and you develop and you transform students who come in your life. How does the transformation show up? It shows up in resilience. That means learning from failures. You inspire others. How? By practicing what you preach. And you build nurturing communities because you are nurturing them, they nurture you. That is what is called parasparam bhavayantah. And the last one I'll say is the what you call neuroscience perspectives. Similarly, there are karma yoga gives you dopamine and reward regulation. It helps you to reduce the stress and improve the executive function. So what do I recommend? Even from the brain perspective, add more reflection, add more inquiry, engage in more peer discussions with humility. What does the Gnana Yoga say? Oh, see, this is what we just said. What does the Bhakti Yoga say? If you want oxytocin, which is the reduction of stress, engage in acts of compassion and devotion. If you want mirror neurons to be activated, stay with authentic emotion, because authentic emotion and passion can stimulate mirror neurons. Then you create a shared emotional experience. If people have a strong emotional experience with you as a teacher, then you inspire them. Otherwise, you may impress them, but inspiring doesn't come. Impressing is a booby prize. when you cannot truly inspire. Emotional regulation is extraordinarily important. And so, what are some actionable suggestions? Integrate some devotional practices, some inspirational music, some meditation, some chanting, so that in yourself you develop a positive, compassionate atmosphere. Empathy and compassion, Maitri and Karuna. And Krishna says, Maitra Karuna Evacha. Maitri and Karuna are two things that are extremely important in 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Then finally, be authentic to yourself. Share your stories, share your experiences, because rest of it they can get it from ChatGPT or they can get it in YouTube or something else. What we need in the age of AI, if we want to differentiate from AI, we need to show who we are as human beings. Authentic, open your hearts, and that's what actually human beings can bring in the age of AI, to express your personal story, your personal experiences, connect them at a emotional level, and commit to themselves. Commit to them with a genuine commitment. So overall, what Bhagavad Gita teaches, actually instead of this, I'll put this. I put it as an acronym, last slide. Mind over matter. Like somebody said, if you don't mind, it doesn't matter. So ultimately, so pay attention to mind. Mindfulness is from Karma Yoga, inquiry from Jnana Yoga, nurturing with Bhakti Yoga. Because Bhakti Yoga is so important, I'll put another one, devotion. MIND. If you can do these four, you will probably be remembered as one of the extraordinary teachers long after you are gone by your students. I wish you that kind of memories, that kind of an epitaph that lives in the hearts of people long after you have left your body. If you can do that, then Bhagavad Gita has really played a role in your life. May Bhagavad Gita guide you in being the best teacher that you can be in your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think this session will be remembered for a very long time to come and will continue to inspire our thoughts, action, and emotion in whatever we do in our daily life, in our profession, in our family, everywhere. And we are really very grateful for your time and for all the knowledge and the practical points that you shared while connecting it to the Western science as it has evolved so far. It is really a very insightful session, sir, and thank you very much for all of this.
Thank you very much. And somebody were asking me, some people wrote, so all these are being recorded and are on YouTube, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So maybe if you can later let me know which of these, what you call, some of the people, because I'm teaching 4 sessions on Bhagavad Gita, for specific areas, Bhagavad Gita and this and all that. Some of those people wanted to see whether they could get to attend this or see this. I said, you cannot attend the class because this is for the students and professors and all that. But if you can give permission to use those, or make it available to other Bhagavad Gita people whom we are working with, I would appreciate that.
We will do that, sir. We will make these lectures available to a larger audience. Absolutely, sir. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us, sir. It has been we are now on the same date, sir. You are also 19th, and we are in the afternoon of the 19th. You are in the early morning of the 19th.
Oh yeah, you are right. It is 12:20 for me. Yeah.
And sir, on behalf of my college and Rishwood University, thank you very much. Sir, I hope when you come to India next, we'll have an opportunity to meet you. The teacher-student relationship is complete, I think, when we have a face-to-face interaction. This one is kind of a little bit cyber in some sense. So I look forward to meeting you when you are in India next. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I said, several of my articles and blogs, I keep writing quite a bit on LinkedIn on some of this Gita. And my entire right now life purpose is to bring the Indian wisdom around the world into teaching, learning, and management. So whatever way I can assist you guys.
Mention about a bibliography, about a set of books that you would like us to look into, and maybe my college would also like to buy them and keep them in the library. So if you can provide us a list at some point, sir.
Some point I'll do that. I wrote a book using Bhagavad Gita principles called From Smart to Wise. I wrote it in 2013.
Okay.
It was based on Gnanam Karta Karma Buddhi Dhruti Sukham in the 18th chapter. It was a success. It was a very successful book. It sold over 30,000 copies, but I don't even know whether it is in print or not. It is called From Smart to Wise, Acting and Leading with Wisdom. That
Okay.
book which I wrote. But I'm not trying to sell the book because I don't even know whether it is alive or not. But if you are interested, the free thing which I do is through Institute of Indic Wisdom. Whatever we do, I'll be happy to make various things available.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Namaste.
much.
Thank you.
And for all the participants, we will reconvene at 2:20 with the next session.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Video.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I know you have a very tight schedule.
Online, nothing is tight.
Okay, sir. But you have a flight, long flight to take at night.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, yes, sir.
So
How was
it's
sir?
good. It's good to have Bhagavad Gita discussion before taking long flight.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. That's right. So, how was your stay here, sir, in India?
Very wonderful. This is motherland. So, there is nothing better than motherland in this world.
Yes, sir. So, you went to Prayagraj also, sir?
I went only Prayagraj through my mind.
Okay. Okay, so same here.
But I took a Kumbh Snan in my village.
Okay, okay, sir.
So I consider the Kumbh. You just need to have a Kumbh, right? Nothing. You don't need to. For Kumbh, you need to have a Kumbh.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think we'll start 5 minutes late today because we ended the previous session 10 minutes late. So we'll start at 2:20 exact. Tanu, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Sir, I hope this is okay, sir. We'll start at 2:20.
Yeah, and you are Professor Latha. Okay.
Yes.
I asked you a question. Is it possible that I can share the link with a couple of my students?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I have no problem. So 20 or whatever you want, that will be great.
Start at 20, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Ma'am, I think we can start the session now.
Yes, Tanu, yes. If sir is there, yes, we can start. Just ask him if he's ready, then we can.
Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Yes.
Okay, sir. So, namaste everyone, and welcome back to the second session of 11th day on Shrimad Bhagavad Gita refresher course. Today we have with us Dr. Balram Singh. It will be an honor to introduce Dr. Singh, who is a distinguished scholar and researcher whose contributions have spanned from fields of biochemistry and neuroscience to Indic studies. So he has been a professor since 1990, serving at University of Massachusetts until 2014 and currently at Institute of Advanced Sciences. His research has spanned from tetanus, neurotoxins to vaccines, antidotes, drug delivery, as well as scientific exploration of yoga, mind, and consciousness, and Ayurvedic biotechnology. He has a very impressive body of work, and he has authored 13 books and I think almost 300 research articles that are included in esteemed journals like biochemical and biophysical research reports, Ayurveda Journal of Health, and International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management. Additionally, he is the editor-in-chief of Vedic Waves, which is an online blog on the World Association of Vedic Studies. Uh, he has a very extensive expertise and commitment to both modern science and ancient wisdom. And I think with this, Dr. Balram Singh continues to be a guiding force in interdisciplinary research and education. Today, we have a session with him on the theme of leadership excellence through Gita, in which he'll be talking about excellence in preparation and practice of Gita, its context in modern times, the failures of excellence in Gita that are mentioned, and the excellence of oneself and self in the Gita. With this, I would ask Sir to please take it forward from here and enlighten us with your knowledge.
Can you kindly also just briefly introduce the audience? Not individual, in general.
Yes, why not? Sure. Welcome back, everyone, all the participants. I think there are almost 300 plus participants today. 119 participants today with us who have joined us not only through the first and second session of the day, but throughout this 12-day journey. So welcome back, everyone. And thank you for joining us all.
We have participants who are teachers from all over India, sir. They are from different universities, and all of them are teachers teaching in the university.
And their areas of
different interdisciplinary. This is an interdisciplinary refresher course.
Do we have science and arts and all that?
Everything together, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So, well, Bhagavad Gita is something that we all live with. Sometimes we go only by textual understanding of it and be associated with Bhagwan Krishna. But much of the knowledge in Bhagavad Gita was there before, and it was contextualized by Bhagwan Krishna during Mahabharata. The way the Bhagavad Gita has come and the way it has been written, sometimes people don't exactly get it. So they have variety of understanding of it. Like Bhagwan Krishna said, I forgot to ask you, Hindi, English का कोई problem तो नहीं ना?
नहीं sir,
दोनों चलता है.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So one other thing that I'm going to do is start sharing my slides. Coming from science background, is almost I'm incapable of saying without some evidence, and my evidence these days is slides. So if you don't mind, I think I have permission. Yes, I do. So we share my slides.
So you can, it's your session, sir. You do with whatever is right from your perspective, sir. And you are a co-host, so you can share your screen, sir.
Okay. So I am just going to share some things first. And I just want to talk in general first where this Bhagavad Gita, because unless we put the context, I just want to have a disclaimer. I really am not very big expert on Bhagavad Gita, but we have been running a program of Bhagavad Gita for last 80 weeks through a program called Bhagavad Gita, Past, Present, and Future. I have developed several institutions of some kind which promote education. So I was professor at the University of Massachusetts. I'm currently associated with several other universities, but I have my own institutions. One of them is this Institute of Advanced Sciences, and I also have a foundation called Maryada Foundation, which you can imagine where that comes from, because I'm originally from a village, and that village is near Ayodhya, and I live in a joint family. So I often visit, and some of my knowledge comes from there. So you will see the reflection of that in our conversation. With that brief introduction, I will be introducing myself further also as we go along, because you will see my knowledge is that I'm not very well-read person. So this is the topic today, and some of these organizations that I'm associated with. I also teaching right now. I'm teaching a course on Ayurvedic product design and development. So we are doing some work on Ayurveda. I'm teaching regularly this course in JNU for BS, MS students who are doing their degrees in something called Ayurveda biology. And interestingly, since it is a mixed group of teachers, and teachers are very important from my perspective, and I'm sure from your perspective. In ancient India, when Bhagavad Gita was written, they used to be known as acharyas. So you have to do something to convey or share with your students, and they have to do something to convince you that they really can do, which is more like science, and no disrespect to other fields. I have full respect to other fields. That's why I delve into other fields. But teachers have to be acharyas to understand. The Bhagavad Gita is in that context, and trying to show the leadership excellence through the Gita. The excellence only comes when you become excellent at your own level, and you may have thoughts, but you have to convert that into action, and so that other people can see, and then there will be a acceptance. Since all of you are teachers, you probably have seen this. I mean, we have been students also. Unfortunately, in India, the system is, even though we have Bhagavad Gita as one of the guides, and this is the book that is used in the courts for people to swear in, but it is not as much practiced by people as a system. For example, I'm saying acharyas. We might call pradhanacharya somebody or acharyas in certainly Sanskrit schools, but they hardly do practice. They do only reading. So Sanskrit, I'm teaching this course, and I'm working with I had the visiting professor. I was in 2015, and then now I'm adjunct professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies. So even though I studied in JNU when I was doing my master's, I was a student at JNU. That was in late 70s, early 80s. But right now I'm not teaching in School of Life Sciences, although I gave a talk yesterday at the Special Center of Molecular Medicine. But there I spoke about Indian knowledge system, and Bhagavad Gita obviously is part of that knowledge system. But my major association with the students is at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies. And so as you can imagine, I deal with people in Sanskrit. The professors, almost all of them are really, because Indic Studies was added only a year ago. So it was all Sanskrit. And they have a huge knowledge of Sanskrit, but they hardly practice, unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say that. So I have just good brotherly debate sometimes with them. As an example, if I say that, if you are hungry and you come to me and I just read a recipe to you, you might like the recipe, but you won't get full. So you may ask that you are still not full, and I read 2 more recipes. You will never get full. Your head will get full. You will be full of my recipes, but not your stomach will not be full. So what I'm trying to say, there is a lack of practice of what is the knowledge in India for a very long time. Maybe other people do practice, do better. As an example, I would say in education, since all of us are educators in some way, in education, India is very poor in treating its teachers. How? And that is despite NEP 2020. How? Here, I also have a school in my village. It's called Kuruvam Vidyalaya. There, this is a CBSE 10+2 system. But even there or anywhere else, I'm the founder, so I have little bit of say in it. But my little bit say in that is generally to leave it alone to the principal to run the school. And I hardly intervene. They should be given independence. Teachers, acharyas are the ones who should be able to teach as they feel, which is not a privilege, but huge responsibility for us, for teachers. But the government rules in India do not allow that. I was in a Bieber meeting with our 50 years of graduation from 12th grade. I had alumni meet this past weekend. And we met with the district inspector of school, in addition to the principal of the college that we graduated. And I was telling him, he was sitting and he came as a privilege to us because he was guarding all the papers that were going out for evaluation and was making sure that, nothing mishap happens. So I used that opportunity to tell him that what a country we have, where Acharya's Guru used to be everything, and we don't trust them. Trust them how? He asked me. I said, we don't trust them that they can teach the students what they want and how they want, the content, I mean, and then they can evaluate them. Rather than somebody else makes the syllabus, then teachers are hired to teach it through books. And then papers are set by somebody else. And then the answer books are evaluated by another group of people. And then they are given some marks and compiled by a group of clerks. And then they are given the results. Just imagine this. हमारे यहाँ पे, oh, let me tell you one more story. Professor Lata, is this being recorded also?
Yes, sir, but that's
Oh.
okay.
No, no, I mean, it's okay. I just wanted to know so that I can get copy someday. So I can.
And we record it so that
Yeah.
others can also listen at later on also.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, good. So what I'm telling, when I started teaching at the Sanskrit, that time it used to be Special Center for Sanskrit Studies at JNU. First year I gave grades to my students from C plus to A plus. I got a call from the dean, who was my friend. He said, Balramji, the grades that you have given is not what we do in our center. I said, what do you mean? I thought I made some mistake. Because the syllabus, I was fortunate to be part of the group that designed this whole MSBS program. So I was also part of the person who designed the syllabus, and that's part of the reason why they asked me to teach, because there was so much science in it. It was science and technology of Ayurveda. So obviously Sanskrit people did not have. And even Ayurveda people teach Ayurveda even very basic, not necessarily from the scientific point of view or the modern science point of view. So I asked Professor Jha, Girishnath Jha, who was the dean, I said, what mistake did I do? He said, we give only A's to our students. I was shocked. I said, Professor Jha, I know how the grading is done. The grading is not a percentage. It's a relative grade. If I teach something, who gets how much they can absorb, how much attention they're paying, how much they understand, and how much they can express is how they are given grades. Because by name is a grading. It's not marks. It's a grade. So if somebody got everything and somebody got only 10% or 20%, just to make it simply, say somebody got 60%, somebody got 100%. And so I will give only, I will do the relative grading. And for example, I had given some people C+. So that's how it's done. But he said, in JNU, we do not do that. Now, fortunately, I was a student in JNU and had done well when I was a master's student. I said I was also, मैं भी तो था वहाँ पे, ऐसा तो नहीं होता था, हमारे यहाँ तो F भी मिलता था लोगों को. खैर, he said, okay, please consider. And I got another call from the person who was in charge of the whole program, Professor Santosh Sukla. And he gave very good argument. He says, sir, we had 640 students, and we offered to 40 students, 20 of them joined. All of them had marks 90% or more. In 3 months, how can we convince them? In the first semester, you gave them C+, which is like 60. I think that's reasonable things. But अब मैं इसको ये इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि हम सारे लोग, आप सारे लोग, including myself, even though I in the US, nobody questions. In the US, interestingly, they even call professors, but they really consider you Acharya. You are in charge from grade 1 to PhD level. If you are the course in charge, you are in charge for everything. You may have to submit your course, you may have to explain to your colleagues. Your colleagues means your department, your dean. But once the course is that, you don't need to do anything else. You are the everything. मैं ये इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि हम भगवत गीता को या भारत की ज्ञान परंपरा को समझने के लिए हमको उनके प्रैक्टिसेस भी समझना पड़ेगा. Now I understood later on, they allowed me. They said, okay, because they didn't want to argue with me. So they allowed me, said, okay, whatever आप करना चाहते, हम अपनी बात कहना चाहते थे. फिर मैंने उसको बहुत गहराई से सोचा, क्योंकि ये सारे मित्र हैं हमारे, दे आर ऑल मीन वेल. तो पुराने जमाने में क्या होता था, दक्षता देखी जाती थी. जैसे अर्जुन की दक्षता वो दिखाई पड़ती थी जब उन्होंने कहा कि तुमको उस चिड़िए को पे लगाना है निशाना. तो उनसे गुरु द्रोण ने पूछा, तुमको क्या दिखाई पड़ रहा है? बाकी सब लोग बोल रहे थे, हमको पेड़ दिखाई पड़ रहा, पत्तियां दिखाई पड़ रही, फल दिखाई पड़ रहा है, चिड़िया भी दिखाई पड़ रही. And it has a value also. It's not like, we should completely ignore that kind of observation. We are all humans and we do. But अर्जुन थे, उन्होंने कहा मुझे सिर्फ चिड़िया की आंख दिखाई पड़ रही है. और इसलिए अर्जुन को सर्वश्रेष्ठ धनुर्धर माना जाता है कि उनको ध्यान एकदम केंद्रित कर देते थे. लेकिन यहाँ बात मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि आचार्य द्रोण ने उनको सर्वोच्च धनुर्धर की उपाधि दी और किसी ने नहीं. उनकी दक्षता पे अनुसार वो दिया जाता था, उनको उपाधि दी जाती थी. और आजकल दक्षता के नाम पे दक्षिणा दी जाती है. गुरुकुल में भी और भी जो स्कूल चलते हैं, जिनको पारंपरिक स्कूल कहा जाए, वहाँ दक्षिणा दी जाती है. दक्षिणा देने का मतलब हुआ कि उसमें एनवेलप में कुछ पैसे दे दिए जाते हैं. अब उसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है, गुरु की सेवा करना कोई बुराई नहीं है. तो लेकिन ये घूसखोरी वहीं से शुरू होती है कि दक्षता की जगह पे दक्षिणा दी जा रही. गुरु का ये इतना बड़ा स्थान होना चाहिए कि जो वो कहें, जो वो करें, आचरण करके वो माना जाए और उसकी इज्जत तभी होगी. तो ये जो भगवत गीता का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, वहाँ पे उस जमाने में कोई किसी को तनख्वाह नहीं मिलती थी. जो लड़ाई करते थे उनको तनख्वाह नहीं मिलती थी. तो उनका स्टेट, टू अंडरस्टैंड भगवत गीता वी हैव टू बी इन दैट स्टेट ऑफ माइंड. जितने राजा लड़ने आए थे वो किसी को कुछ दिया नहीं गया था. जितने लोग लड़ते थे उनको कुछ मिलता नहीं था, एक्सेप्ट दैट उनका धर्म था. तो हम सभी लोगों को जब उस भाव में, भगवत गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को उनके धर्म का की याद दिलाते थे. तो इस भाव से आप लोग जो सवाल आपके मन में आए जरूर उठाएं, और जो मैं कहने जा रहा हूँ भगवत गीता के संदर्भ में उसको देखें. तो मुझे लगता है कि आपको तो लाभ होगा ही, क्योंकि आप लोग शिक्षक गण हैं. आपकी जिज्ञासाएं मेरे लिए और भी लाभदायक होंगी. मुझे जब प्रोफेसर लता ने कहा था कि मैं इसको, आज मेरा प्रस्थान है, जैसे आप लोगों ने सुना, रात को मेरा प्रस्थान है, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे अच्छा लगता है ऐसी स्थान पे कुछ आपसे साझा करने का, जहाँ पे मुझे मालूम है, पक्का मालूम है कि मुझे भी लाभ होगा. लाभ उससे होगा आपके कमेंट से. तो आई विल try to take those, and please keep in mind, and if you really have something that you really need to intervene in the middle, please raise your hand to write a comment, and we will try to accommodate that, because it's like भगवत गीता भी एक डायलॉग है ना, उसमें ये नहीं कि मोनोलॉग था. तो दैट ऑल्सो इज पार्ट ऑफ प्रैक्टिस. भगवत गीता को प्रैक्टिस करके ही जब उसका हम अध्ययन करेंगे, या उसका अब कम से कम हमारा विचार तो यह है, तो दैट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल. क्योंकि आचरण में, हमने आचरण में किया नहीं, हमने आपको पढ़ा दिया यहाँ बैठ के कि अरे मैं देखो बड़ा विद्वान हूँ, आपको पढ़ा दे रहा हूँ. पहली बात तो सच में यह है कि मैं भगवत गीता का कोई विद्वान नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मेरी अभिलाषा है, मेरी जिज्ञासा है, इसलिए मैं उसमें कुछ बोलता रहता हूँ. कुछ जैसे मैंने कहा ना कि एक टीसीएन मीडिया है, हमारा मीडिया है, हमारा ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मर्यादा फाउंडेशन का है, और उस पर पिछले 80 हफ्तों से भगवत गीता पे करीब आधा घंटा से 1 घंटा के बीच में, पौने घंटे की चर्चा होती है. मैं भी उसमें भाग लेता हूँ, और भी कुछ यंग फैकल्टी या स्टूडेंट भी भाग लेते हैं, या विद्वान भी भाग लेते हैं. तो इस आशा के साथ अब मैं आपसे कुछ साझा करने का प्रयत्न कर रहा हूँ। और पहला ही काम नहीं हो रहा, मेरी स्लाइड ही नहीं मूव कर रही है, कुछ गड़बड़ कर दिया मैंने। लेट मी शेयर इट अगेन। Let me share it again. Yeah. बोल दो हल्ला नहीं मचाए। तो ये मैंने कुछ पॉइंट्स रखे थे इसमें। एक्सेलेंस इन एक्सेलेंस लीडरशिप, एक्सेलेंस की बात हो रही है। इन एक्सेलेंस इन द प्रिपरेशन एंड प्रैक्टिस ऑफ गीता, context of creation of excellence in Gita, self in Gita, excellence of only self in Gita, Gita's excellence and its followers, failures of excellence, current context of excellence, these things. So, the context of Gita, please close the door. तो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ, जस्ट लाइक हमने थोड़ा सा आपके साथ शेयर किया कि हमारी एक शिक्षा व्यवस्था क्या है। थोड़ा सा ये समझ लें कि महाभारत वार तो सभी लोग जानते हैं, बट ये जो गीता है, या हो सकता है पूरा महाभारत, हमको ये नहीं पता है। ये वेद व्यास ने डिक्टेट किया था इसको, और भगवान गणेश ने इसको शब्द दिए थे, अक्षर दिए थे, लिखे थे। और दोनों में आप लोगों को हो सकता है कि यू मे हैव idea what went on before this started. So Vedavyas approached Ganesha to write, and Ganesha agreed. गणेशा का मीनिंग कुछ और होता है। यहाँ पे लोग सोचते हैं भगवान शिव के पुत्र थे, जिनका हाथी का शरीर, हेड था, सिर उनका हाथी का था। लेकिन वो सब सिंबॉलिक होते हैं मेरे हिसाब से। फिर भी जो भी व्यक्ति जिसके अंदर गुण होते वही गणेश होता है। गण होना चाहिए, गण के साथ गुण होना चाहिए। तो उनके पास ऑब्वियसली इससे अच्छा लिखने वाला नहीं मिला था कोई, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम लिखेंगे, लेकिन आप जो है बीच में रुकेंगे नहीं। उसका मतलब होता है कि उन्होंने सोचा कि अगर बीच में रोज रोक रोक के बताएंगे तो कुछ हो सकता है अपनी बातें उसमें जोड़ दें, जैसा है वैसा नहीं बोलेंगे। इसलिए वो चाहते, यहाँ पे सत्य की बात हो रही है कि सो दैट ही वांटेड टू हिम टू नॉट ऐड हिज ओन थिंग्स, बिकॉज ही वांटेड एग्जैक्टली हाउ थिंग्स हैपन। और वेद व्यास भी कम नहीं थे। वेद व्यास का नाम, व्यास जो है वो होता है ना, डायमीटर। एक फॉर ए सर्कल देयर इज अ डायमीटर एंड द रेडियस हाफ ऑफ इट। डायमीटर का जो रूप होता है सिंबॉलिकली, इट मीन्स फ्रॉम एंड टू एंड। अंग्रेजी का जो टर्म है, दैट मीन लीविंग नथिंग, एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल इन देयर फ्रॉम वन एंड टू द अदर एंड। दैट्स व्हाट वेद अभ्यास मीन, जिसका ज्ञान का कोई एंड नहीं हो, फ्रॉम इट्स कंप्लीट फ्रॉम वन एंड टू अनदर एंड। तो ही सेड कि भाई आपको जो बोलना है तो एक बार शुरू करेंगे बोलना तो बीच में बंद नहीं करना है। नो नो टी ब्रेक, डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर लता, नो टी ब्रेक। सब चलना, चलते रहेगा, रहना है। तो गणेश जी भी, गणेश वेद व्यास तो वेद व्यास थे। उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है, लेकिन जो कुछ मैं बोलूंगा आपको पूरा समझ के लिखना है। दैट मीन्स इट, दिस इज द पीयर रिव्यू प्रोसेस जिसको बोलते हैं। तो दिस इज द बेसिस। नाउ ये भी याद रखना है कि चूंकि वो लिखा जा रहा था, वो बोला जा रहा था, इसका मतलब जो कभी लोग सोचते हैं नहीं नहीं वो जो भगवत गीता में घटनाएं ऐसी लिखी जैसे हुई, ये बात माना उन्होंने, क्योंकि वेद व्यास ने बिना रुके वो घटना का पूरा क्रम रखा और गणेश जी ने पूरी तरह समझ के लिखा। इसका मतलब है कि सही में ऐसा हुआ और ऐसा ही लिखा गया है। लेकिन ये घटनाएं उस समय नहीं हो रही थी जब ये लिखा गया, क्योंकि लिखा तो गया बाद में। भगवत गीता पार्ट ऑफ भीष्म पर्व है। इसके बाद ये जो जो गीता हम पढ़ते हैं, ये हो सकता है गणेश जी ने कहीं लिखा रहा हो, छुपा दिया हो, मुझे नहीं मालूम है। लेकिन ये जो बाद में हुआ है, वो ऋषि बेसम्पायन, जो कि वेद व्यास के शिष्य थे, उन्होंने इस पूरी गीता को राजा जन्मेजय को सुनाया था। राजा जन्मेजय जो थे, वो परीक्षित, जो कि अभिमन्यु के पुत्र थे, उनके बेटे थे, वो राजा थे। और उनको बहुत क्रोध था कि किसी सांप ने उनके पिता को डस लिया था। तो उन्होंने एक मिशन चलाया था कि जितने सांप हैं उनके देश में सबको मार डाला जाए। तो बहुत सारे ऋषि मुनि आए उनके पास, वैशंपायन भी उसमें आए। उन्होंने कहा, जैसे आजकल के ज़माने में कभी राजनीति वाले लोग कुछ करते ना, तो उनको कोई अक्लमंद हमारे आप जैसा भी हो सकता है, जाके बोलता नहीं आप ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, ये उचित नहीं है। आप लोगों को इसी, क्योंकि आप पूरे देश से आए हुए हैं, इसी संदर्भ में आई वुड लाइक टू से द नंबर ऑफ रोड्स बीइंग मेड इन दिस कंट्री एज ए प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द कंट्री is going to be very bad for the environment. अब कहेंगे सारी दुनिया में तो रोड बना रहे हैं, उनको तो लोग विकासशील देश बनाते बोलते हैं, हमारे यहाँ क्यों नहीं बने, आपके यहाँ क्यों नहीं बने, उसका कारण मैं बोलता हूँ। मैं अमेरिका में रहता हूँ। अमेरिका में 6 million, but it may be 600,000, I'm not sure, kilometers रोड्स हैं, और इंडिया में भी उतने ही हैं। लेकिन अमेरिका का जो क्षेत्रफल है, द एरिया ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स इज at least 3 times bigger than India. So if you have the same number of roads, same amount of roads, then you have about 1/3 the density compared to India. India is so full of road everywhere. And obviously there are cars are full. I just came from my village where people are going to Ayodhya. It's like 6 hours, 7 hours. If you are lucky to get to Ayodhya, from my village is 45 minutes, but because of this jam. But more important, that's okay that people are dealing with it because they are going to do the darshan. But for environment, it's very bad. I'm right now in Delhi, and Delhi's weather is considered, its air is considered highly polluted. So in the name of trying to do progress, you need to be very smart. So somebody will have to tell. I mean, this is true for United States also, where there is a concern about environment. So people are trying to use electrical vehicle and solar energy. Here also we are trying to do, but I'm just saying that we are only 1/3 of United States and we are having as many number of kilometers of roads. But on top of that, our population is about 5 times bigger than United States. रोड बनते क्यों हैं? जिससे लोग मिलते मिलाते रहें लोगों से। आपको मिलने मिलाने के लिए you are 5 times more likely to meet as many people in the same distance as in the United States. So people are living together. One of the terms that is used for people who living together, जिसको समूह कहते हैं, ग्रुप में रहते हैं लोग, परिवार में भी ग्रुप में रहते हैं। इंडिया की परंपरा है, अमेरिका में ऐसी कहीं भी परंपरा नहीं रही है संयुक्त परिवार की। I just told you that I live in a joint family. I still live in a joint family. We are living in joint family for 8 generations. Right now we are running in the 8th generation. I'm 6th generation. So somebody, what I'm trying to say here, if something is not right, somebody tells them. Some detached person, somebody who doesn't have any interest, no conflict of interest, they tell. So then these people, sages, went to King Janmeja and tried to make sense into him, and Rishi Vesampayan then told Gita in that context, so that he becomes a leader, true leader of everybody. उनको हमारे यहाँ राजा का पूरे धरती का राजा मानते हैं, धर्मराज बोलते हैं, उनको धर्म के अलावा कुछ कर नहीं सकते, इसीलिए इसका रेलेवेंस है, यस, जस्ट टू शो दैट Vaisampayan told the whole story of Bhagavad Gita to Raja Janmeja in that context. And after that, all this happened about 5,000 years BC. That means about 7,000 years ago. कितने ऋषि मुनि आए होंगे, और कितने लोग हमारे आप जैसे भी पढ़ के सुन के भी कुछ सुनाए होंगे, उसमें भी कुछ परिवर्तन किया होगा, कम से कम उसके एक्सप्लेनेशन में तो परिवर्तन किया होगा. That is the story. The current text that we have was written in about 2,200 years ago. So before that, there were some changes as well, and we should know that. There are 700 verses in Bhagavad Gita. Dhritarashtra has said only one verse. Sanjay has said 41. Arjun has said 84, and Krishna has said 574 verses. So you can just see who Dhritarashtra, जिसको उनको अंधा माना जाता है, वो अंधे का एक सवाल भगवान कृष्ण को 574 जवाबों में देना पड़ा था. उनके सारथी संजय उनके सारथी थे. इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. संजय धृतराष्ट्र के सारथी थे, और सारथी को रथी से ज्यादा मालूम ज्ञान रहता है किधर जाना है, क्या मिलेगा. धृतराष्ट्र तो वैसे भी अंधे थे, लेकिन उनको अगर माने कि अंधे नहीं भी तो उनको बताया गया है कि ज्ञान से उनको कम ज्ञान था, जो भी रहा हो, फिर भी संजय ने ही उनको समझाया. और इंटरेस्टिंगली कि संजय और कृष्ण दोनों लोग सारथी थे, और तो देखें तो आप दोनों लोग ज्यादा बोलते हैं. संजय धृतराष्ट्र से ज्यादा बोलते हैं, और अर्जुन भगवान कृष्ण जो है अर्जुन से ज्यादा बोलते हैं. तो सारथी का बड़ा महत्व है, ये जानना जरूरी है. अब इसमें मैं अपने गांव की बात कर रहा हूँ. ये एक महिला हमारी भाभी लगती हैं, वहाँ की भाषा में कहें तो भाऊजी लगती हैं हमारी ये. और ये इनके हस्बैंड अभी इस समय होंगे, मुझे लगता है कि 85 साल, 85 ईयर्स ओल्ड होंगे. ये अगर जाति की परंपरा में देखें तो ये हरिजन हैं, लेकिन हम लोगों को ये ज्ञान इतना नहीं था. ये तो मालूम था कि कोई हरिजन है कोई नहीं है, बचपन की बात मैं कह रहा हूँ. इनके हस्बैंड जो थे गांव में हमारे तीन तीन लोग सबसे ज्यादा पढ़े थे, हाई स्कूल पास किए थे उस जमाने में. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इन 70s, 60s एंड 70s. वो ही वॉज वन ऑफ द 3 मोस्ट एजुकेटेड पीपल इन माई विलेज. और ये उनकी अनपढ़ पत्नी है. इनको मैंने कितनी बार कहा कि कुर्सी पे बैठती नहीं है, वो जमीन पे ही बैठती हैं. उनको ये बेइज्जती नहीं लगती कि मैं जमीन पर बैठती हूँ, कि जैसे उससे लगता है शी इज वेरी वेल स्टफ. जब भी सुनती मैं आता हूँ, कभी कभी उनके घर भी मैं जाता हूँ, और ये आती हैं, और फिर बड़े अच्छे से आशीर्वाद वगैरह देती, जैसे बड़ी भाभी वगैरह देती हैं, वो इसे आशीर्वाद देती हैं. इनको मैं इसलिए यहाँ पे आपको दिखाने के प्रयत्न किया हूँ कि महाभारत भगवत गीता को समझने के लिए कम से कम जो मैं कुछ बातें कहने जा रहा हूँ, उनको समझने के लिए ये इनकी जिस भाषा में हमसे बोल रही थी उसको समझना जरूरी, क्योंकि भगवत गीता में बहुत जगह पे लिखा हुआ है मैं तुम, ये सारी वो थोड़ा परंपरा को जानना चाहिए कि कैसे लोग बोलते हैं. जैसे कि हमारे गांव में कोई अगर आता है, आप आएंगे और हम आपको लेके जाएं घूमने, दिखाने की देखिए फसल ये है, तो अगर कोई बोले, आप बोले ये मटर की फसल किसकी है, किसके खेत की है, तो हम ये नहीं कहेंगे वो मेरी है, लेकिन हमें कभी नहीं कहेंगे मेरे. हम ये कहेंगे अपने, मतलब उसमें आप भी जुड़े रहते हैं। ये वहाँ की भारत की परंपरागत भाषा है। तो ये आई थी और ये हमको बोल रही थी, हमसे तो उम्र में ज़्यादा है, और ये हमको बोल रही थी जब हम आपके यहाँ आए, मतलब वो अपनी अवधी भाषा में बोल रही थी, मैं ट्रांसलेट कर रहा हूँ। तो ऐसी कहती थी जैसे कि मैं उनका हस्बैंड हूँ, मुझे बोल रही हैं हम आपके यहाँ आए तो ये मिला, मुझे ये परेशानी हुई, मुझे मैंने ये किया, मैंने आपने हमसे ये किया। एक्चुअली शी वॉज मीनिंग टू अबाउट हर हस्बैंड। लेकिन कभी लोग इस तरह से नहीं अलग नहीं करते लोगों को उसी भाव से, क्योंकि हमारे गांव में आई थी तो गांव के लोगों को ये बोलती हैं कि आप सारे लोग हम आप सबके यहाँ हैं। आपका गांव जो है वो एक गांव का एक अर्थ जो है, ग्राम जिसको कहते हैं, उसका अर्थ होता है समूह, ग्रुप, जहाँ चीजें ग्रहण की जाती हैं। तो मैं ये सिर्फ यही दिखाने के लिए बोला हूँ, दिखा रहा हूँ इनको कि ये ऐसा नहीं कहती कि जब हम अपने हस्बैंड के यहाँ आए और जब हम उनके घर में आए तो ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा नहीं। वो हमको बोल रही थी जब हम आपके यहाँ आए तो हमारे साथ ये हुआ, हमारे साथ ऐसा हुआ, मुझे ये करना पड़ा, मुझे वो करना पड़ा, आप लोगों ने ऐसा ऐसा किया। मैं सोच रहा था मैंने तो किया नहीं कुछ, मैं तो था ही नहीं, तो शायद ये आई थी तो पैदा भी नहीं हो रहा हुआ होगा। लेकिन बोलने का तरीका, भगवत गीता को समझने के लिए ये बहुत आवश्यक है। ये अभी दिसंबर की कहानी बता रहा हूँ। पिछले दिसंबर में हमारे साथ बैठी थी और ये बोल रही थी, ऐसे मिली थी अभी भी, लेकिन इस बार की कहानी फोटो पुरानी वाली है। तो भगवत गीता में जहाँ पे ये बोला जाता कि अहम, मया, मम, दैट इज यू, तो इसको उसमें ये नहीं है कि भगवान कृष्ण कहीं अलग से बैठे हैं। दस वो जैसे हमने कहा अपना है, अपने के लिए कह रहे हैं, तो जैसे हम ऐसा करते हैं मतलब आप भी ऐसा करते हैं, ऐसी वाली बात यहाँ पे मैंने दिखाने के लिए ये तस्वीर रखी है। अब ये बात आती है, पहला सूत्र जो है, श्लोक, धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्म क्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेता युयुत्सवा मामका पांडवायश्चैव किम कुर्वत संजय। इसमें धर्म क्षेत्र कुरुक्षेत्र, आप शायद क्योंकि ये गीता का क्लास चल रहा है, कई बार शायद सुन भी चुके होंगे, तो मैं और सारी चीज़ों पे ज़्यादा यहाँ पे वो ध्यान नहीं दिलवाना चाहता हूँ। सिर्फ ये मुझे एक मेरा इसमें परिप्रेक्ष्य है, वो ये है कि ये कहानी है। लोग सोचने लगते हैं कि धृतराष्ट्र को आके वेद व्यास ने कहा कि हम आपको दृष्टि दे देखते हैं, आप देख लीजिए, या कि उन्होंने कहा संजय को मैं आपको दृष्टि दे देता, आप इनको सुनाइए क्या हो रहा है। यहाँ पे जो मैं केमिस्ट हूँ, मेरी केमिस्ट्री की ट्रेनिंग है, तो मैं शब्दों पे बड़ा ध्यान देता हूँ। ये शब्द यहाँ पे मेन जो है, इसका अर्थ तो आप लोग जानते हो, धर्म क्षेत्र और कुरुक्षेत्र। कुरुक्षेत्र, धर्म क्षेत्र के कुरुक्षेत्र में जो लोग सारे लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं युद्ध के लिए, वो बोल रहे हैं मेरे और पांडव के पुत्रों में क्या हुआ। किम अकुर्वत, वो भूतकाल है, किम अकुर्वत क्या हुआ, ये नहीं कि क्या हो रहा है। तो इससे पता लगता है कि ये जो घटना घट गई थी उसके बारे में धृतराष्ट्र कह रहे हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू वेद व्यास। तो जब उसके बारे में वो कह रहे हैं, इसका मतलब है कि दिस हैज ऑलरेडी हैपेंड। लेकिन वो ऐसा व्यक्ति चाहिए जैसे वेद व्यास जैसे, जिसको मैंने कहा कि जिसको फ्रॉम एंड टू एंड, और ऐसा व्यक्ति लिखने वाला होना चाहिए जो पूरी तरह से समझ के उसको लिखे। और ऐसे ऋषि मुनि जैसे बेसाम्पायन या और ऐसे जैसे ऋषि ने इसको आगे बढ़ाया। तो ये घटना, ये कहानी है, और इसलिए इसका रेलेवेंस आज भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि ये घटना के समय की वो नहीं है, ये घटना होने का जो आभास हुआ है लोगों को, जो उनके मतलब समझे, मतलब आए हैं, वो उनके सारथी ने जो जिस तरह से उनको समझाया, वो इसकी मीनिंग है। और इसका जो इम्प्लीकेशन आई हैव इज दैट इट कैन बी यूज टुडे। दैट्स व्हाई इट कैन बी रेलेवेंट मोर। नहीं तो बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि अरे क्या आप पुराने जमाने की बात कर रहे हैं, आप वहाँ पे राजा महाराजा होते थे और वो लोग क्या क्या करते थे। सही बात है, लेकिन ये जो भगवत गीता का जो रहस्य है इसमें यह है कि इट कैन बी यूज टुडे, क्योंकि ये कहानी जब सुनाई गई थी तभी भी इट वॉज द स्टोरी ऑफ द पास्ट। चाहे किसी ने हमको समझाया, आई एम नॉट रियली checked it out, but I was giving a presentation about 2 months ago. And when I brought up this idea, there was a Vedanta Congress. And so somebody in the audience said that actually this, since it is in भीष्म पर्व, वो 10 दिन के बाद ही हुआ था, पहला पर्व भीष्म पर्व है नहीं, और तो इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि ये घटना वो उसी समय भी पुरानी हो चुकी थी जब कहा जा रहा था। तब कैसे हुआ बीच में, महाभारत के बीच में ये घटना सुनाई जा रही थी संजय को, धृतराष्ट्र को? आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट आई नो दिस मच फॉर श्योर, मुझे इम्प्लीकेशन दिस मच फॉर श्योर कि ये घटना जो है बताई गई है, जो हम और आप भी आज एज शिक्षक हम कर रहे हैं। हम ये कर रहे हैं कि हम जो चीज़ें ज्ञान है पहले से, उसका हम लोगों बच्चों को, अपने स्टूडेंट्स को बताते हैं कि क्या कैसे होता है। So, and some of you, somebody wrote also that is says, what did my sons and sons of Pandu do? What did is important थी कि क्या क्या किया अकुर्वत। थैंक यू फॉर राधन, क्या हुआ अकुर्वत, उन्होंने क्या किया। तो इट्स स्टिल इन द पास्ट। आई जस्ट चेक द I was checking the okay. So when I was checking the text and I messed it up, that at least the computer doesn't want to go back, so I'm just going to re-share. I'm going to re-share. I just thought I will give one more example from Bhagavad Gita chapter 9, because that is on Raj Yoga. राजा को लीडर मानते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक्सलेंस की बात हो रही है थोड़ी सी, तो उसको जस्ट फॉर इंट्रोडक्शन, इदम तुदे गुह्यतम प्रवक्ष्याम मेन्सूयते ज्ञानम विज्ञानम सहितम यज्ञात्वा मोक्ष मोक्षसे शुभात। ये कह रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम लॉर्ड सेड, ओ अर्जुना, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट एनवियस ऑफ मी, I shall now impart to you this very confidential knowledge. The Raj गुह्यम, राज विद्या, इसमें इस चैप्टर में काफी लिखा हुआ है। तो राज जो है वो सत रज तम के बीच वाला है। इट डील्स विद बोथ सत एंड रज, दैट्स वाई इसमें कुछ गूढ़ बातें होती हैं। तो टू बी लीडर, टू डू समथिंग एक्सलेंट, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड ऑल साइड्स। इसमें हम तो राज के मतलब सतरजतम से राज को जो ढूंढ रहे हैं, लेकिन जहाँ भी हम ऐसा करते हैं तो वहाँ पे यू हैव टू बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द होल कंस्टिट्यूएंसी जिससे आप डील कर रहे हैं, एंड उसके ज्ञान विज्ञान सहित ज्ञान को देखना है, तभी आपको समझ में आएगा। तो ये जस्ट टू गिव ए सेंस ऑफ वेयर आई थिंक leadership comes from, and the leadership ideas we have to deal with, we have to be aware of that. अब इसमें शस्त्र और शास्त्र की बात है, क्योंकि शास्त्र बिना शस्त्र के नहीं होता है। जैसे भरत से भारत होता है, उसी तरह से शस्त्र और शास्त्र भी है। शस्त्र, जहाँ बिना शस्त्र के शास्त्र नहीं होता, तो सिर्फ लिखने से काम नहीं चलता है। हमको जो हम कहते हैं, जैसे बाणी से ही बाण भी चलता, अगर बाणी नहीं रखी गई तो बाण भी चलते हैं, युद्ध भी होता है। उसी तरह से शस्त्र के बिना शास्त्र नहीं होता है। तो यू हैव टू बी प्रैक्टिकल, यू हैव टू बी विलिंग टू डाई फॉर इट, देन ओनली इट मेक्स सेंस। स अस्त्र शास्त्र, शस्त्र से शास्त्र किताब भी किसी ने लिखा हुआ है। और यहाँ पे कहा गया है कि यदा यदा ही धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम अभ्युत्थानम अधर्मस्य। I mean, I'm sure you all understand. I did not understand this when I read it first time because ये संधि विच्छेद नहीं था जिस जो हमारे पास पुस्तक, उसमें अभ्युत्थानम अधर्मस्य, क्योंकि वो माँ हलंत है इसलिए अधर्म, उसमें अभ्युत्थानम अधर्मस्य। तो हम सोचे कि वो धर्म को अब उत्थान उत्थान करने के लिए तदात्मानम सृजाम्य हम। तो इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, इस तदा आत्मानम सृजाम्य हम। आत्मानम इज इम्पोर्टेंट। भगवान आत्मा आपके अंदर भी है, इसलिए वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट दैट। आत्मानम हम अपना सृजन करते हैं, जो यहाँ पे अगर थर्ड पार्टी के हिसाब से कहना चाहें तो। और बाकी जो है कि परित्राणाय साधूनाम विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे, ये हरदम ये चक्र चलता रहता है। द टू लेसन्स आई हैव आउट ऑफ दिस इज जब अधर्म का उत्थान होता है तभी आत्मा सृजन शुरू करती है। सृजाम में हम अपने को तरह तरह के रूप में सृजन करती है। और वो ये ऐसी ये समय चक्र जो है वो युग युग में चलता रहता है। तो इससे भी हमको ये पता लगेगा कि वी आर स्टिल entitled to be able to bring that concept आज के युग में भी करना चाहते हैं। दिस इज माई बेसिक प्रेमिस दैट आई वाज ट्राइंग टू पुट। अब आज के युग में क्या चल रहा है, आजकल में जातिवाद, भेद, जाति भेद, तरह तरह की बातें हो रही हैं। तो चातुर्वर्ण्यम मया सिस्टम, इस भगवत गीता को सबसे ज्यादा नीचा दिखाने के का एक रूप यह किया जाता है कि चातुर्वर्ण्यम मया सृष्टम गुण कर्म विभाग सा। बोले वर्ण तो इन्होंने बनाया और वर्ण के अनुसार से भेद होता है, वर्ण भेद भी किया जा रहा है, जाति भेद किया जा रहा है। तो इसलिए दिस इज मेनी पीपुल द क्रिटिक ऑफ भगवत गीता, दे यूज दिस as a downside, and the downside has because it says परिचर्यात्मकम कर्मा शूद्रस्य अपि स्वभावजम। परिचर्यात्मक मतलब दूसरों की सेवा, ऐसा कहते हैं। आप लोग अगर देख रहे हैं तो अगर उसका कोई दूसरा मीनिंग हो तो फिर भी डाल दीजिएगा टेक्स्ट में, बिकॉज आई विल बी ओनली ग्रेटफुल। जैसे थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर, जो मैंने कहा था क्या हुआ कि उन्होंने कहा क्या किया, दैट्स ट्रू, वेरी गुड। तो परिचर्यात्मकम कर्म शूद्रस्य अपि स्वभावजम, ऐसा करके लोग अक्सर भगवत गीता के खिलाफ बोलते हैं या उसकी वैल्यू कम करना चाहते हैं आज की सोसाइटी में। इसके पहले यह है कि कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम। इसका भी अर्थ हमको उस भाव से समझ सकते हैं। करंट सोसाइटी में वो सवर्ण और शूद्र की बात की जाती है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट रिलेटेड रिजर्वेशन की बातें आ रही, पॉलिटिकल कोटा की बात हो रही है। ये सारी चीज निष्पक्ष भाव से अगर आप देखेंगे, समझ के कम से कम, व्हाट एवर पीपल कैन हैव देयर ओपिनियन, आई कंसीडर माई सेल्फ टू बी ए शूद्र। इफ आई गेट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी आई विल टेल यू how I think. I am a biotechnologist and I create a lot of things. And I consider जो यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है परिचर्यात्मकम कर्म शूद्रस्य अपि स्वभावजम, सॉरी फॉर द स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक, से स्वभावजम, बस इस स्वभावजम। परिचर्या क्या है? परिचर्या मतलब अभी हमने आपसे बोला व्यास थे तो उनकी एक परिधि होती है, उसके बीच का जो जगह होता है उसको व्यास कहते हैं, फ्रॉम वन एंड टू द अदर एंड। परि का मतलब पेरीमीटर होता है, चारों तरफ। चर्या का मतलब चलना, चारों तरफ चल के, सबके चारों तरफ आत्मकम भाव से, अपने भाव से। यहाँ पे हमने अभी आपसे बताया ना कि आत्मानम सृजाम में हम की बात होती है, यहाँ पे आत्मकम भाव आता है कि आत्मा के रूप में, अपने समझ से, आत्म भाव से जब हम सबके चारों तरफ चलते हैं, और चलने का मतलब यहाँ पे उनकी आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति करते हैं। वो उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है कि वो स्त्री है कि पुरुष है कि प्रोफेसर है कि स्टूडेंट है। हम प्रोफेसर हैं तो मेरा काम ये है कि मैं विद्यार्थियों को चारों तरफ, मतलब उनके इंटेलेक्चुअल, फिजिकल भाव को समझ के उनको सेवा करें। चर्यात्मक जाके मतलब अपने भाव से उनको, उनके साथ जुड़ें, ये इसका उसका कर्म शूद्र से अपि स्वभाव। अपि का मतलब भी, शूद्र का भी, एंड इसके पहले कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम, इसमें व्हेन दिस इज हेडेड कि शूद्र का भी, इसका मतलब वैश्य का भी ये होता है। ये परिचर्यात्मकम कर्म शूद्रस्य अपि स्वभावजम फिट्स विद एवरी बडी, क्योंकि इसमें उन्होंने लगा अपी, तो दैट गोज विदाउट, बट दैट फॉर्म शूद्रास आर द बेसिस ऑफ द सोसाइटी। आई एम ए बायोटेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, आई क्रिएट थिंग्स। वो उसके नो बिजनेस कोई और करता है, उसका श्रेय कोई और ले सकता है, उसके भाव कोई और दिखा सकता है, लेकिन क्रिएट तो मैं ही करता हूँ। आई एम द बेसिस। और उसी भाव से हमारे यहाँ भी, आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, कोई मुंबई की एक कंपनी है जिसके साथ हमारे कुछ बिजनेस का चल रहा है। और बाय द वे, आप लोग शिक्षक हैं, मैं बिजनेस करता हूं और उसको शिक्षा के ऊपर लगाता हूं। फिर पुराने जमाने में मैंने आपसे कहा कि कोई शिक्षक गुरुकुल में किसी को शिक्षक फीस विद्यार्थियों से नहीं लेते थे, गुरु विद्यार्थियों से फीस नहीं लेते थे, बल्कि उनकी सारी देखभाल वही करते थे। खाना पीना, गुरु माता जो भी जैसे होती थी सब अपना करके, कोई शिक्षा के लिए कोई आपको शुल्क नहीं देना पड़ता था। तो हम ऐसी कैसे आज के ज़माने में करेंगे? तो वी आर क्रिएटिंग, हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं एक ऐसी व्यवस्था जिसमें कि आई अर्न मनी बाय यूजिंग माय ब्रेन, वट एवर आई नो आई क्रिएट समथिंग। वो शूद्र का ही काम है, क्योंकि कोई चीज़ कलाकारी तो शूद्रों को आती है, क्योंकि वो उनका उनका एक रूप प्रजापति भी कहा, प्रजापति ने सबको बनाया है, समझाया है। तो उसके भाव से प्रजापति का रूप, या कि जो विश्वकर्मा, जिनको हमारे यहाँ की पहले बढ़ई, लोहार, ये जो मैकेनिकल चीज़ें करते हैं, जिनको मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर कह सकते हैं, वो भी शूद्र थे। तो इसलिए हम भी क्रिएट करते हैं। ब्रह्म बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, आई गेव अ टॉक लास्ट ईयर इन JNU। इट्स रियली जस्ट ए ब्रह्म टेक्नोलॉजी। ब्रह्मा के भाव हैं, उनके जो गुण कर्म होते हैं। हम प्रोटीन्स का यूज़ करते हैं, DNA का यूज़ करते हैं, लिपिड्स कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स यूज़ करते हैं, सेल यूज़ करके टिश्यू बनाते हैं, टिश्यू यूज़ करके कुछ ऐसे चीज़ें प्रोड्यूस करते हैं जो कि लोगों के काम आती हैं। तो हम भी शूद्र का काम करते हैं। और that doesn't mean I cannot be anything else. I can also do business. Actually, I like to advocate that every teacher should do business. क्योंकि every teacher should be creative. और वो गौ रक्ष का मतलब, अभी आपको हम बोल रहे थे, गौ गौ का मतलब लोग सोचते हैं कि गाय है, लेकिन गौ का मतलब है, एक मतलब होता है पृथ्वी। तो गौ की रक्षा का मतलब सस्टेनेबिलिटी, जैसे हमने आपसे बताया कितने रोड यहाँ पे बन रहे हैं, यहाँ पे प्रदूषण हो रहा है, उसकी रक्षा करना हमारा आपका धर्म है। क्योंकि अगर हमको आपको समझ में आता है, और हमको कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, हमको सरकार से कुछ लेना देना नहीं। अगर सरकार से लेना देना तो हम उनके गुलाम हो गए। शिक्षक कभी गुलाम नहीं हो सकता। अगर शिक्षक गुलाम हो गया, उस देश का पतन निश्चित। तो अगर हम शूद्र हैं, और कृषि का मतलब आजकल ये बोल दिया गया खेती बाड़ी, कृषि का मतलब क्रिएटिव, क्रीज का मतलब क्रिएटिविटी। जो सा, इसमें जो ऋषि वाला सा लिखा हुआ है, उसका अर्थ होता है देखना। किसी चीज के क्रिएटिव बना के उसको देखना, मतलब आई डू द प्रैक्टिकल, नॉट जस्ट टीच फ्रॉम द टेक्स्ट बुक्स। फिर अगर ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी बनाए जिससे कि पृथ्वी का विनाश ना हो, उसकी क्षति ना हो, उसको गौरक्ष कहेंगे। और सिर्फ तब हम वाणिज्य कर सकते हैं। कौन कर सकता है इसको? जिसको कृषि आती हो। अगर हम लोग आचार्य हैं, तो हमारे अंदर क्रिएटिविटी होनी चाहिए, और उससे ऐसी क्रिएटिविटी होनी चाहिए जिससे कि पृथ्वी की रक्षा हो, और उसका बिजनेस हम करें। हम मतलब हम करें, हमारे शिष्य करें। अगर हम दिखाना है तो हमको खुद को भी करना पड़ेगा। तो इसीलिए लोग पहले दान दे देते थे, इससे अपने गुरु को इतना सारा ध्यान देते, क्योंकि सब कुछ उन्हीं से मिलता था। वैश्य शब्द की उत्पत्ति, मैं मानता हूं कि ये वैश्य शब्द की उत्पत्ति विष्णु भगवान से आई है। विष्णु भगवान जो है पालन करता है, सबके पालक हैं। तो उनसे हम उसके, हमारा ये होता है वैश्य कर्म। हमारा वैश्य का मतलब, अगर हम वैश्य बने तो उस तरह से वैश्य बने जिसमें कि हम सारी दुनिया की रक्षा करें। अगर हमारे यहाँ उसके इसीलिए विचार बनते हैं वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। यहाँ पे डॉक्टर मायावती पाटिल हैं, वो बायोटेक्नोलॉजिस्ट। चलिए, यू आर माई फेलो ब्रह्म टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, एंड वी बोथ आर शूद्र, एंड वी शुड बी प्राउड ऑफ दैट। तो इस तरह के भाव अगर हमारे अंदर आते हैं तो हम इसकी प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, तभी हम लीडरशिप, अगर ये आप करके हम दिखा रहे हैं, आपको बता रहे हैं कि हम हमारा एक सेंटर है लखनऊ में, वहाँ पे साइंटिस्ट, संस्कृतिस्ट और फिलासफी, तीन तरह के लोग रहते हैं और साथ में काम करते हैं। ऐसा हमारा उद्देश्य है। अभी बहुत बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉन्शसनेस पे किया गया था, देश विदेश से बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लोग आए थे उसमें। बहुत ही गांव के लोग भी आए थे बाय द वे, गांव के विद्यार्थी आए थे। हमारे गांव में जो स्कूल है 12th ग्रेड का, उसके पिछले साल वो वहाँ से 15 बच्चे आए थे और उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया काम किया बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में, जीन एनालिसिस में, डीएनए एनालिसिस में, प्लाज्मिड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ट्रांसफेक्शन में, प्रोटीन एक्सप्रेशन में, उसकी एनालिसिस में उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया काम किया। जो 10th 11 12th के बच्चे थे, कि जितना जेएनयू के भी 15 बच्चे गए थे। वहाँ के टीचरों ने हमको बताया, जो हमारे सेंटर में है, उसका नाम कुरुओम स्कूल ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेज है, KSAS करके, KSAS, अगर आप ढूंढेंगे तो वेबसाइट, उसकी वेबसाइट भी मिल जाएगी, आप चेक कर सकते हैं। वो हमारे पूर्वों विद्यालय के 10th ग्रेडर्स 11th ग्रेडर्स ने इतना अच्छा काम किया कि उनकी सराहना हमारे जेएनयू के मास्टर स्टूडेंट से ज़्यादा की गई। तो हम ये शिक्षा तब दे सकते हैं जब हम उसको करें, स्वयं करें। शिक्षक जब तक करेगा नहीं, तो शिक्षक सीख के जब कुछ करेगा वही उसी को शिष्य ग्रहण करेगा। तो ये चीज हमको समझना चाहिए। ये भगवत गीता का पाठ है। लगता है फिर से मैंने कुछ चेक कर लिया, इसलिए stopped again. Sorry, I have to share again. In the meantime, if somebody wants to ask, because it's nearly an hour and I have finished only 4 slides. So in case you have some question, please raise your...
So we have a question. Yeah, if anyone, you can raise your hands or either like write in the chat box so that we can easily read it and get back to you with the answers.
Yeah, please feel free to ask questions, and every question is the best question for as far as the teacher is concerned. You may think that, oh no, I don't know this, and how can I ask that? No, I mean, we all have been teachers, so we know that for a teacher, it's what a lovely thing to have, is that you ask question, and we might be able to learn something from that question itself. तो इस तरह की बातें अगर आपको सवाल हैं तो इट्स नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट दैट आई कवर सो मच, इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट दैट वी लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर, एंड द प्रोसेस ऑफ लर्निंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट देन द नॉलेज डेटाबेस. So if there is anybody, please let me know. You
You
can
can
raise your
also
hand.
share your feedbacks and experiences or anything that you would like to tell about the session that are appreciated as well.
So I have another 20 minutes, Professor Lata, for this session, for this.
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
will be going on break at 3:45 for 15 minutes. So we have another like 15-20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So I think this is about time to maybe I just finish this one slide, and then after that you can
Yes, sir. Yes,
Sure,
sir.
sir.
ask
Sure.
questions. So this is the slide we were using. In the Vedic society, obviously, there have been some misreferences or misunderstanding or misdescription also, जिसमें शूद्र वर्ण को कुछ दूसरे भाव से लोग देखते हैं, वर्ण व्यवस्था को। लेकिन मेरा अपना मेरी अपनी जो समझ है भगवत गीता का, उसका ये रूप है। अब इसमें मैंने आपसे कहा कि विश्वकर्मा और प्रजापति, maybe you will not be able to read the slide because there are so many things in there. और लेकिन जो विश्वकर्मा देवता हैं, प्रजा जो है वो हमारे गांव में भी, आप लोग शहर में अगर होंगे, गांव के तो कुछ लोग होंगे ही, प्रजा का वही है जो स्वावलंबी होता है। प्रजा कभी नौकरी नहीं करती है, चाहे बढ़ई हो, चाहे कुम्हार हो, चाहे लोहार हो, चाहे धोबी हो, चाहे नाई हो, इसलिए इन्हीं को प्रजा मानते हैं। प्रजा का बनने के मतलब ये है कि आप स्वावलंबी हों, आपके अपने गुण हो, आप उस गुण के आधार पे अपना जीवन चलाएं, ना कि सरकार से 5 किलो गेहूं और 7 किलो दाल वाली बात नहीं होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि जब आप हमारे बस में हैं तब तो आप निष्पक्ष हो ही नहीं सकते। प्रजा के बहुत गुण हैं। यहाँ तक कि मुझे ज्ञान हुआ, मेरे बड़े भाई का जब देहांत हुआ था तो मैं था उसके 13वीं में। तो मैंने देखा, बड़ा ताजुब की बात थी कि नाई जो है मोक्ष बोलता है, पंडित नहीं। मोक्ष जो है आपको नाई देता है। जब जितने सुहाग की चीजें जाती हैं विवाह में, वो प्रजा लेके आती है, प्रजा आशीर्वाद देती है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीजें जो प्रजा करती है, तो इसलिए प्रजा, जैसे कहा, प्रजापति हैं भगवान ब्रह्मा और विश्वकर्मा, जो सारे ज्ञान, यंत्र, इनके सबकी जो करता धरता है, यहाँ तक कि जो घर बनाने की विधि भी है वो भी है, वास्तुकला वगैरह वहीं से आता है। ये प्रजा को मालूम है। लेकिन ये सब इनको बना दिया गया गुलाम आज के युग में, क्योंकि इनके गुण हम नहीं देख पाते, अपने गुणों के आधार पर नहीं जाते हैं, बल्कि डिग्री लेके चले जाते हैं। और उसमें उसकी अपनी अलग से अ, उसका अलग हिस्ट्री है। जो व्यवस्था आज आपके यहाँ, हमारे यहाँ चल रही है और सारी दुनिया में चल रही है। लेकिन मैं एक बात बता दूं पहले, इसके पहले, कि शिक्षकों का कितना महत्व है। और अमेरिका जैसा देश कोई खास नहीं है, लेकिन जो भी खासियत आज दिखाई पड़ती है वो इसलिए दिखाई पड़ती है कि उनकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था अभी भी हमारे यहाँ से, हमारे इस पुरातन काल की तरह शिक्षा व्यवस्था है। वहाँ पे जो चाहे पीएचडी ले, मैंने कहा, चाहे पीएचडी लेवल का कोई प्रोफेसर हो, चाहे फर्स्ट ग्रेड का टीचर हो, सारी फ्रॉम करिकुलम टू फाइनल ग्रेड वही करता है। उसको पूरी फ्रीडम दी जाती है। वो उससे बच्चे प्रभावित होते हैं, क्योंकि वो सोचते हैं कि अच्छा ये हैं सब मेन, नहीं तो पता लगा कोई आईएएस ऑफिसर मेन है, वो कोई वहां से रूल बता देगा तो आपको उसी हिसाब से करना पड़ेगा। हमारे इलेक्शन आए थे मेरे 77 में, बीएससी में था मैं। इलेक्शन आए तो उसका 1/3 1/3 सिलेबस ही काट दिया गया, क्योंकि इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं वहां पे। इलेक्शन के दिन स्कूल नहीं बंद होते। अमेरिका में कोई स्कूल के नहीं बंद होता। इलेक्शन अपना करिए जहाँ पे करना है, उसमें टीचरों से कोई लेना देना नहीं। टीचर अपना अपना काम करते हैं, इलेक्शन के लिए उनकी आवश्यकता नहीं है। तो मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि इसमें उनका महत्व दे दिया जाता है कि वो अपना काम करें और उनको पूरी फ्रीडम दी जाती है। उसी तरह से वहाँ का जो जस्टिस सिस्टम है, उसमें जूरी सिस्टम कहते हैं उसको। जैसे अपने यहाँ पहले पंच होते थे, उसी तरह से, ऐसा नहीं, वो पंच तो नहीं कहते हैं, वो जूरी कहते हैं। मतलब जो जुरिस्डिक्शन जिसके अंदर में आता है, उन्हीं लोकल लोगों को बुलाया जाता है। 9 या 11 जूरी सिस्टम होते हैं। किसी को गिल्टी और नॉट गिल्टी जब बोलना होता है तो जूरी बोलती, जज नहीं बोलता है। दे आर मेंबर्स ऑफ द कम्युनिटी दैट यू कम फ्रॉम, एंड सो दैट दे कैन जज यू द वे यू मे हैव डन समथिंग राइट और रॉन्ग। सो उनकी व्यवस्था वो, तो मेरा यहाँ पे कहने का मतलब है, प्रजा को, समाज को, शिक्षकों को पूरी फ्रीडम दी जाती है। उनके अनुसार समाज चलता है। इवन आज का जो डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम, आपके यहाँ ऐसा नहीं है। आपके यहाँ की जो व्यवस्था है वो है कि हम अंग्रेजों की लाई हुई है। आपका जो, हम कितने भी गुरुकुल वाले भी खोल, जो अभी आपकी यूनिवर्सिटीज खुली हैं, इसमें जो वाइस चांसलर, इसका जो हेड होता है, चांसलर इज ए टर्म इन चर्च, डीन इज ए टर्म इन चर्च, प्रोबोस्ट इज ए टर्म इन द चर्च। ये सारे चर्च के अधिकारी हुआ करते थे। अभी भी हम उसको लेके घूम रहे हैं और व्यवस्था को भी लेके घूम रहे हैं। जो व्यवस्था आई है, ये सिविल सर्विसेज की व्यवस्था, जिसको हम लोग बहुत महान मानते हैं। फिर किसी का सिलेक्शन हो गया, आईएएस ऑफिसर हो गया, पीसीएस ऑफिसर हो गया, तो बहुत बड़ा अकम्प्लिस माना जाता है। ये व्यवस्था चाइना से आई। 5th सेंचुरी में चाइनीज लोग ये व्यवस्था रखते थे, क्योंकि वो लोग कंट्रोल करना चाहते। जो सबसे ज्यादा तेज तर्राक थे, एक्सलेंस कह लीजिए उनको, चाहे रटके ही करते थे, लेकिन ज्ञान को रट के कर लेते थे। आजकल की भी जो आईएएस पीसीएस ऑफिसर हैं, उनको बहुत ज्ञान नहीं होता। अभी वहाँ पे उनको ले जाइए, आई डीएम को, अपने डीएम को ले जाइए, खेत में दिखाइए किस चीज़ का खेत है, कौन सी फसल कब आती है, उनको कुछ पता नहीं है, और वेरी लिटिल। और मे बी सम पीपल हैव स्टडीड, आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट नोबडी नोज दिस, बट जनरली दे डोंट। हमारी प्रिंसिपल हैं स्कूल की, वो शहर से आती हैं। उनको गेहूं की फसल लगा कि धान की फसल है, क्योंकि पता ही नहीं है। हमारे गांव में पढ़ाती हैं, 15 साल हो गया, लेकिन एक दिन कह रही थी सर जो ये चावल है, आजकल चावल की फसल बहुत अच्छी हो रही है। तो गेहूं की फसल को चावल की फसल कह रही थी। इतना ज्ञान नहीं, जबकि प्रिंसिपल है वो, जो डीएम वगैरह तो कोई बात ही नहीं है, उनको ज्ञान नहीं है वहां का। तो वहां की लोकल नॉलेज इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड टीचर्स के लिए अगर वो नहीं है तो बहुत बड़ी बात। इसीलिए टीचर्स के यहाँ जाना पड़ता था लोगों को, क्योंकि उनके अपने जो उनका इन्वायरमेंट है, दैट्स व्हाट दे यूज टू नो। तो उसके हिसाब से वो उसको करते थे। चलिए, मैं अब ओनली 13 मिनट्स लेफ्ट फॉर दिस सेशन। तो हम आपसे पूछते हैं कि कोई आपके पास अगर कोई सवाल है तो ये तो एक हैं जेफरी आर्मस्ट्रांग, उनकी पत्नी हैं सैंडी। ये लोग एक भगवत गीता पे एक टिप्पणी लिखे हैं और हमारे मित्र भी हैं, तो इसलिए मैं उनको यहाँ पे रखा था। ये उन्होंने भगवत गीता का ट्रांसलेशन किया है, Jeffrey Armstrong. Actually, incidentally, he is in this country. He just showed up yesterday, but he will be leaving 2 days. Otherwise, I would have asked him to give you a session. Sometimes in the future, if you ever, Professor Lata, you want, I will introduce him. Sampadanand Misra ji knows him too. तो हम ये यहाँ पे अब बाकी चीज़ें मैं यहाँ पे भी रोक देता हूँ, और आपसे सवाल कर देख लेते हैं, उसके बाद फिर देखेंगे, ठीक है?
You can please write your questions on the group either, or you can raise your hand so we can unmute you and you can ask your questions. But like from the chat, I can see that everyone is enjoying your session, and like it is very informative and such a thorough disposition.
नहीं नहीं,
And your
मेरे
knowledge.
खिलाफ कुछ बोलिए तब मजा आता है, नहीं तो ये सब सिस्टम विजडम से नहीं समझ में आता है।
Yes, sir.
मैं आपको बता दूं, एक तरीका हो सकता है, माइट बी यूज टू यू, यूजफुल टू यू। अभी आजकल मैं जेएनयू में पढ़ाता हूँ, बट आई एम हियर ओनली वंस इन वाइल, सो एक आध दो क्लास में आई टेक इन पर्सन, अदरवाइज ऑनलाइन। तो हम उनसे कोई सवाल पूछे तो जवाब गूगल में देख के दे देते हैं। तो मैंने क्या किया, मैंने उनको 45 पेज का जवाब दे दिया, आंसर बुक, नॉट द क्वेश्चन पेपर। फिर उनसे मैंने ये पूछा कि आप लोग अब सवाल बनाओ। कितनी हालत खराब रही थी उनकी, सोचे थे कि ऐसा वैसा सवाल पूछे तो ग्रेड कैसे मिलेगा। अब बोले अगर पूछे व्हाट इज दिस, तो हम उनको ग्रेड थोड़ी ना देने वाले। अच्छा, अरे बड़े परेशान हुए बच्चे, और उसको 5-5 बार पढ़ रहे हैं और सारी चीज रेफरेंसेस पढ़ रहे हैं। अभी व्हाट ए ग्रेट आइडिया, आई रियली एंजॉयड दैट, देयर मिजरी, दे वर मिजरेबल, एंड आई एंजॉयड इट परफेक्टली। लेकिन इतने भी काम नहीं खत्म हुआ, जब उन्होंने सवाल भेजा तो मैंने उनको वापस किया, बोला कि 5 में से 3 सवाल का जवाब आप लिखिए। अब वो कॉपी करेंगे हमारा जो हमने दे दिया था, तो हमको पता ही है, तो दे हैड टू राइट देयर ओन
answers to
अरे
your
इतना
questions.
ज्ञानी हो गए वो लोग कि अब मानिए नहीं, बात नहीं, मतलब इतने ज्यादा बच्चे सीखे उससे, सिर्फ इससे कि मैंने उनको सवाल नहीं जवाब दिया था और उनको सवाल उठाना था। और उससे मैंने भी बहुत सी चीजें सीखी। आपको बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा कि अभी पिछले साल के जो ग्रुप था, उनको मैंने कहा आयुर्वेद जो है बहुत बड़ा ज्ञान है, जैसे हम गीता को मान सकते हैं, गीता तो आयुर्वेद से भी बड़ा ज्ञान है, उसका बेसिस है। तो उस किसी भी विषय पे, किसी भी पर इन एनी परस्पेक्टिव ऑफ लाइफ, एनी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ लाइफ, वी कैन यूज आयुर्वेद। तो मैंने उनसे कहा एक दिन कि अरे आप लोग तो आयुर्वेद की गाली भी दे सकते हो, और बच्चे बड़े परेशान। फिर मैंने उनको एक असाइनमेंट दिया कि आप लोग 5-5 आयुर्वेदिक गालियां लिखो। सबने लिखा, 14 स्टूडेंट्स, 70 गाली आयुर्वेद की। फिर फिर मैंने उनको बोला कि अब ये बताओ कि ये गाली किसको दी जा सकती है। मतलब डायग्नोसिस करनी पड़ेगी ना भाई, आप गाली किसी को देना चाहते हो तो वो गलती करेगा, उसको गाली देना पड़ेगा ना। तो अब उनको ये आयुर्वेदिक डायग्नोसिस शुरू हुई कि किसको ये गाली दी जा सकती है। फिर क्योंकि आयुर्वेद में ऐसा है कि आयुर्वेद इज समथिंग, हमारे मॉडर्न साइंस में, मेडिकल साइंस में ये नहीं है कि बेस्ड ऑन सीजन द डिजीजेस गेट एग्रीवेटेड। सो किस सीजन में कौन सी गाली दी जा सकती है। फिर ये हुआ कि ये गाली दे कौन सकता है, क्योंकि यू हैव टू बी एक्सपर्ट ऑन गाली टू गिव गाली, राइट। दिस इज नॉट अ सिंपल गाली। तो लास्ट में आई आस्क्ड देम अ क्वेश्चन कि व्हाट इज योर प्रकृति, क्योंकि प्रकृति के हिसाब से सारा बता रहे थे बच्चे। तो अब वो पुस्तक आ रही है अगले महीने में, आयुर्वेदिक गाली, गाली की पहली पुस्तक इन द वर्ल्ड फॉर एवर। जैसे आप भगवत गीता लोग लिखते हैं, हमने गाली लिखा हुआ है बच्चों से साथ में मिलके गाली गाली लिखवाया है। तो ये सवाल और जवाब का ये बड़ा महत्व है। और आई ऑलरेडी टुक 5 minutes टू टेल यू हाउ टू इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट टू आस्क क्वेश्चन, नॉट से जस्ट से नाइस सर। हमारा वो हमने ये एक बात नहीं बता, सारी मैंने कहा थी। तो आप हमारे जो हमने जब ये दिया था आपको लिखने के आंसर दिया था, उसमें 5 गलतियां निकालो और 3 गलतियों का जवाब भी दो। तो हमारी गलती निकालो, उसका जवाब भी दो। तो दिस इज आई मीन दिस इज माई मॉडर्न वे ऑफ ट्राइंग टू डू द उपनिषद के हिसाब से कैसे बनाया जाता है और कैसे शिक्षा दी जा सकती है। इसको किया जा सकता है, ऐसा नहीं। हमने बायोकेमिस्ट्री में भी किया हुआ है, ये केमिस्ट्री में भी किया हुआ है। मे बी इट्स इन माई नेचर, लाइक आई सेड, आई ग्रू अप फ्रॉम ए विलेज एंड आई वाज टीचिंग केमिस्ट्री इन 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 अमेरिका। एक दिन मैं इतना ज़्यादा पढ़ा रहा था, बड़े मन से, सारे अल्डाल रिएक्शन होता है, मैं दो सम ऑफ यू आर हियर इन द इन साइंसेस, एल्डिहाइड और अल्कोहल का रिएक्शन होता है, उसको अल्डाल रिएक्शन कहते हैं। आई वॉज टीचिंग दैट ऑन द बोर्ड। 5 बच्चे खड़े हो गए और बोले कि व्हाट, व्हाई आर यू डूइंग दिस, यू आर ट्राइंग टू मेक अस केमिस्ट, बिकॉज वो केमिस्ट्री के स्टूडेंट थे, दे वर नर्सिंग स्टूडेंट्स।
Okay.
और हमारे ऊपर क्वेश्चन पे क्वेश्चन 5 मिनट चला। फिर मैंने उसका डिबेट करवाया क्लास में उसके, और पेपर लिखवाए। ये दिस इज 1992। और उसको हम उससे 3 पेपर, अमेरिकन सोसाइटी ऑफ केमिस्ट्री, अमेरिकन केमिकल सोसाइटी के जर्नल्स में 3 आर्टिकल्स पब्लिश हुए हैं बिकॉज ऑफ दैट एक्सपीरियंस। तो आप लोग जो हैं, ऑल ऑफ यू कैन डू दिस। मतलब इतना पेपर पब्लिश करेंगे, दुनिया भर जाएगी, क्योंकि आपके यहाँ विद्यार्थी इतने हैं। उनसे सवाल उठवाइए, उनके सवालों का जवाब दीजिए, वो सीखेंगे ही। आजकल के ऑनलाइन जमाने में वो सब गूगल से देख के बता देंगे, तो क्या कर सकते हैं हम। लेकिन हम अपना तरीका भी अपना सकते हैं ना। तो आई सजेस्ट दैट प्लीज आस्क क्वेश्चन। आई एम नॉट ए नाइस पर्सन, एक्चुअली आई एम रियली वेरी बैड पर्सन। आस्क माई students, I give them real hard time.
You have a very unique approach to teaching, like from what I can grasp, but it is very interesting and different from what we have in India, I guess.
I hope I have inspired at least 1 or 2 of them out of 167. There should be some question.
Definitely, yes.
Sure, sir.
I feel students who are not interested, we have to find out such ways and means of inspiring them, motivating them. So it's really appreciable, sir. We'll take a break for 15.
Yeah, please.
We'll take a break for 15 minutes and then get back at like 4 o'clock.
नहीं, अभी 5 मिनट बचा, क्या आप जल्दी कर रही हैं? हमने You have to keep your word. हम भगवान राम की धरती से आते हैं, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए।
बिल्कुल सर।
So you have to have another 5 minutes. If nobody asks question, Tanu has to ask question because she is the moderator.
Sure, sir.
So please ask question because you ask question on behalf of your Guruji यहाँ पे जो इतने लोग हैं.
Tanu, I'm sure you have questions. Go ahead.
Like, to be honest, like I'm not a professor or a teacher. I'm more of a researcher currently. So from that, maybe I can ask something.
Of course. Yeah, from anything.
Yeah, like you were talking about.
Neeru Vashne has also posted a question, Tanu. You can take that also.
Okay, yeah. How to, Dr. Neeru, she has asked me how to motivate them to ask questions.
मैंने असाइनमेंट दिया था ना, मैंने बोला ना, मैंने उनको आंसर दे दिया, तब क्या करेंगे, क्वेश्चन तो पूछना है। That was easy answer. I already explained that to you. It's not related to Bhagavad Gita, but please do share how you have published so many research papers through students. अभी आप लोगों ने नहीं पता, मेरे पास 20 पेटेंट भी है, और मैं उसमें से 6 टेक्नोलॉजी, एक कंपनी है गूफिक बायोसाइंसेस, आजकल जब से हमारे साथ उनका ये हुआ है, अरेंजमेंट एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, दे वेर इन टॉप 100 कंपनीज, नाउ दे आर इन टॉप 22। उनके सीईओ हमारे गांव आए थे, उनका गांव के हिसाब से तिलक उलक हुआ, और जो भोजन खाए आज तक उसकी प्रशंसा करते हैं, क्योंकि वहां पे ताजा सब वहीं अपनी खेती का होता है ना। सब्जी अपनी खेती की होती है। अरे खाए बोले इतना अच्छा भोजन तो कभी किया ही नहीं था। अब उसका फायदा मैं उठा रहा हूँ कि उनसे निगोशिएशन में थोड़ा सा और कंसेशन ले रहा हूँ। खाना वाना खिला दिए। इसलिए खाना खिलाया जाता है लोगों को। कभी कोई चर्चा विषय होता है तो होता है कि नहीं नहीं, खाना पीना खा के बैठते हैं ना साथ में। क्योंकि जब साथ में स्वाद बराबर हो जाता है ना, तो स्वाद जो है हमारे आपके समभाव पैदा कर देता है। तो इसलिए अगर आप उससे करेंगे तो ही दे आर ऑलरेडी दे उन्होंने कुछ तो कंसेशन वैसे दे दिया है। क्योंकि अब हमसे वो हमारे ऊपर विश्वास करते, बोलते ऐसा परिवार तो देखा ही नहीं था। 25 लोग एक घर में रहते हैं, सोचिए। 21 कमरों का घर है और 3 लोग बाहर के भी रहते हैं वहां पे। एक हैं जाति के ब्राह्मण कहेंगे, पांडे जी। वो थोड़ा सा हैंडीकैप्ड है, 22 साल से रह रहे हैं वहां पे। उनको परिवार की तरह ही माना जाता है। उनसे नहीं माना जाता कि नहीं नहीं अरे तो दूर के हैं। एक हरिजन है हमारे साथ, एक राम अवध नाम का लड़का पढ़ता था, उसका बेटा प्रेमनाथ है, वो हमारे घर में रहता है। उसको भी उसी तरह से भाव है। और एक हमारे ही परिवार के हैं, बगल के घर के पड़ोसी घराने के हैं, और उनके भाइयों ने उनको उनका सब हड़प लिया। अब उनके पास घर नहीं, तो वो भी हमारे घर में रहते हैं। तो वो जब लोग ऐसा देखते हैं, मेरा ये कहने का मतलब है, आई एम नॉट, माई फैमिली इज नॉट परफेक्ट एंड आई एम नॉट ऑल्सो नॉट परफेक्ट मैन, तो प्लीज लेट मी हैव दिस डिस्क्लेमर। बड़ी डांट पड़ती सबको, हमारे ऊपर डांट पड़ती। एक दिन मैं प्रोफेसर रिटायर हूँ, मेरी काकी श्री अभी जीवित हैं, 85 ईयर ओल्ड। एक दिन मैं निकला, मुझे कहीं जाना था, तो बोलती हैं थोड़ी सी ठंडी है ना अभी भी, तो बोलती हैं अरे ऐसे जाओगे, लो साल लो साल लो। फिर मुझे ऊपर जाना पड़ा, फिर से साल लेके आना। कोई जो ड्राइवर देख रहा तो बोला इनकी दशा देखिए, ये दुनिया को अकल बताते हैं, यहाँ पे डांट पड़ रही घर पे। तो इस तरह की हम अगर भाव रखें, रहने का तरीका, वैसे इसलिए संयुक्त परिवार का ही ज्ञान है मेरे को। एक तो विश्वास है, कहीं भी अगर सारी दुनिया हमारे खिलाफ हो जाए, 35 30 लोग तो लाठी लेके खड़े होंगे मेरे साथ। बहुत बड़ा विश्वास होता है, चाहे दुनिया एक तरफ हो जाए। तो हमको अपने साथ रखना चाहिए सैद्धांतिक रूप से। अभी ऐसे तो है कि भाई अरे क्या जहमत, जाके गांव में जाता हूँ, ये है वो है। लेकिन चूंकि मैं उनको अपना आत्मभाव भी भगवत गीता का बताया ना, परिचर्यात्मकम। आप ढूंढिएगा, इसको भी ढूंढ लीजिए कि देखिए कहीं मिलता है क्या ये जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ। वो कहते हैं कि शूद्रों का काम है सबकी सेवा करना, वो तो ब्राह्मणों का कोई काम है। उसने कहा परिचर्यात्मकम शूद्रसी अपि स्वभावजम। तो आई मीन आप अभी रिसर्चर हैं, आप किस किस विषय में काम करती हैं?
सर मेरा हिस्ट्री का बैकग्राउंड है, लाइक
अरे तो
हिस्टोरिकल
हिस्ट्री तो बहुत बड़ी
स्टडीज।
चीज है।
जी सर।
वहां पे अगर उसको तोड़िए भी तो हिज स्टोरी उसको कहते हैं ना,
जी
मतलब आदमी मर्द की ही स्टोरी है।
जी
हमारे देश को भारत माता कहते हैं, तो हमारे भारत माता का फिर स्टोरी, मतलब हिस्टोरी तो होगी ही नहीं।
जी।
इसलिए उसको क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में?
इतिहास।
इतिहास।
हाँ
ऐसा
जी।
हुआ, ये
जी सर।
माताओं का कमाल है,
हाँ जी।
ये हिस्ट्री में नहीं आ सकता। मैंने बताया ना, मेरी काकी श्री, मेरी माँ जीवित नहीं, माँ समान ही है क्योंकि संयुक्त परिवार में रहते हैं। उन्होंने कहा, मैंने सुना, मैंने नहीं सोचा कि अरे क्या बोल रही हैं आप, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। तुरंत जैसे छोटा सा बच्चा ऊपर भाग के जाता है अपना लेके बोले हाँ आप ठीक है अब जाओ। तो इतिहास में अगर आप भारतीय भाव ले आएंगी कि ऐसा हुआ, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक ए साइंस, सिद्ध हो चुका है।
बिल्कुल सर। जितना मुझे लगता है हिस्ट्री इज अ कल्मिनेशन ऑफ ऑल द सब्जेक्ट्स, फ्रॉम साइंस टू ज्योग्राफी टू पॉलिटिक्स टू इकोनॉमिक्स। सब चीजें एक साथ मिलके ही वो हिस्ट्री बनाती हैं।
अगर आप आई सजेस्ट यू एग्जामिन क्रिटिकली जो हिस्ट्री आप पढ़ती हैं, ऐसा हुआ है क्या कि लोगों ने अपने
जी
अपने पर्सपेक्टिव डाले हैं उसमें?
वो ऑब्वियसली सर, वो सब मतलब पर्सपेक्टिव्स का ही है। लाइक एक चीज जो मुझे लगता है, हिस्ट्री इज ऑल अबाउट द आर्ट ऑफ मैनिपुलेशन, हाउ
वेरी
वेल यू
गुड।
कैन मैनिपुलेट
और जबकि
समथिंग।
हमारे यहाँ पे कहा गया है इति,
जी
ये नीति जो बनती है ना इति, तब
जी
नीति बनती है ना इति।
जी सर।
स- ये उसका फिलॉसफी में है नेति नेति, नॉट दिस नॉट दैट। हिस्ट्री वाले बोलते हैं, नहीं ऐसे ही हुआ था, और सारे दुनिया को उसी तरह से नापते हैं।
जी सर।
तो दिस इज द, अगर भगवत गीता से आप देखते हैं तो भगवत गीता में कहा गया है यू हैव टू गो टू योर आत्मा। आई होप दैट आई विल गेट सम अपॉर्चुनिटी टू से अभी अगले वाले सत्र में। और अब हमारा समय हो गया 45। नाउ यू आर फ्री।
जी सर, like we'll take a 15-minute break and then get back to the session at 4 o'clock.
ओके, वेरी गुड,
Okay, sir.
थैंक
Thank you.
यू।
Namaste, everyone. Sir, are you present, Abhi or Balram Singh, sir?
I was hiding.
Okay. I think we can resume the session now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just in case anybody has question, please ask now from the previous one. अगर ये मेरा क्लास होता ना तो पहले आप लोग अभी क्वेश्चन पकड़ाते, उसके बाद जब वो फिर आप जब नहीं सवाल जब जवाब देते फिर क्वेश्चन आता, फिर उसी में
जी,
चर्चा करते।
some other time for sure, sir. In another
विकट
session.
परिस्थितियों, जैसे मैंने कहा था, जो हमारे यहाँ पे क्या होता है अमेरिका में, कि कभी कभी सीनियर प्रोफेसर सिट इन योर क्लास and watch how you teach. And they write evaluation that becomes part of your folder. तो हमने जब वो बच्चे खड़े होके शुरू किए, मतलब चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल रहे थे कि व्हाट आर यू ट्राइंग टू डू, यू आर ट्राइंग टू मेक अस केमिस्ट। मैं तो पहला ये मेरा फर्स्ट ईयर था, आई वाज टीचिंग फ्रॉम द टेक्स्ट बुक। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं पहले अगर अगल बगल देखा कोई सीनियर प्रोफेसर नहीं बैठा, नहीं तो मेरी तो हमारी तो एनुअल रिपोर्ट गड़बड़ हो जाएगी।
जी।
कोई नहीं था, तो फिर मैंने कहा कि चलिए ठीक है, मतलब मैं सुनता रहा उनकी। 5 ही मिनट बचा था क्लास का तो खत्म हो गया। और फिर नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट क्लास में मैं गया तो कुछ नोट वोट लेके नहीं गया, ऐसे खाली हाथ। हमने कहा लेट्स कंटिन्यू। फिर अब आप लोग ये बता रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम सारे लोग तो शिक्षक हैं, तो कुछ सीख ही सकते हैं एक दूसरे से। तो फिर वो हमने कहा लेट्स कंटिन्यू। पूरा क्लास ही 120 विद्यार्थी थे, तब से जितने हो सका, जितने ने बोला, फिर आप सब सुना। फिर हमारा वो मंडे का दिन था, तो मंडे को हम एक क्विज होती थी वहां पे, एवरी वीक आई विल गिव ए क्विज। तो उसमें मैंने लिखा उनसे कि ट्रू और फॉल्स, आई हेट केमिस्ट्री। सो उसमें हमको 43% स्टूडेंट सेड दे यस ट्रू, और 57% सेड फॉल्स। फिर भी काफी लगभग 50-50 था। तो मैंने कहा फिर उनसे कि उनको एक असाइनमेंट दिया कि टेल मी 2 टॉपिक्स इन योर मेजर व्हिच नीड्स केमिस्ट्री। वो जब लिखे तब तो उनको ये लगा ना कि उनकी केमिस्ट्री की जरूरत पड़ेगी। फिर जब मैंने उनसे पूछा कि आई हेट केमिस्ट्री, फिर से मैंने पूछा, तो पता लगा 75% से फॉल्स। स्टूडेंट्स को घुमाने के लिए टीचर ही घुमा सकता है, लेकिन उसके साथ चलना पड़ता है। ये सिर्फ अपना काम नहीं, हमने अपना कर दिया, जाओ तुमको भाड़ में, क्या कर लेना देना है। ये हमारे उनके संबंध बनते हैं ना। स्टूडेंट्स जैसे अपने बच्चे होते हैं, हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है कि उनको हम जिस धारा से भी सिखाना है सिखाएं। फिर नेक्स्ट ईयर तो मैंने उस पेपर को पब्लिश किया, बहुत साइटेड पेपर है, और दूसरे फील्ड के लोग भी यूज करते हैं उसको। एक हमारे मित्र थे, बिजनेस फाइनेंस में पढ़ाते, वो भी इसको यूज करते हैं, और किसी किसी फील्ड में यूज करते हैं। और फिर मैंने नेक्स्ट ईयर क्या किया कि पहला ही सवाल ही टेक होम क्विज देता था कि लिस्ट 5 टॉपिक्स इन योर मेजर। वो मेजर में साइकोलॉजी, नर्सिंग, आर्ट वाले भी आते थे, तरह तरह के। वहाँ अमेरिका में साइंस पढ़ना सबके लिए आवश्यक है। यू हैव टू टेक 3 और 4 कोर्सेज ऑफ साइंस। चाहे आप म्यूजिक ही पढ़ रहे हो तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, यू हैव टू टेक साइंस। तो वो साइंस वालों को भी आर्ट लेना पड़ता है, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ एक ही तरफ से है। तो मैंने पहले दिन जाके ये मैंने सोचा कि ये तो जब तक हम ये करते हैं इनके, मतलब हमने एक और स्टेप लिया था। उस स्टेप में ये लिया था कि जब हमको पता लगा कि 75 और 25 है, तभी मिल रहा 25% तो काफ़ी है। तो मैंने उनसे पेपर लिखवाए, जो उस पेपर के आधार पे 5-5 को सेलेक्ट किया दोनों तरफ से, और फिर डिबेट करवाया क्लास में। तो वो अपने अपने पक्ष रखें, वो क्यों हेट करते हैं, वाई दे थिंक इज नॉट रेलेवेंट, केमिस्ट्री इज नॉट रेलेवेंट। फिर उन लोगों ने वो जब डिबेट के बाद जब मैंने फिर से सर्वे करवाया, तो 93% पीपुल थिंक, मैंने लिखा आई हेट केमिस्ट्री, 93% सेट इज फॉल्स। मतलब 7% पे उतर आए वो। 43% से 7% पे उतर आए, क्योंकि जब उनको फेस करना पड़ा ना कि वो क्या बोल रहे हैं, उनको पता, उनको सबसे बड़ा ज्ञान इसी से मिला। और नेक्स्ट ईयर मैंने क्या किया कि पहला क्विज ही लिखता था कि लिस्ट 5 टॉपिक्स इन योर मेजर दैट विल नीड केमिस्ट्री, और दूसरा क्वेश्चन होता था जस्टिफाई वन ऑफ योर आंसर्स। 15 दिन का टाइम दे देता था। पहला ही जब मैंने उनसे ये सर्वे किया तो 93% पीपल थिंक इट्स वेरी रेलेवेंट। मतलब व्हेन यू फेस द रियलिटी यू नो द ट्रूथ। भगवत गीता का सबसे बड़ा लेसन ये है। भगवान कृष्ण ने उनको रियलिटी, मतलब उनको अल्टीमेटली वो दिखा भी दिया ना अपना रूप। तो ये भगवत गीता। चलिए हम यहाँ से शुरू करते हैं। आप लोग अगर सवाल पूछेंगे तो हमको बड़ी खुशी होगी, क्योंकि तब मुझे लगेगा कि नहीं नहीं मैं भी कुछ सीख रहा हूँ, नहीं तो आप ही सीख रहे हैं। इट्स अनफेयर, यू नो, वी बोथ शुड लर्न, वी नीड टू बी फेयर। मैं मेरे ये भी बता दें, विद्यार्थी हमारे साथ जो है, मेरे जो पेटेंट हैं उसमें किसी किसी और का नाम, किस विद्यार्थियों का भी नाम है। पेटेंट में विद्यार्थियों से यूनिवर्सिटी डजंट रिक्वायर दैट, ये स्टूडेंट तो ऐसे ही काम करते हैं। बट आई पुट ऑल द स्टूडेंट जिनने काम किया था, उन्होंने उनका पेटेंट में भी नाम रखा, क्योंकि उनका अकम्पलिशमेंट है। जो हमारा शिक्षा का जो द इनिशिएटिव वी हैव नाउ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में, आवर आइडिया इज दैट स्टूडेंट्स शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ इट एंड दे शुड आल्सो गेट बेनिफिट. We are developing some technologies in our Lucknow center, and we are transferring it to our high school, inter college. So students get trained, they learn the new thing, they will produce. At least they can produce, and they will get benefit of two types. One thing, they will get some money, and secondly, they will learn how to run business practically. And hopefully whatever they do, there is a business for everything. मैंने कहा ना, क्रिएटिव, इफ यू डू समथिंग क्रिएटिव देयर विल बी बिजनेस फॉर दैट। और उस बिजनेस को करना, दैट्स समथिंग दैट आई फील इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, नॉट बिकॉज बिजनेस इज इंपॉर्टेंट, इज बिकॉज सेल्फ रिलायंस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर आपको सेल्फ रिलायंस पूरी तरह से, आप अपने फैकल्टी में जो पढ़ाते हैं सारा आपको पूरी फ्रीडम दी जाए, तो यू विल डू थिंग्स डिफरेंटली। अभी आपको प्रिंसिपल का सुनना पड़ता है, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट का सुनना पड़ता है, डीन का सुनना पड़ता है, और नहीं तो और किसी का नहीं तो राजनीतिक लोगों को सुनना पड़ता है, वो कहीं ना कहीं से इंटरफियर करते हैं। बट आपको वो स्थान मिला नहीं है जो आपको मिलना चाहिए, जो एक टीचर को स्थान मिलना चाहिए, और टीचर उसी को बनना चाहिए जो उसके लिए तैयार हो। तो ये नौकरी नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये आपका योर स्वाभाविक कर्म होना चाहिए, जिसमें है कि वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम, शूद्र कर्म स्वभावजम, छात्र कर्म स्वभावजम, ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम। भगवत गीता का मतलब है जो आपके स्वभाव से हो। अगर आपके अंदर ब्रह्म का भाव है तो आप स्वाभाविक रूप से, अगर ऐसा है तो उसके अलावा तो आप पहली बात तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते, आप करेंगे नहीं। कई कितने लोगों की लड़ाइयाँ हो गई हैं। जैसे परशुराम के अंदर थे तो पैदा हुए थे ब्राह्मण के घर में, लेकिन क्षत्रिय तो था, उनका जो स्वभाव था वो दिखाई पड़ गया। तो ऐसा नहीं था कि सिर्फ आप किसी के यहाँ पैदा, हमारे आपके पास पीएचडी डिग्री है, बहुत सारे लोगों के पास होगी, और आपका बच्चा पीएचडी डिग्री नहीं लिख सकता, तो आपके बच्चे को पीएचडी करनी पड़ेगी। तो अगर हम कुछ भी हैं, मैं कहने के लिए मैं क्षत्रिय परिवार में पैदा हुआ, लेकिन मैं अपने को शूद्र मानता हूँ। आई अप्रिसिएट क्षत्रिय परिवार का, क्षत्रियों का मैं गुण अच्छा, मैं ऐसा नहीं कि हम उनके नहीं नहीं वो क्षत्रिय वाले आजकल कुछ है भी, डंडा लाठी शराब गाली यही सब करते हैं, तो वो ऑब्वियसली आई डोंट अप्रूव, चाहे वो कोई भी हो। लेकिन इसका मतलब नहीं कि मैंने क्षत्रिय का छोड़ दिया है या उसको बुरा मानते हैं। मैं जो करता हूँ, मेरे स्वभाव में जो है वो हम जाने जाते हैं। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से अगर चार जो वर्ण बाँचे बनाए गए हैं, और आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, मैं देखता हूं कि आई विल सेंड यू प्रोफेसर लता को, आई विल सेंड एन आर्टिकल दैट हैज बीन आई एम यूजिंग टू डू द रिव्यू। जीन एक्सप्रेशन के हिसाब से देर आर 4-5 टाइप्स ऑफ पीपल, और इस ऑलमोस्ट मैचेस विद जो गुण लिखे हैं भगवत गीता में। जो पांचवा है जो नन ऑफ दिस, जो चार गुण वाले हो गए हैं, अगर आप नहीं हैं तो वो उनको न्यूरोनल समथिंग ऐसे, न्यूरोटॉक्सिक ऐसे कुछ लिखा हुआ है, न्यूरोटिक सॉरी, या न्यूरोटिक। तो जो न्यूरोटिक एक अलग ग्रुप है, बाकी सब ग्रुप के गुण हैं।
जरूर सर, प्लीज डू शेयर विद अस सर।
या आई विल शेयर दैट। एंड सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, हमारे यहाँ की जो, हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ बेईमान लोग नहीं, बहुत हैं, लेकिन जो हमारे ऋषि मुनि हुआ करते थे वो बेईमानी नहीं करते थे। वो ज्ञान जो है ऐसा रखते थे जिससे समाज के काम में आए, समाज के लिए ही काम करते थे।
सर आप
शिक्षक जो
क्या
है,
सोचते हैं सर कि सिंसियरिटी क्या हम लोगों में पैदा भी कर सकते हैं सर? कैन वी मेक
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैं पैदा कर सकता हूं, लेकिन अपने को अपने के साथ आचरण करके। और हम आपको कुछ नहीं कर सकते। आपको
कुछ
हम अगर कहीं नहीं नहीं हम आपको अच्छा सा ग्रेड दे देंगे तो आप सोचेंगे ये घूस पास शुरू हो गया यहाँ पे। लेकिन अगर हम अपने सिद्धांतों के हिसाब से, अब एक दो कहानी बता देता हूँ। जेएनयू में बैठा हूँ, जेएनयू में पढ़ा हूँ। जेएनयू में मेरा रस्टिकेशन अप्रूव हुआ था, रेकमेंड हुआ था। रेक्टर ने मेरा रस्टिकेशन अप्रूव कर दिया था क्योंकि मैं स्टूडेंट लीडरशिप में भी था। और एक लड़की को लोग निकाल रहे थे, एमफिल की लड़की थी वो, और उसका सिर्फ सर्टिफिकेट 1 हफ्ता लेट था। आईआरआई से पढ़ के आई थी, हमारी जूनियर थी, 1-2 साल की थी जूनियर। और मैं उस समय स्टूडेंट लीडरशिप में था, आई वॉज कन्वेनर ऑफ द स्कूल। और मैंने उसको जब निकाल रहे थे, वी टुक अप दैट इशू, वी स्टार्टेड प्रोटेस्टिंग। एक्चुअली आई क्लोज डाउन द स्कूल फॉर 14 days। आई मीन ये सारी चीज़ें अमान्य होंगी आज के युग में, लेकिन हम लोग ऐसा करते थे, नहीं उसके साथ अन्याय हो रहा है। और मेरा रस्टिकेशन रिकमेंड कर दिया गया था, बट आई स्टिल स्टूड बाई इट। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, मेरा आचरण मैं अपना बता रहा हूँ, इफ समथिंग इज रॉन्ग, समथिंग इज रॉन्ग। और लोगों ने मुझसे कहा, एक हमारी बहुत अच्छी हमारी शी वॉज माई सपोर्टर एंड वेल विशर, प्रोफेसर सिप्रा गुहा मुखर्जी, शी कॉल्ड मी एंड सेड, बलराम तुम ये छोड़ो, ये जो प्रोटेस्ट वोटेस्ट कर रहे हो, इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं, तुमको पढ़ो लिखो जाके। मतलब उन्होंने सच्चे ही कहा स्टूडेंट, लेकिन उनको ये पता था कि मेरा रस्टिकेशन रिकमेंड हो गया है। सो शी वांटेड मी टू क्विट एवरीथिंग बिकॉज मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद हो जाएगी। किसी ने आके मुझसे बोला कि यू नो, नॉट वन ऑफ माय टीचर, समबडी एल्स, सम स्टूडेंट हु मे हैव नोन इट, सेड दैट यू नो सड़क पे आ जाओगे, तुमको मालूम नहीं। मैंने कहा सड़क पे तो मैं पैदा ही हूँ, मैं तो गांव में हूँ, दरवाजे पे ही सोता हूँ, और अभी भी 4 6 बीघा जमीन है, जाके वहां पे करूँ। मतलब आई डिड नॉट वांट टू क्विट, मेरा ये कहने का मतलब है। और मुझे सही में रेकमेंड कर दिया गया। वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर नायडम्मा, हु यूज्ड टू बी एट दैट टाइम, बिफोर दैट ही वाज ए डायरेक्टर ऑफ लेदर इंस्टीट्यूट, चेन्नई में हुआ करता, अभी भी होगा। उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी। आई थॉट माई डिमांड हैज बीन मेट। जब मैं वहाँ गया तो उनके ऑफिस में रेक्टर भी बैठे थे, प्रोफेसर पी एन श्रीवास्तव। और उन्होंने कहा कि क्या बात हुई इसमें। तो प्रोफेसर पी एन श्रीवास्तव सेड कि ही इज ए स्टूडेंट, हिज जॉब इज टू स्टडी, not do netagiri. That's what he said. And he had convinced and told that he's doing only because he wants to become a political leader and he wants to show all this that he's so great. And that's why he's doing. So then Professor Naiduma asked me, what do you have to say? I said, whatever Professor P.N. Srivastava said is all lie. Professor P.N. Srivastava got up and threw his chair that वो पीछे दीवार में जाके लगा और slammed the door and left. प्रोफेसर नायडम्मा गाट अप फ्रॉम हिज चेयर, वो सोफा होता है ना वाइस चांसलर वगैरह के ऑफिस में, वो जाके वहाँ बैठे, मुझे बुलाई, कम हियर। आई वेंट देयर, ही सेड यू हैव बीन रिकमेंडेड टू बी रस्टिकेटेड। मतलब सारा रिकमेंडेशन आ चुका था, वाइस चांसलर को दस्तखत करना था बस। बट ही इन द सेम ब्रेथ ही सेड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू रस्टिकेट यू एंड आई एम ऑल्सो एक्सेप्टिंग योर डिमांड्स। ही सेड बिकॉज आई हैव डन रिसर्च ऑन यू। He was an, I mean, हम तो इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने मेरा सपोर्ट किया। बट ही सेड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू रस्टिकेट यू बिकॉज आई हैव डन रिसर्च एंड आई फाउंड दैट यू आर द बेस्ट स्टूडेंट इन योर क्लास। व्हाई वुड यू डू राजनीति? व्हाई वुड यू लाइक टू बी नेता? यू हैव सो मेनी अदर ऑप्शंस। सो ही सेड आई नो यू आर नॉट डूइंग इट, यू आर डूइंग इट फॉर जेन्युइन काज, एंड ही एक्सेप्टेड माई डिमांड। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि दिस इज एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ जो स्टैंड अप फॉर ए प्रिंसिपल एंड लिव विद इट। अगर वो कहेंगे तो हो सकता है कि आप लोग भी सोचेंगे हाँ एक बंदा मिला था, ये मेरी कहानी अगर 2 4 और सुन लेंगे। मैं गांव का रहने वाला हूँ ना, मैंने हिंदी में इंटरव्यू दिया था यहाँ पे। पहली बार मैंने जब बोला मैं हिंदी में इंटरव्यू दूंगा तो मुझे कमरे से निकाल दिया गया, बोले आप जाइए बाहर। लेकिन बाद में बुलाया गया 15 मिनट बाद, 15 मिनट आपस में लड़ाई कर रहे थे लोग अंदर में। कोई बोल रहा था नहीं नहीं उसको करने दो, कोई सब अच्छा है, अच्छा स्टूडेंट है तो कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा कुछ करके। एंड फाइनली आई गेव माई इंटरव्यू इन हिंदी एंड आई वॉज नंबर 1 इन द लिस्ट, जो एडमिशन लिस्ट थी, आई वॉज नंबर 1 इन इट। सो मेरा कहने का मतलब कई ऐसी बाधाओं से जा चुके हैं, लेकिन द प्रिंसिपल इज प्रिंसिपल। इफ यू लिव विद योर प्रिंसिपल, वी आर टीचर्स। हमारा ये मतलब नहीं हमको क्या मिल रहा है, हमारा ये है मतलब है समाज को हम क्या बना रहे हैं। इस दुनिया में 2 लोगों पर, 2 प्रोफेशंस पे सबसे ज्यादा विश्वास किया जाता है, अमेरिका का बता रहा हूं, एक नर्स और दूसरे टीचर्स। प्रोफेसर्स को इतना नहीं है कि वो टीचर हाई स्कूल तक के बेस्ट टीचर, क्योंकि वो सही में बच्चों का जीवन बनाते हैं ना। हम लोग तो अपना उसमें अपने our intellectual sophistry be present, not just building them. But if you have, I mean, I see many of you have PhDs. आपके PhD एडवाइजर आपके लिए एकदम बिल्कुल बच्चे के समान सिखाते हैं कि नहीं ऐसा करो वैसा करो, ये इस तरह से बोलना चाहिए, इस तरह से उठना चाहिए, इस तरह से बैठना चाहिए, ये सारी चीजें. This I have had about 150 research students in my lab over a period of time that I was there, from high school to postdocs. एंड सबको मैंने ये इसी भाव से माना कि जो भी जिस जहाँ पे है उसके आगे अगर मैं उसको कुछ सिखा सकता हूँ, जैसे मैं बता रहा हूँ आप लोगों को भी, यू आर ऑल क्रिएटिव, यू कैन डू बिजनेस. एंड यूनिवर्सिटी, इन माई यूनिवर्सिटी इट यूज टू अलाउ मी टू डू दिस, बाय द वे. 5 दिन, मेरा 5 दिन का वहां पे होता है वीक. 1 day आई हैड फ्री, पेड बाय द यूनिवर्सिटी टू डू माई ओन बिजनेस. और उससे फायदा उनको हुआ, वो बेवकूफ नहीं वो लोग. उसमें क्या था कि इफ आई डू बिजनेस, ऑफ कोर्स, एंड इफ आई डिस्क्लोज इट, इफ आई डू पेटेंट, आई यूज टू गेट 30%. इफ दे sell my patent, they license my patent, I get 30%, they get 70%. They are making still more money by licensing my technologies. अब मैं वहां छोड़ के चला आया हूं, मुझे भी मिलता है, मेरा 30% अभी भी फिक्स्ड है. आई स्टिल गेट 30%. वो 30% का मतलब हुआ है कि मुझे करीब 15 लाख रुपया हर साल मिलता है, अभी भी मिलता है, आजीवन मिलेगा, हमारे दूसरी पीढ़ी को भी मिलेगा, या जिसको हम दे देंगे कोई फाउंडेशन वगैरह उसको मिलेगा, मिलता रहेगा. तो दे वांट टू इनकरेज, बिकॉज बाय योर क्रिएटिविटी दे आल्सो गेट बेनिफिट, एंड बाय योर क्रिएटिविटी सम ऑफ माय स्टूडेंट्स लर्न मोर बिजनेस, बेटर बिजनेस, सम ऑफ माय कॉलीग्स आल्सो लर्न बेटर बिजनेस. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि शिक्षा इज नॉट ओनली टू टीच द बुक्स and ask questions. Siksha is also that you give every aspect of life then opportunity for them to practice it also. तो ये है उसका. So I think we all can do that, and I hope you all will have some opinions to give some suggestions to me too. Maybe there are some wrong things. I am doing some business in India and it's very different than in America. In America, normally what they say is generally true and generally they will follow. In India, whatever they say is generally not true and they generally will not follow. So you have to think about, when they say something. जैसे यहाँ पे हमने लखनऊ में अपना लैब खुलवा दिया है, वहाँ पे 10-15 लोग काम करते हैं. हम केमिकल्स तो यहीं से खरीदना पड़ता है ना, बायोकेमिकल्स यहीं से खरीदना पड़ता है. ये सारे लोग कंपनियों के नाम रखे हुए हैं, वो केमिकल मिलता है, लेकिन दे बाई इट फ्रॉम समवेयर एल्स एंड देन पुट देयर ओन लेबल एंड देन दे सेल इट. तो कभी टेक्निकल क्वेश्चन जब मेरा आया तो हमने कहा कि भाई हमसे बात करवाओ उसे, अपने टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट से. तो बोले नहीं सर, हमारे यहाँ आपको लिख के भेजना पड़ेगा, और हम विद इन 1 week वी विल गेट यू द आंसर्स. देन हमको पता लग गया क्या हो रहा है. कहने के लिए उनके प्रोडक्ट हैं, उनके प्रोडक्ट है नहीं, वो कहीं अमेरिका से, जर्मनी से, कहीं से मंगाते हैं और अपना ठप्पा लगा के बेचते हैं. जबकि अमेरिका में ऐसा नहीं है. जो अपना उनका है अपने लिए बोलेंगे, जो बाहर से आए उसको मेड इन चाइना, मेड इन इंडिया भी बताएंगे. और उनके अपने पास एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं, दे विल अंडरस्टैंड द प्रोडक्ट, उसके बाद दे विल हेल्प. तो हमारे यहाँ के उनके यहाँ में प्रैक्टिस में फर्क है. तो आई हैव टू लर्न दैट बिजनेस पार्ट. I have to learn so many other aspects also all the time. So we all have to learn all the time, every day of our life. Even after, I mean, I'm retired in a way from the university. I have taken retirement, but I work at least as much, if not more. I think that जो अपने यहाँ का ब्रह्मचर्य, the concept of brahmacharya doesn't mean celibacy. Although celibacy is a helpful thing, but it's not really needed. Brahmacharya means you आचरण. ब्रह्मचर्य का मतलब आचरण ब्रह्मा के समान, मतलब creative. You remain creative. Brahmacharya is not in the only beginning, at the end also. Brahmacharya, because you have so much experience. That's something that comes out of the Bhagavad Gita also. So now with those, I would like to go back to my slides, unless there are some more questions. If there are questions that those are more interesting and more helpful anyway, please feel free. Otherwise, you have to listen to my talk and you have to see my slides. So I'm assuming that you are not having any other questions. And so I'm going to share my slides. No, this is wrong slide. So, yeah, this is the. So we were talking about this, Jeffrey Armstrong. And he has written, translation is very important. So because like I am now translating some of this stuff for you, I just, since we are talking about sannyas, like, the four, I said the brahmacharya, grihasth, vanprasth, sannyas. I just talked about brahmacharya. So what is sannyas? For example, he will translate it differently than हमारे यहाँ पे बोलेंगे सर मुड़ा के और चोटी बढ़ा के चंदन लगा के सन्यास हो गया, सन्यासी हो गए. Those of you who know रामचरितमानस, वो बोले कि मुई नारी घर संपत्ति नासी, मतलब अपनी पत्नी का देहांत हो गया, कोई कोई संपत्ति नहीं रह गई. मूड मुड़ाए भये सन्यासी, मतलब अपना सर मुड़वा लिए और फिर सन्यासी हो गए. ऐसे को सन्यासी नहीं कहते हैं. सन्यासी का मतलब होता है सम्यक न्यास. सम्यक न्यास, न्यास इज न्यू, द फाउंडेशन. शिलान्यास करवाते ना, किसी चीज के जब न्यू पड़ती है उसके ऊपर जो बनाते हैं उसका प्रभाव है न्यास का. संन्यास का मतलब सम्यक न्यास, दैट यू हैव अंडरस्टूड, यू हैव गॉटन वेरी गुड फाउंडेशन, so that you can now build knowledge, build your own understanding, build your own route or destination or uddesh or objective. So there is a translation that Jeffrey Armstrong has done for Bhagavad Gita. He says Bhagavad Gita comes alive. What he's trying to make here is that now Bhagavad Gita is even relevant today. अगर सन्यास को हिसाब से आप अगर बोलेंगे तो इसमें सन्यास, भगवत गीता में कई जगह सन्यास की चर्चा आती है, तो वो आप सोचेंगे सन्यास मतलब जाइए अब कुछ करना नहीं. जो लोग रिटायर हो जाते सोचते अब सन्यास ले लिए. अमेरिका का ये इतिहास जनरली ट्रू, कि जो लोग रिटायरमेंट ले लेते हैं दे मोस्टली दे डाई विद इन 5 to 10 years. फिर वो उनके जीवन का उद्देश्य नहीं रह जाता है. जबकि हमारे यहाँ पे जो सन्यास लेते हैं वो अपने एक दूसरे जीवन उद्देश्य के लिए प्रेरित होते हैं. और जो ऋषि मुनि होते हैं तो उसी सन्यास भाव से ही करते हैं, लेकिन सारी शिक्षा तो उन्हीं से आती है. तो सन्यास का मतलब होता है कि आपने, जैसे हम हाई स्कूल गए और हाई स्कूल में पढ़ के, ये नहीं कि हम हाई स्कूल में बैठे रहेंगे, उसको छोड़ना, त्याग करना है, सो दैट यू कैन गो अहेड. नॉट त्याग करके नहीं कि अपने घर में बैठ गए, उसको सन्यास कहते हैं. यू टुक सन्यास फ्रॉम हाई स्कूल टू गो टू इंटर कॉलेज. You took sannyas from inter college to go to college, PhD, postdoc, professor. अगर आपने सन्यास लिया प्रोफेसर से, that means now you need to go ahead with all the knowledge that you have developed. My group is committed to make lab, because आप लोग जो साइंस में या लैब वाले बेस्ड साइंस में नहीं है, तो you can almost study your own, write your own things, share your own ideas, comments. आजकल तो हर चीज you can do this online, Facebook, WhatsApp, सब जगह पे होता है. लेकिन जिनके पास लैब का काम करना पड़ता है वो नहीं कर पाते हैं. अमेरिका की बात कर रहा हूँ. आई हैव अ फ्रेंड, his name is Klaus Fink from Germany. He is a big scientist in a big company. There is a Professor Kim Janda in University of California. Professor Eric Johnson, a big professor in यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ विस्कॉन्सिन, सब रिटायर हो रहे हैं और वो दे डोंट नो व्हाट टू डू. एक है एंडी पिकेट, वो इंग्लैंड के हैं. ऐसे और भी 2-4 हैं. आई मेट इन ए कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड दे आर वेरी सैड कि दे रिटायरिंग नाउ, दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू बी डूइंग दिस एक्साइटिंग थिंग्स. तो मैंने ये कमिटमेंट अपने अंदर किया. उनको भी बोला कि मैं एक लैब बनवाता, मेरी लैब तो है, मैंने कहा कि मैं ऐसी लैब बनवाऊंगा जिसमें आप लोग अपना काम जो चाहें वो करें. I'll provide the lab. The only thing I will provide is the lab, and the rest of it you can do. If you want to do something, some projects with us, we will also provide our other avenues. Because the best time is that best creative time is once you have created a big स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन, जिसको संन्यास कहते हैं। तो आप अगर भगवत गीता पढ़े, वहां पे संन्यास के लिए पढ़ेंगे, जहां जहां पे भी आपको अगर ये इस भाव से पढ़ेंगे, यू विल फाइंड वेरी डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फीलिंग्स and energetic. All of us, those of us who are senior, those of you who are juniors or researchers or even the research scholars, like what is her name, Tamu or Tanu, I think, if they will be looking forward to, not because they want to take retirement. Retirement also means retirement, you put your tires again. So they will be looking forward to that day. They will be preparing themselves like, oh, I want to get this experience, that experience, and this idea, that idea, so that you can one day will have time to synthesize concepts out of it. So anyway, this is the value of translation. The professor, no, a good friend of mine, Rajiv Malhotra, maybe some of you might know him as well, because he's a very well-known scholar, has set up Infinity Foundation. He was a CEO of a company in 90s. He owned 25 companies at one time, and sold them and made a lot of money, and put a foundation called Infinity Foundation, where he wrote a lot of books. He must have written maybe 2 dozen books. And the only thing, I think some of you asked, how do I write all this, so many books and papers? Because I interact with the students. Rajiv Malhotra, unfortunately, does not have interaction with students, but he gets scholars, like, in this case, Satyanarayan Dasa Babaji. He's in Satyanarayan ji, I met him. He is in Mathura. He's a otherwise Krishna follower, but he wanted to work on this because he knows Sanskrit. So they both have wrote that there are certain words you cannot translate. जैसे कि इंग्लिश का भी नहीं ट्रांसलेट कर पाते हैं, आपके यहाँ अगर शब्द नहीं है, और देयर आर संस्कृत थिंग आल्सो दैट कैन नॉट बी ट्रांसलेटेड। जैसे कि इन्होंने किया हुआ है संसद। अब संसद को पार्लियामेंट इन्होंने किया हुआ है, या पार्लियामेंट को इन्होंने संसद किया। संसद का मतलब होता है दो, हमको लोगों ने बताया, मैं तो ये मानता हूँ, जिस तरह लिखा हुआ है संसद का मतलब जहाँ पे सत्य ही बोला जाए, एंड देन यू ऑल कैन लाफ योरसेल्फ दैट वहाँ पे सत्य तो कभी बोला नहीं, झूठ के अलावा कहाँ बोला ही नहीं जाता है, वहाँ पे उसको संसद कहते हैं। मंत्रालय, मंत्र किसी को नहीं आता है, लेकिन है मंत्रालय। द अदर वे अराउंड, इफ यू वांट टू लुक एट इट, देयर इज ए कॉलोनियलिज्म, देयर इज द वर्ड कॉलोनियलिज्म। उसका हिंदी आप लोगों में से शायद किसी को आता होगा, अगर नहीं आता है तो भी अगर आता है तभी मैं बताना चाहता हूँ उसका मतलब क्या है। उसको कहते हैं उपनिवेशवाद। कॉलोनियलिज्म इज उपनिवेशवाद। So I asked some Sanskrit people, what does that उपनिवेशवाद means? उप का मतलब हुआ है कि नियर, निवेश का मतलब होता है इन्वेस्टमेंट, नियर इन्वेस्टमेंट। अब ये कॉलोनियलिज्म अंग्रेजों ने हमारे ऊपर किया था। दे वर द कॉलोनियल मास्टर्स। व्हाट इन्वेस्टमेंट डिड दे डू इन इंडिया? दे ओनली लूटेड। So there are a lot of Sanskrit words, and there are English words which are translated either in Sanskrit, like in this case, Upanishad sounds like some types of Upanishad, but that's not what it is. They are saying the kind of word they are saying, it means really very little to what exactly it is. So I have done some translation. I have a whole group of people who are writing. उसको कॉलोनी को क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में? हमारे गांव में उसको बोलते हैं टोलिया। टोलिया, जैसे ब्राह्मण टोलिया, अहिरन टोलिया, इस तरह हरिजन टोलिया ऐसा बोलते हैं, तो टोलिया को कॉलोनी बोलते हैं। तो कॉलोनियलिज्म को बोलते, इज्म को हमारे यहाँ पे खोरी बोलते हैं। जैसे तो ये होगा टोलिया खोरी। कॉलोनियलिज्म विल बी टोलिया खोरी। इट विल ऑल्सो बी जस्ट लाइक घूसखोरी। इट विल बी ऑल्सो चुंगलखोरी। इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो कि दलाल खोरी। आपके हमारे यहाँ पे जो इंडिया का जो शेयर मार्केट मुंबई में है, सेंसेक्स बोलते हैं उसको, उसकी स्ट्रीट का नाम है दलाल स्ट्रीट। मतलब वो पहले से पता लग गया आप ना कि वो करते क्या है वहाँ पे। वो कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्य वाला बात नहीं हो रही वहाँ पे। वहाँ पे दलाली हो रही है। दलाली इज नॉट इंडिया का की परंपरा नहीं है। तो अगर हमारे यहाँ वाणिज्य जो कहते हैं, तो वाणिज्य का मतलब है जो कहा वो करेंगे। रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। जो कहेंगे वो करेंगे। उसमें अगर आपका बिजनेस करना है तो बिजनेस की बात जो कहें वो एकदम बिल्कुल गारंटीड। तो इस तरह की है नहीं बे। संस्कृत नॉन ट्रांसलेटेबल्स, राजीव मल्होत्रा हैज रिटन, एंड मेनी ऑफ द words that are used in Bhagavad Gita cannot be translated in English, because if you translate, then there will be a problem. So this is the project of Jeffrey Armstrong. He is also known as Kavindra Rishi. Here if you read it closely, it's written Jeffrey Armstrong / Kavindra Rishi. He goes by Kavindra Rishi. So I also wrote a book, a different take, an NRI view of India in the tradition of Ram, Krishna, and Gandhi. Gandhiji was a big follower of Bhagavad Gita. I am told that he tried to memorize Bhagavad Gita and he had memorized up to 11 chapters. But here I want to say, of course, Krishna we all know, and many of the ideas that were in the time of Ram were also in the time of Krishna, but they were said a little bit differently. Without going into that, I want to say why I did this book, an NRI view of India, because I am an NRI, non-resident Indian. And I think the Ram was also non-resident Indian at one time. Actually, his whole story is that of non-resident Indian. I mean, Indian. He's from Ayodhya. I say non-resident Ayodhyan, if I say that. So because he said Janani Janma Bhumisya Swargadapi Gariyasi, but he said that in Sri Lanka. When he was away from Ayodhya, his best came out, and he could always refer the value of Ayodhya. Same way, Bhagwan Krishna, when he left Mathura and went to Dwarika, and he used all the things from his childhood, friendship, and all the skills and experiences were used when he was in Mathura. And he actually protected Mathura, when he went to Dwarika, and he protected Mathura from there. And so did Gandhi. Gandhi had not said a single word for India's independence when he was in India. Before he went to London. But once he went to London, by the time he came back, he was everything for India, everything for India's independence. Here, he gave up so many things of his personal life, dedicated completely. So NRIs have a trait. I also got some benefit of that. एक तो मुझे दूरदृष्टि मिल गई है, नॉट बिकॉज मेरा आइडिया इतने अच्छे हैं, बट बिकॉज हम दूर रहते हैं. जब आप दूर रहते हैं तो चीजें आपको दूसरी तरह पूरी तरह से दिखाई पड़ती हैं. मे बी नॉट कंप्लीट close analysis. When we become close, then we become limited. But when we become far, we see the whole thing, the whole picture. So दूरदृष्टि हमको दूर से मिली, इसीलिए उसको दूरदृष्टि कहते हैं. चंद्रमा जो हम देखते हैं तो हमको चंद्रमा बहुत सुंदर दिखाई पड़ता है. अगर आपको कभी मौका मिला हो कि चंद्रमा के टुकड़े को देखें, मुझे मौका मिला था वहाँ स्मिथसोनियन एक लाइब्रेरी, मॉल है, मॉल में कई तरह की लाइब्रेरी, उसमें साइंस लाइब्रेरी भी है, वहाँ पे एक टुकड़ा रखा हुआ है चंद्रमा का. एक बार हम परिवार सहित वहाँ पे गए थे. मैंने बच्चों, वो लोग बोलते हैं ना पत्नियों को, भाई आपका चांद जैसा मुखड़ा है. मैंने अपने बच्चों की माँ से कहा कि मैं बोलूं कि आपका ये चांद जैसा मुखड़ा, ये ऐसा ऐसा मुखड़ा है. वो पत्थर दिखाई पड़ रहा है सामने, तो पिटाई हो जाएगी. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब, ये दृष्टि जो होती है दूर से होती है, लेकिन उसमें बुद्धि लगानी पड़ती है. तो आई ऑल्सो हैव दैट्स पार्ट ऑफ द रीजन व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस. इट्स foreword is written by Dr. Subramaniam Swami, is a good friend of mine. I know he has controversial things, but he's very bright mind. He has been to my campus so many times when I was there in the university, and he's one of the brightest man I know. So हमारी जो स्पीच होती है, उसकी जो बोलते हैं, जिस भाषा में बोलते हैं, उसकी अपनी फिजिक्स होता है. How we take air in and how we take the air out when I'm talking इट हैज इट्स ओन वैल्यू। इस मामले में भी अगर हम बोलना चाहें तो नारियों का ऐसा होता है जो जिस तरह से रहती हैं उसी तरह बाद में भी उनकी आवाज़ वैसी रहती है। पुरुषों की आवाज़ में बदलाव होता है, नारियों के नहीं। ये उसके भी दृष्टिकोण हैं, किस दृष्टिकोण से देखना चाहते हैं। दैट मीन्स दे डोंट चेंज एज मच एज द आदमी बदलता है। तो लेकिन यहाँ पे इसके द थिंग इज दैट देयर इज अ बायोलॉजी आल्सो। द व्हेन यू हैव the air coming and the language that you speak, whether it's Sanskrit or German or English or French, it has different kind of micropressures in our oral cavity, and that has an effect. So here it says the effect of sound is upon each atom of the body. By the way, I may not get time to say about atom. Atom word comes from Atma. It's a related to Atma because that time आत्मा को कभी आत्मा को ना क्रिएट किया जा सकता है ना मारा जा सकता है। उसी तरह ऐसा माना जाता था उस समय। अभी तो एटम को बिगाड़ा जा सकता है, उसके पार्टिकल्स हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉन, प्रोटॉन, न्यूट्रॉन, उसके बाद और भी है, बोसान, ग्लूऑन, और ये भी सब किया है। लेकिन उस समय की आस्था ये थी कि इसको डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता। आज भी ऐसा है कि उसको उसके गुणों के साथ डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर आप उसको तोड़ देते हैं तो उसके गुण बदल जाते हैं। फॉर ईच एटम रिजाउंड्स ऑन ऑल ग्लैंड्स, बहुत सारी ग्लैंड्स हमारे ओरल कैविटी में है, ऑन द सर्कुलेशन ऑफ द ब्लड एंड ऑन द पल्सेशन साउंड ऑफ इट्स इफेक्ट। ऐसा एक 91 में पेपर छपा हुआ है। योगिक मंत्राज स्टिमुलेट्स the secretions of the pituitary gland, which is located only millimeters from the palate, मतलब तलवे से। These secretions strengthen our immune and neurological systems, protecting us from disease and negative emotions. It's important thing here is emotion. So Bhagavad Gita के लिए is very important in how you say, in what language you say. So this is also very important. It's Sanskrit has a huge impact on chemistry, because those of you who have periodic table, you probably know that the periodic table that Mendeleev wrote, he was very much inspired by Sanskrit. I will not go into detail because I really want to go back to Bhagavad Gita, but he used actually many Sanskrit words for some of the elements of the periodic table. I think, what am I doing? What am I doing? Give me a second because I'm not sure if this is what yeah, okay. I'm okay. I was just getting too much into technical things, so I thought maybe I'm in the wrong slides sets I have. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now I understand why I'm doing it. Yeah, so indigenous approach we can use from Sanskrit. This is, I'm just still talking about the language. There is in Ayurvedic community or science, there is a term called bhasm, which is now known as nanomedicine. One of my PhD students, Sirisa Mukkavalli, did her PhD, completed her PhD on this bhasm and understood the science of it. Bhasm it looks like on electron microscope like this. This is a silver nanoparticles or silver bhasm. Nanoparticle आज की टेक्नोलॉजी में बोलते हैं। तो अब उसका अर्थ क्या निकलता है? एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इज भस्म? अमेरिका में या और जगह पे उसको हिंदी में राख बोलते हैं, ऐश इन इंग्लिश। भस्म को भस्म कर दिया गया, राख हो गया। लेकिन वो भस्म जो है उसका सही मीनिंग अगर समझना है, ट्रांसलेशन वेरी डिफरेंट। भा का मतलब होता है प्रकाश और माँ का मतलब होगा रोकना, जिसका मतलब प्रकाश के तेज को रोकना, निस्तेज करना। ये उसका असली मतलब है। इसका मतलब उसके कुछ ऐसी चीजें जिसको आप निस्तेज कर दिए तो बाकी चीजें, जैसे हमारे अंदर अगर लालच है, अगर आप लालच को खत्म कर दिए तो आपके अंदर जो भाव है, जैसे हमारे लालच 60 रिपू कहते हैं, काम, क्रोध, लोभ। लालच लोभ है। काम, अगर हमारे अंदर काम के हरदम कामना ही करते, काम का मतलब सिर्फ सेक्स से ही नहीं होता है। काम, वो सेक्स इज एन अल्टीमेट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ काम। बट क्रोध, काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, मद, मत्सर, दीज आर सठ रिपूज। अगर आप उनको कंट्रोल कर लें, जैसे भस्म कर दें, निस्तेज कर दें, उनकी जो इंटेंसिटी है उसको निस्तेज करके उसके अंदर जो गुण है, आंतरिक गुण है, उनका उपयोग करें, तो उसको सठ समृद्धि कहते हैं। सठ समृद्धि में क्या होता है? शम, दम, उपरति, तितिक्षा, श्रद्धा, समाधान. These are all Sanskrit words. Don't have really time unless you ask me questions. So, but I'm hoping you understand. सम का मतलब होता है इंद्रियों का समन करना, एज एन एग्जाम्पल. श्रद्धा तो आप समझ लोग जानते हैं. समाधान, उपरति का मतलब नजदीक से किसी चीज को ज्ञान करना. तितिक्षा का मतलब होता है इंड्योरेंस. You get these qualities if you create a bhasm out of those. So there is nothing wrong in having calm, there is nothing wrong in having क्रोध, बट उसको कंट्रोल करके उसके अच्छे भाव को आपको ले आना है. So this is the kind of translation is important. Somebody by the name of Dr. Umesh Singh gave me uh, this definition or explanation about this. इसको निश्चंद्र भी आयुर्वेदिक की था, रसायन सार के is reference here given here that he said that this means निश्चंद्र करना. जो हमने यहाँ निस्तेज बोला था या इसको चमक को रोकना, that he just said in different, that somebody else has also written the same way. It means a similar thing what I'm also thinking. तो कोई चीज साइन करता है इंटेंसिटी इज अ टॉक्सिसिटी, कितना भी अच्छी चीज हो. अभी यहाँ तक कि भी आप नमक माने 5-10 ग्राम खाते हैं, अगर 50-100 ग्राम खा लेंगे तो बीमार हो जाएंगे, वो तेज, वो टॉक्सिक हो जाएगा. तो इसलिए किसी चीज की इंटेंसिटी को कम करना भी हमारा काम है. तो दिस इज जस्ट टू, भगवत गीता से इसका मतलब यही है कि जब हम कोई शब्द लेते हैं उसका अर्थ दूसरी तरह से समझने का प्रयत्न करना चाहिए, उसके भाव क्या है वो समझना जरूरी है, नहीं तो हम परेशान हो जाते हैं. तो वहां पे जैसे एटम है वो अक्षर के बराबर है, क्योंकि एटम को नाश नहीं किया जा सकता, अक्षर को भी नाश नहीं किया जा सकता. इसको टू मेक द टेस्टिंग एज ए केमिस्ट हु इज ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन संस्कृत, आई सेड एटम इज, अक्षर इज एटम. तो अब हम व्हेन आई एम सेइंग भा मीन्स तेज एंड मा मीन्स रोकना, देन आई वांट टू सी कि भा मीन्स तेज और कहाँ कहाँ होता है. जैसे भाग्य, भा मीन्स वो जहाँ पे गमन योग्य प्रकाश, जहाँ पे आपको भाग्य तब है जहाँ पे ऐसा प्रकाश मिले जहाँ पे आप जा सके, आपके लिए अच्छा होगा. भांपना होता है, भाप, भाप में भी प्रकाश को पाना मतलब समझ जाना. तो दिस इज माय थ्योरी ऑफ केमिकल संस्कृत. और एक्चुअली आई concluded, I like I said in the beginning, I have sometimes the differences in my Sanskrit colleagues, but they also like my fact that I tell them chemically the Sanskrit itself is indigenous science, like chemistry is a science. Because I was just telling you how you speak, what you speak has an effect on your biology. So Bhagavad Gita should also be taken in that sense. So I mean, the Doordarshan people had invited me to talk about this at one time. I'm just going to skip these because this is all related. Oh, I think one thing is related. No, this is this gentleman, Dr. Sastri, Bala Sastri in Guntur. He is a Jyotish person. He's an astrologer, and he has a Devi ka mandir. He went to my lab because I was working on this bhasm, because he also makes bhasm. He had no knowledge of chemistry, but he read Sanskrit for related to Jyotish, and he was able to understand. He told me, I visited him twice. The first time I visited, I didn't believe him because he showed me how he makes this bhasm, because typically the bhasm is made in about 42 days in a very traditional way, and the guy showed me in 2 hours. तो वो सारा सोल्यूशन वगैरह बना के रखे हुए थे. When I went there and he showed me, it worked very, very well. But I suspected, I'm dealing with Indians here. So I thought maybe he just made something and then showed it to me. I said, I will have to come back because that time I didn't have more than one day. So I went again the second time for 3 days. And I asked him to make everything in front of me. He made everything in front of me. He still was correct because he understood what he told me. There are 6 meaning of every slok, and one of them is Ausadhi meaning. And he took the Ausadhi meaning of it, and then he can create something in front of us. So again, he's an Acharya. He's learning Sanskrit slokas. It's the same thing is true for Bhagavad Gita. There are so many meanings of it. Sometimes people have just very simple meaning, something that व्यवहारिक type, जो whatever we do in social life, पूजा कर लिए, भगवान को प्रणाम कर लिए, ये सब बातें. But then if you really go in deeper, there are deeper meanings of it. So उसको हमको समझना चाहिए. There are various ways. I will try to give an example, at least one or two examples of what I understand. So, and this is a big business, by the way. He's getting grants from government. He had people from IITs and other places, people join hands with him. I have worked with something, and recently I haven't done anything, but this nano medicine or nanoparticles that my group also does research on is right now over $6 billion market. It's a huge market. And it can be done in rural India, because the way the things are working is that you need different kind of plants to make different characteristics of this bhasma or nanoparticles. Nanoparticles also used for electronics, computers, all kind of things. And so if we take that on, we might be able to make rural India very creative. कृषि उनकी दूसरी होगी, कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्यम की. So, some of those things are very part of our mission. I hope that we will get somewhere. And then I don't know what happened to my computer again. It's just sometimes has its own mood. Oh, okay, it worked. So the words are very important. Their origin is very important. Their meaning is very important. That we have Niti Ayog. Our Prime Minister has created Niti Ayog that used to be Yojana Ayog. But Niti, I told you earlier, Niti and Na Iti Neti is related to that Itihas that Tamu was talking about. But our Prime Minister had named this called National Institution for Transforming India, Niti. But he's using English as an inspiration for Niti. So this also shows the mental slavery, not only Niti, but Hirday, Ujala, Mudra, Uday, all of them are all derived from English words. So this is not, I don't have any political view here. Not that I don't have political view, but I don't have it here. And like I already told you that I was very much committed to be, I wouldn't call exactly political, but yeah, student politics, I was very heavily involved when I was in JNU. So I know what politics is. But the point I'm trying to tell here, I consider Prime Minister Modi to be one of the hardest working person. But unless you create their mental freedom, it is a mental slavery. They think they have to tell everything through English. Maybe it's needed. I don't know. But this should be acknowledged, and something should be done so that we are not mentally slave. If we are slave, then no matter what progress we made, ultimately we will be slave only. So like people talk about Sudra, you have to give them freedom, not slavery. You give them money and say, oh, no, I'm going to give you some salary and then you have to do this. That doesn't give them the kind of freedom, because some master will always be there. So here, Hirday, Amrit, Ujala, Mudra, Uday, Niti is all derived from English. And so I'm sorry, I'm going to skip this. This is really a very good thing, but I don't think we can go through because they're so tiny and time is limited. But this explains the whole philosophy of Sankhya Yoga. And Sankhya Yoga, Raj Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, all that part is like put together by some person who was a good friend of mine, how everything starts from Sunya to get expressed and eventually get back to Sunya. So just forgive me, I was thinking that I might be able to get time, but since I have not covered everything, and here you can see some of the things that Prakriti, Purusha, and spheres, all these values in Indian philosophy and highlighted in Bhagavad Gita are, this is Sankhya Yoga, where you have Panch Bhutas, then Panch Karmendriyas, Panch Jnanendriyas, then you have Man, then you have Buddhi, then you have Chit, and then you have Ahankar. For example, it's written here right now, here, ego. And then you have intellect, Buddhi. From Buddhi, Ahankar comes, from Ahankar comes the Brahm, Mahat, or the Paramatma. So you have to put in some kind of framework to understand Bhagavad Gita also. I have tried to highlight, if I were only talking about this, maybe I would have done that. But I told you that Atma is very important. Your ultimate goal is to be Atma. Atmi in this in Sudra. It's like Atme, Paricharyatmakam, Atmakam, to make like a self. The understanding of self is very important. That was one of the purposes that I also had written in my initial slides. And I want to show you from science how is that in Atma is so important. So here is Atma means I'm talking about self, how the self is related to each one of us. They did an experiment in US, published in the National Academy of Science journal called Proceedings of National Academy of Science, in which they asked for believers, means जो believers को हिंदी में जो आस्तिक जो लोग भगवान विश्वास करते हैं, what do they think of God's belief are more egocentric than estimates of other people's beliefs. That's the title. But here what they did, they wanted to see whether in ethical issues, what people think themselves and what about others. So they put the recordings of their brain activity. If you see these two colors, okay.
Someone is saying also I'm also.
Oh, you're not seeing the are you not able to see my slides, please? It looks like I'm sorry, I did. What is wrong with that?
They're all screens together only here.
Yeah.
All slides.
Maybe.
Oh.
एक साथ ही सारे दिख रहा है.
ओके, हम सोचे आप लोगों का भी थोड़ी देर में एक भाव पैदा होगा, सारी दुनिया एक साथ देख सकते हैं, आप लोग पहले से देखना शुरू कर दें. ओके, आई विल डू इट अगेन. लेट्स सी. अल्टीमेटली गोल यही होता है कि सारी चीजें इकट्ठा दिखाई पड़े, लेकिन ये पहले से हो गया ये नहीं मुझे मालूम था कि अब आप लोगों को सारी स्लाइड्स इकट्ठा दिखाई पड़ने लगी.
आप जवाब पहले दे दिए ना सर, हम क्वेश्चन बनाएंगे सर.
ठीक. ओके, लेट मी सी कि वो क्या हुआ था. These are all good things. Problems are always good. You can always use it for something. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let me try to share it again. And
सर शंकराचार्य वाइब्रेशंस की हेलो
yeah, you're asking me something?
शंकराचार्य वाइब्रेशंस के जिक्र करते हैं सर, तो आप केमिस्ट्री के स्टडीज में जब एटम को और ब्रेक करते हैं तो कहीं पे वाइब्रेशंस का जिक्र आता है सर?
जी एकदम वाइब्रेशन ही तो सब कुछ है. Everything vibration we think like this, but anything that even turns around, there is a like electrons and protons and nuclear, they are rotating, and so vibration means there is a frequency of that. Absolutely, exactly that's how it happens. And ये ऋग्वेद में भी लिखा हुआ है कि जब when there was nothing, because there was no vibration, or they use the word oscillation, and in Sanskrit they call it spandan.
Yes, sir. Spandan.
So spandan is the same thing, and उस स्पंदन की क्या क्रिया है, हम we are also trying to do some research. I tried to do some research in JNU when I was visiting professor there, and I took students to do some experiments also. Right now I'm collaborating with some physicists in Maharishi University in Iowa in America. One of them was here. We're talking about dark matter. So before that vibrations, everything is a dark matter or dark energy. What we see is then when what is visible means to our eyes or to our instruments, So then that becomes this all because of vibrations. So that's the answer to your question. Let's see. Any other question? Otherwise, I'll try to share now my slides again.
Please do, sir. Please do.
And hopefully, is that now clearer?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying here, that they wanted to, and this will even get to your question also, vibrations. So here what they wanted to do this experiment. So they said ki what you on ethical issues like abortion, suicide, things like that, homosexuality. There were 10 questions like that. They asked them, and then they put the electrodes here. And if you think differently, then there will be two places of this signal they can record. So they asked them question, what you think, self, and what a typical American thinks, are they the same on ethical issues? You have the same belief as everybody else in America? And they didn't have to answer this question by words. They just were able to record they felt that they feel different because there are two spots. They asked what God thinks about ethical issues and what typical American think. There is more signal, as you can see in the second one here. And that means there is more difference between what God thinks and what typical American thinks. And then they asked third question, what you think and what God thinks, there is no difference. It just shows that whatever I think is really God. And in India, there is the concept of aham brahmasmi. Everybody, in Tulsi Baba also said, Jaki rahi bhavna jaisi, prabhu murat dekhi tintaisi. So this is now proven, at least in this sense, doing scientific research also. So this is an important part. This is Erwin Schrödinger, who got Nobel Prize in chemistry in 1930s, written a book in which he writes from the early great Upanishads. And we have already discussed about the value of Upanishads is because the teacher and students work together. That's how the Upanishads were created. Upanishad here means sitting next to each other or nearby. It doesn't mean just physically sitting nearby. It also means sitting mentally nearby. Be close collaboration. That's called Upanishads. And this used to be between teachers and students. There say Atman means Brahman. So when I was saying, Bhagavad Gita, when we're talking about Atman, that means the whole Brahm is in you, your Atma. The personal self equals the omnipresent. This is not, some Panditji wrote, this guy got Nobel Prize for quantum mechanics. One of the highest level of physics, even today. All comprehending eternal self. Was the Indian thought considered far from being blasphemous? Is blasphemous is the word that आपके ऊपर आरोप लगाएंगे. It is आप तो छय कर रहे हैं. I don't know exactly the word for blasphemous in Hindi. लोगों को बहुत सारे साइंटिस्ट लोगों को इस पे परेशानी, गैलीलियो वगैरह को बहुत परेशान किया गया. Some people even died because I said earlier the Western world is mostly goes by books. Books are very important. You don't need to think, you don't need to practice, you just need to follow. And they are known as people of the books. I don't mean whatever Jesus Christ or whatever Prophet Muhammad or whatever Bhagwan Buddha did. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the people who have written books. And they want their followers to follow the books because they want to control them. So they say anything that is not written in the book, you cannot believe in it. So that's why it's a blasphemy. But here they are saying, in Indian thought, you are aham brahmasmi. Each one of us are Brahma. We have our own view, and then this is shown by this scientific analysis. Ki everybody thinks what they think is what God thinks. Insight into the happenings of world, the striving of all scholars of Vedanta was, after having learned to pronounce with their lips, really to assimilate in their minds. मतलब पढ़ने का मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं कि हमने पढ़ लिया और याद कर लिया. You have to get it into your head, putting in the minds. This grandest of all thoughts. इसको अपने दिमाग हमको हम होना से अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, आई डोंट मीन हमको ईगो वाली बात नहीं है. अहम ब्रह्मास्मि मतलब आप भी उसमें हैं. चोर, डकैत, बेईमान, सब हमारे हमारे ही अंदर हैं। अगर हमारे अंदर सुधार हुआ, आप में से किसी ने सवाल भी पूछा था, अगर हमारे अंदर सुधार, अगर हमने दिखा दिया आपको हर परिस्थिति में। मैं गांव का रहने वाला हूं। आई एम द फर्स्ट हाई स्कूल इन माय फैमिली। मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं था। मैंने कहा मुझे हिंदी अंग्रेजी बोलनी नहीं आती, तब जेएनयू में एडमिशन लिया था। लेकिन अगर मैं कोशिश करता हूँ, सब कुछ हमारे अंदर ही है, सारी क्षमताएं मेरे अंदर ही है। स्त्री हो, पुरुष हो, छोटे हो, बड़े हो, अमीर हो, धनी हो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सुंदर हो, बदसूरत हो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। इफ वी थिंक वी गेट टू वेयर एट आवर आत्मा लेवल। और दैट इज व्हाट आई सेड, ओनली शूद्र के लिए वो बनाया गया उदाहरण भगवत गीता में कि परिचर्यात्मकम, उसकी एक ही क्वालिफिकेशन है। बिकॉज रेस्ट ऑफ द क्वालिफिकेशन उसको बोलते हैं उसके पास कुछ नहीं है। उसके पास सब कुछ है, उसी को आधार बनाया गया आत्मकम का। तो शूद्र के पास जो गुण है उसको किसी और गुण की जरूरत नहीं, ब्राह्मण के पास जरूरत है। समो दमो तपह शौचम क्षांतिर राजमेवचा। ब्राह्मणों के लिए कहा गया है 9 गुण होने चाहिए। समो दमो तपः शौचम क्षांतिर राजमेवचा ज्ञानम विज्ञानम आस्तिक्यम ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम। इतने गुण होने चाहिए, तब आप ब्रह्म कर, तभी आपको परिचर्यात्मकम कर्म शूद्रस्य अपि, जो ब्राह्मण ब्राह्मण अपि स्वभावजम, उसमें वहां लिखा जाएगा। तो ये तब उनके अंदर इतने होते, तब उनके वो भाव पैदा होता है। जैसे माँ के पास कोई गुण नहीं, जब हम जो माँ बन जाती है, कोई भी स्त्री माँ बन सकती, कोई नहीं पीएचडी करे तो माँ बनेगी, लेकिन उसके अंदर माँ के भाव तो आते हैं। और क्या करती है वो, अपने बच्चे को अपनी तरह पालती है, जैसे अपने से भी ज्यादा पालती है, हम तो ये कहेंगे। मेरे बच्चों की माँ को ऐसे साइकिल वो रोड पे कार चलाना चलाती थी कार, लेकिन हाईवे पे नहीं चलाती थी। लेकिन एक बार मुझे याद है, मेरी बेटी को बुखार हो गया था, वो 200 किलोमीटर दूर थी। वो रात मैंने कहा मैं चलता हूँ, बोले नहीं नहीं नहीं, आपको कल पढ़ाना है, आप रहिए। और उन्होंने मुझे वो कार लेके रात को चली गई, रात के अंदर गाड़ी चला के चली गई। इतना भाव होता है माताओं को। माँ के बराबर कोई मतलब अपने से बराबर ज्यादा मानती है, आत्मा कम ही नहीं है। तो वो भाव कैसे आएगा? वो भाव ब्राह्मण के अंदर इतने क्वालिफिकेशन के बाद उसको मिलता है। क्षत्रिय के अंदर 7 क्वालिफिकेशन, ब्राह्मणों के 9 गुण बताए गए हैं भगवत गीता में, और क्षत्रियों के 7 गुण बताए गए हैं। शौर्यम तेजो धृतिर्दाक्षम युद्धे चाप्य पलायनम दानम ईश्वर भावश्य। इसके अंदर ईश्वर भाव होना चाहिए। ज्ञान विज्ञान ब्राह्मणों को दिया गया। आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग briefly so that we can get somewhere with this our discussion here, because I have only half an hour and I will speak only for another 15 minutes, so that we can maybe have some inspiring questions also. But the point I'm trying to say, we do not understand, we have misunderstood in certain, but here is somebody who is talking about Atma. Only if you can get to your Atma, which is the major focus of Bhagwan Krishna to tell Arjun. He has to get into his Atma level, he will understand. नहीं तो ऊपर का मोह करे, हमारे तो पिताजी हैं, हमारे तो दादाजी हैं, हमारा तो भाई है, हमारे तो गुरु हैं, ये सारी चीजें ऊपर की चीजें हैं। तो this is how this person who is a physicist, he is thinking like that. Again, this is just to impress you, not explain to you. Is that you can, there are different ways. This is again, I think I mentioned Pandit Ramadhin Ram Samuj, who is actually from Trinidad, although his name sounds like Indian. Many of the Trinidad people, I would say 90% of them are originally from India. This is Caribbean countries. So he had, this created this one where he has a Venn diagram to show different chapters of Bhagavad Gita, how they overlap with each other and eventually get to some understanding something. Purushottama, Atma Sanyam, Devasur, Akshar Brahm, ये ब्रह्म, राज विद्या जो हम आपको बोल रहे थे कि लीडरशिप के लिए यू हैव टू, राज विद्या मतलब यू हैव टू गेट द एक्सट्रैक्ट ऑफ एवरीथिंग. Then you will see these things overlaps, because this Venn diagram has every chapter, all the 18 chapters, and all the 18 chapters, when you get the extract of them and overlapping the essential values of those, I was talking about sannyas. Here is ज्ञान कर्म संन्यास, मतलब ज्ञान भी हो, कर्म करके उसके बाद उसको आप अपनी नींव बना लें, शिला उसकी न्यास बना लें, जब जैसे शिलान्यास होता है उसके आगे करने के लिए शिला मतलब नींव, कोई नींव बना के नहीं घर छोड़ देता कि नहीं नहीं, मतलब बहुत अच्छा घर बना है, नींव बनी हुई है हमारे यहाँ, ऐसा नहीं। नींव होनी चाहिए बहुत अच्छी, लेकिन उसके ऊपर बनाने के लिए न्यू बनाई जाती है। तो उसका मतलब कर्म संन्यास, मतलब कर्म का अगर आपको पूरा न्यास बन गया एक कर्म के हिसाब से, फिर आगे क्या करना चाहते हैं आप, दैट विल बी द रियल वैल्यू ऑफ इट। देन आपको राज विद्या समझ में आएगी। जब आप विश्व दर्शन, मतलब विश्व रूप का दर्शन करने का मतलब समझ गए ये सारा विश्व रूप जो भगवान कृष्ण ने दिखाया, श्रद्धा त्रय विभाग, उस श्रद्धा के भाव से करेंगे। मोक्ष संन्यास, मोक्ष से भी संन्यास ले लिए। हमने एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रियली में बनाया हुआ है, इस कॉल chooseyourownheaven.com। इट्स इन वर्किंग प्रोजेक्ट। उसमें यह है कि वी वांट टू प्रोवाइड पीपल सो दैट उनको ये अपने हेवन का ये आभास यही हो जाए। लेकिन जो लोग आलसी लोग हैं, जो उनको ये सब कुछ करना नहीं चाहते हैं, तो आई हैव प्रोवाइडेड देम ए $99 मनी बैक गारंटी, गारंटीड उनको हेवन मिलेगा। आई एम पर्सनली गारंटी, अगर कोई मिले तो बताइएगा हमको। $99 में आई कैन गिव इन राइटिंग एंड मनी बैक, इफ दे कम बैक दे कैन टेक देयर मनी। तो लोग बोलते हैं कि अरे ये ऐसे ऐसे होगा, मर जाएंगे तो कैसे आएंगे, तो मैंने कहा कि ठीक है, अपने बच्चों को बोल के जाओ, अगर आपको हेवन नहीं मिलता है तो बच्चों को बोलो, वो ले जाएंगे पैसे, डबल मनी दे दूंगा। कभी आपने सुना कि अभी हमारे पिताजी का नरकवास हुआ है? सभी लोग बोलते हैं स्वर्गवास हुआ है। देखिए हाउ आई बिजनेस astuteness I have developed. But actually, what I have done is that if that happens, people give this money, it will completely 100% will go to public service. हमको पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है, हम पैसा नहीं चाहते हैं, लेकिन I want to give everybody स्वर्ग, I want to give everybody heaven, because heaven happens when you संन्यास लेते हैं ना हर चीज में। यहाँ पे मोक्ष से संन्यास दिखाया गया भगवत गीता में, मोक्ष से ही संन्यास आप ले लेते, हमको मोक्ष नहीं चाहिए। और सभी लोग मोक्ष के चक्कर में पड़े, सारे मंदिर मस्जिद गिरजाघर सब मोक्ष, आपको हेवन मोक्ष भी नहीं, वो तो सबको आपको हेवन दिखाने के चक्कर में लगे रहते हैं, और पैसा लेते हैं आपसे, पैसा कमाते हैं, और फिर तो आपको दुनिया भर का नौटंकी दिखाएंगे कि इनको मारो, इनको काटो, इनसे हम तो चंदनधारी है, हम तो त्रिशूलधारी है, हम तलवारधारी है, तरह तरह के लोगों को तरह तरह की बातें करके हमको मूर्ख बनाया जाता है। इसलिए इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड भगवत गीता बाय प्रैक्टिस। If you have debate, how we communicate these things is very important. With violence, very little impact. You have to make a lot of work to do violence. But to have debate and discussion like you are all, I'm having, it will have huge impact. I may be just giving you 3-hour discussion, but 132 right now. At one time they were 167. If you take it and you are the cream of a country, you can really change. Chanakya used to say कि प्रलय और सृजन एक शिक्षक के गोद में खेलते हैं, आप उसको सबको समाप्त कर सकते हैं, आपका सबका सृजन कर सकते हैं। वो कौन? एक शिक्षक। एक शिक्षक इतना कर सकता है। 131 अभी जो दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, मुझे जोड़िए 132 हो गए। अरे हम लोग तो इस दुनिया को 132 बार बदल सकते हैं, जब एक बार ठान लें बस। तो उसके समझने के लिए है कि डिस्कशन डिबेट से ही इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है, वायलेंस से नहीं। वायलेंस से तो वायलेंस होता है, बहुत और गड़बड़ होगा। डिस्क्रिमिनेशन से कुछ हम नहीं कर सकते। सेलेक्टिव प्रमोशन किसी को करें, भाई भतीजावाद, या किसी इस ग्रुप को, इस कंस्टिट्यूएंसी को ये सब करें, इससे कुछ दिन के लिए आपको, जैसे मैंने देखा कि दिल्ली में अब वो आप पार्टी हार गई, जो भी दे रहे थे सेलेक्टिव प्रमोशन कर रहे हार गए, आज को ये हार गए, कल को दूसरे वाले हार जाएंगे। इससे समाज का कल्याण नहीं होता। जो आप एक्शन ले और उसके इम्पैक्ट जो है वो सबसे अच्छा है डिस्कशन डिबेट, क्योंकि दिस कैन कंटिन्यू। The other idea that I have created, this is one of my papers about education. तो हम अगर अपने को हिंदू मुस्लिम क्रिश्चियन जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ बांटेंगे, तो we'll have to discuss lot of concepts, एजुकेशन करना पड़े, रिसोर्सेज लगेंगे, डायलॉग करना पड़े, कम्युनिटी But if you start moving up, intellectual interaction, thoughtfulness, understanding, wisdom, and मैंने आप लोगों में किसी ने पूछा कि how can we change? Yes, if I do the conduct, आचरण में अपने लाएंगे तो वहां पे very little effort लगेगा. आप एक व्यक्ति को भी, भगवान राम को देखें, जीसस क्राइस्ट को देखें, प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद को देखें, भगवान बुद्ध को देखें, भगवान कृष्ण को देखें, क्या एक व्यक्ति ने अपने कॉन्डक्ट से सारा कर दिया है? आप अगर कॉन्डक्ट में अगर आपके आ गया तो एवरीबडी अंडरस्टैंड इट. अदरवाइज वी कैन टॉक अबाउट for after lives, we can always find some division or the other. So this is very important for us to understand Bhagavad Gita. ये मैंने आपको ज्यादा ये slide I think I already have discussed. This slide also I have discussed. Don't know why this has come back here. A great man is different from an eminent one in that he is ready to be the servant of the society. भीमराव अंबेडकर ने कहा था ये, क्योंकि भीमराव उनके अंबेडकर सच ए ग्रेट मैन एंड ऑल्सो सच ए ब्राइट मैन. उन्होंने 3 मास्टर्स और 2 PhD और 1 लॉ डिग्री किया हुआ था. तो कहते हैं ग्रेट मैन इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम एन एमिनेंट वन इन दैट ही इज रेडी टू बी द सर्वेंट ऑफ द सोसाइटी. तो सर्वेंट अगर हम ये बोलते हैं कि जो हमारा वर्ण की बात है, जिसमें शूद्र वर्ण की बात करेंगे, तो इससे पता लगता है कि अगर इफ इज परिचर्यात्मकम, जो अपना मान के ग्रेट मैन विल बी द ग्रेट मदर विल बी दैट, then I think we can make a great man will come from that. वो कृषि गौरक्ष वाली बात हमने किया. तो अभी हमारे पास let me go. अच्छा, okay, this will be useful. So हम कैसे स्वधर्म का कैसे करते हैं, ये भी भगवत गीता का है. स्वधर्मे निधनम श्रेयस पर धर्मो भयावह. This is one of the chapters. I don't remember right now which chapter it is, but it is in Bhagavad Gita, and it says आपको इंडिपेंडेंस कैसे मिलती है? स्वधर्म से मिलती है. इफ यू फॉलो योर ओन धर्म. दिस इज भगवत गीता एंड दिस हैज सो मेनी इम्प्लीकेशंस आपके हेल्थ के लिए. स्वधर्म, उससे स्वभाव पैदा होता है. तभी आप व्हेन यू आर डिटैच्ड, अपने स्वधर्म की रक्षा करेंगे तो उससे ही आपको स्व का ज्ञान होता है. स्व का मतलब सेल्फ का मतलब आत्मा. तो उसको प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं योग के भाव से. उसी से फ्रीडम हमको मिली थी, उसी से इंडिपेंडेंस मिलती है, उससे इक्वालिटी मिलती है. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू सो. तो अगर आपको जब व्हेन यू फॉलो स्वधर्म, देन यू गेट टू नो हु यू आर. आपका सपना स्वभाव, जैसे हमने कहा ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम. स्वभाव तो पता नहीं तो आप कर्म क्या करोगे? छात्र कर्म स्वभावजम. छात्र कर्म स्वभावजम. छात्र ब्रह्म का मतलब कि ब्रह्म के रूप में आप पहुंच जाएं, तब आप ब्राह्मण हो. जो ब्रह्म के रूप में पहुंच जाएगा वो तो हमारे शूद्र, जो जिनको कहा गया ब्रह्म का रूप, जो उनका प्रजापति कहा जाता है, वो भी पहुंच गए. तो वी आर ऑल इक्वल, वी आर नॉट, कोई ऊंचा नीचा नहीं है. अगर ऊंचा नीचा करना है तो दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन द सिचुएशन. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम द सोसाइटी इज ऑलवेज मेड बाय शूद्रस कैटेगरी. दैट्स व्हाई आई से माई सेल्फ आई एम ए शूद्र, प्राउड टू बी. तो स्वभाव जब पता लगेगा तब हम कर पाएंगे, तब हम अपने में स्वस्थ रहेंगे, स्वस्थ अपने में स्थापित रहेंगे. तब उसको आप लोग जानते हैं, स्वस्थ से स्वास्थ्य बनते हैं. हमारा हेल्थ कहाँ से आ रहा है? स्वस्थ अपनी आयुर्वेद के हिसाब से यू स्टे इन योर प्रकृति. तब अगर आप स्वकर्म करेंगे तो वो निष्काम कर्म होगा, क्योंकि वो आपका नेचर है. आप कामना से प्रभावित नहीं है, आप काम भाव से नहीं प्रभावित. जो मैंने कहा सठरिपु, वो नहीं आएंगे उसमें. उस समय हम सबकी, हमारे अंदर समानता होगी, क्योंकि आप अपने कर्म को कर रहे हो, कोई अपने कर्म को कर रहा है. तो हमारा कर्म है केमिस्ट्री, आपका कर्म हो सकता है हिस्ट्री. तनु ने बोला उनका हिस्ट्री है. तो शी आई लर्न हिस्ट्री फ्रॉम हर एंड आई सी कैन लर्न सम केमिस्ट्री फ्रॉम मी. तो तभी समान अधिकार होता है. अधिकार का मतलब अभी हम थोड़ा सा और बताएंगे आपको, अधिकार का असली मतलब क्या होता है. फिर आपको उपयुक्त फल मिलेगा. स्वकर्म निष्काम भाव से स्वकर्म करेंगे तो कोई आपको रोक नहीं सकता. जो हमारे जानवर होते हैं उनके अपने कर्म होते हैं, हमारे मनुष्य हैं, माताएं हैं, माताओं का कर्म, पिता है, पिता का कर्म करते हैं, भाई हैं, बहन है, सबके अपने अपने कर्म, अपने अपने स्थान है. तो जब वहां पर हम अपने अपने हिसाब से हाईएस्ट लेवल पे पहुंचते हैं, वी आर ऑल, मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर PhDs, but you have done PhDs, even if you have done in the same field, you have done on different topics. Hardly you can ever find the same topic for two people. Even if it is same topic, there will be different titles. Even if it is same title, there will be different content. Even if it is the same content, it will be different meaning. ऐसा कभी हो ही नहीं सकता है कि आपके बराबर और कोई है. जब अपने अपने स्थान पे, when they become the top pinnacle, then we are all same to be the self. We are best in self. Then we are all same. Otherwise, if you want to be like me, I cannot be like me myself. What I was 50 years ago, I don't even look like that. I used to be I grade early, so my hair used to be, if you really do Google, you will find me in white hair, when I was in my 40s. तो लोग हमको बोलने लगे कि अरे अब तो आपका जमाना खत्म हो गया है. मेरा हेयर के हिसाब से देखे मैं तभी 50 का भी नहीं हुआ था. बोले अभी डॉक्टर सिंह का जमाना बहुत हो गया. उसमें मैं लकीली आई पब्लिश बुक्स वगैरह, पेपर्स वगैरह, सोचते थे अभी इतना कर भी लिए, अब इनका जमाना खत्म. तो मुझे हेयर कलर करना पड़ा, नहीं तो मेरी कोई सुनता ही नहीं था. तो अब उसमें भी बराबर करने की कोशिश करें, बट आई लुक वेरी डिफरेंट देन व्हेन आई वाज इन माय 40s और इन माय 50s. आई एम इन माय 60s राइट नाउ. सो समानता ऐसे तो होता नहीं, बट कर्म से समानता हो सकता है. इसलिए आता है कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते माँ फलेषु कदाचन माँ कर्म फल हेतुर्भूर्मा ते संगो अस्तु कर्मणि. तो ये बहुत इज वन ऑफ द वेरी वेल कोटेड श्लोक फ्रॉम यदा यदा धर्मस्य वाला तो हमने चर्चा कर लिया. ये दूसरा है जिसमें कि बहुत ही ज्यादा कोट होता है और इसको बहुत ही मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है. इफ आई कैन एक्सप्लेन और मेक सम सेंस टू यू और गेट यू मोर क्यूरियस अबाउट इट, आई हैव अकम्प्लिश्ड प्रोफेसर लता. If I can do this, and which is what I want to do, I think almost done actually. I'm running over time. But we'll see if I can finish in 3 minutes so that you have at least 10 minutes for your questions. So karmande vadhikaraste comes from there, and let me go through the whole thing, and then I will talk about more karmande vadhikaraste. यहाँ पे सारी दुनिया भीमराव अंबेडकर की बात की है. साइंस क्या होता है? दैट सिस्टमैटिक, नॉन फाल्सिफाइबल, ऑब्जेक्टिव, अनबायस्ड और डिटैच्ड. आप ये सारा देख रहे हैं. तटस्थ मतलब डिटैच्ड, अनबायस्ड, सिस्टमैटिक. यू हैव टू बी हेल्दी, you have to do the work, and then you can get here. Indian Constitution is the only constitution which says that in Article 51A, fundamental duties. Duty is very important here, and duty is also very important in Bhagavad Gita. It shall be the duty of every citizen of India to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. It's not like any other religious textbook, although many times even in Hindus, some so-called scholars or spiritual gurus, scholars I say particularly, they will say, oh, Ved Praman hai, Ved mein aisa likha hua hai. Nahi, you have to do it yourself. As a scientific temper is a question. Question everything. Then you understand by practicing. Then that makes sense to you. And that should be true for every other religion also, in my opinion. And I try to help my friends in other religion and also explain. And I don't mean to demean anybody or degrade anyone. I have written an article on Prophet Muhammad. I have written an article on Jesus Christ also. And with full respect, actually I have written in 2002, I have written, मुझे मुसलमान बनना है. I want to be a Muslim. But I want at least one Muslim to show me. आज तक मुस्लिम मिला ही नहीं मुझे कोई. मुस्लिम का मतलब हमारे यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश के हैं, वहाँ पे अपने इंडिया में मुसलमान कहते हैं. मुसलमान का संधि विच्छेद करें तो होता है मुसल्लम ईमान. मुसल्लम का मतलब होता है टोटल. यू हैव टू बी टोटली ऑनेस्ट. आज तक मैं कम से हमारे स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल भी मुसलमान है, उनको मिला के और बहुत सारे मित्र हैं. मैंने बोला कि एक मुसलमान हमको दिखा दो, मैं भी मुसलमान बनना चाहता हूँ. मिलता ही नहीं कोई. ब्राह्मणों के लिए भी यही गुण है, मैंने कहा हुआ है. तो कहने का मतलब, हमने जीसस क्राइस्ट बोला, हमने ये बोला कि उसी आर्टिकल में मैं तो क्रिश्चियन हूं क्योंकि मैं क्राइस्ट को फॉलो करता हूं, प्रयत्न करता हूं. क्राइस्ट ने क्या किया था? ही एज अ मैटर ऑफ प्रिंसिपल ही रियली केयर्ड अबाउट अदर्स, बिलीव इट नॉट, व्हिच इज व्हाट द गुड ऑफ ए क्षत्रिय इज। वो कभी किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं सह सकते, किसी के साथ, दुश्मन के साथ भी अन्याय नहीं होगा उनके हिसाब से। तो ये बात जो है, अगर आप ऐसा करना चाहते हैं तो the religion is, it's a licensing. People have taken license to take people for ride. So scientific temper में you have question everybody. हमको आज तक कोई ब्राह्मण नहीं मिला, और हमको आज तक कोई क्रिश्चियन भी नहीं मिला है। कहते हैं वो क्रिश्चियन, लेकिन जीसस क्राइस्ट जैसे करते नहीं है। और वो तो कन्वर्ट करने के चक्कर में, जीसस क्राइस्ट ने अपने आप सारा कुछ किया था। और उसी तरह से प्रोफेट मोहम्मद ने जो रास्ता बताया है मुसलमान का, वो मुसलमान भी कोई नहीं है, हमको आज तक कोई नहीं मिला। तो हमको इन सब बातों से क्या पता लगता है कि जब कर्तव्य इज द सुप्रीम फॉर एनी कर्ता, एंड कर्ता बीइंग कर्ता इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट, द लीडरशिप, excellence in leadership comes from this, to become karta bhav. Now I want to just quickly tell you what karmandevadhikaraste ma phalesu kadanjan. Karmani ev adhikaraste. Just I'm doing sandhi vikshet for karmandevadhikaraste. Karmani means karma, एव मीन्स ही, कर्म ही आप अधिकार आपका है, कर्म ही अधिकार है। अब कर्म क्या है? लोग सोचते हैं कि एक्शन, ये आई थिंक माई ग्रुप इज द ओनली वन व्हिच हैज रियली एक्सप्लेन दिस वे। कर्म का मतलब होता है कैसे, इसको मैंने ढूंढा, मेरे बेटे ने मेरे से एक बार पूछा था कि बोला डैडी हमको शिकागो जाना है, तो हम ड्राइव करना शुरू कर दे, पता लगा हम न्यूयॉर्क पहुंच गए। तो बता, आपको कुछ सोचना तो पड़ेगा जहां कहाँ जाना है। उसका मतलब लोग सोचते हैं उसका मतलब आप फल ढूंढ रहे हैं, नहीं नहीं, आप कर्म ढूंढ रहे। कर्म का मतलब होता है ऑब्जेक्टिव। कैसे हमने इसको ढूंढा? क्योंकि अंग्रेजी में, इंग्लिश में देयर इज ए ग्रामर वेयर यू हैव सब्जेक्ट, ऑब्जेक्ट एंड वर्ब। इन संस्कृत और हिंदी दैट सब्जेक्ट विल बी कर्ता, ऑब्जेक्ट विल बी कर्म, एंड verb will be kriya. So this adhikar means adhik kriya. Adhik kriya means adequate work, the action. That is adhikar. Adhikar is not right. Nobody has right. Right actually comes from rit, which means that's natural. वो भी यहां से किया जा सकता है। तो now if you really take about this, कर्म means you set a goal and you do as much as you can. But whatever you will get, don't worry, they'll be good. माँ फलेसु कदाचन डजंट मीन आपको फल नहीं मिलेगा, आपको जो फल मिलेगा वही, क्योंकि दैट रिफ्लेक्ट्स यू। यू सेट अप ए गोल वेयर आप अपना स्वभाव समझ रहे हैं, आपका स्वस्थ हैं, आप हर चीज निष्काम कर्म कर रहे हैं। जब ये कर रहे हैं, जब निष्काम कर्म आएगा, उसमें जो आप करेंगे जितना भी आपसे होगा और जो भी मिलेगा वही एडिक्वेट है, दैट्स इनफ। दैट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन। दैट विल गिव यू द कर्ता भाव, that will let you have the kartabya, the duty that is written in your constitution. When you do this, you get excellence and provide leadership. I did not put these three here. This is a part of yoga. You have to do yoga in whatever way you want to do it. Chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is chitta vritti nirodha according to Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Chitta vritti means mind. When mind does not need to be stopped, which means it is already stopped, it doesn't mean that it will be roaming around. Nirodha means, Rodha means resistance, no means no. When there is no need to have any resistance, which means you are perfectly in yourself. How would you do that? Doing tapa, संघर्ष करना पड़ेगा हमको, आपको एज ए शिक्षक भी संघर्ष करना पड़ेगा। उस संघर्ष के समय स्वाध्याय करना पड़ेगा। हम क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है। जैसे बड़ी बात नहीं है ये, प्रोफेसर लता आस्क्ड मी एंड आई नो आई हैव टू प्रिपेयर माई सेल्फ टू टेक माई फ्लाइट, बट ये मेरे संघर्ष का विषय है कि मैं आपके साथ कुछ साझा कर रहा हूँ, आपसे कुछ सीखने का भी प्रयत्न कर रहा हूँ। इस समय मुझे स्वाध्याय, मेरी प्रायोरिटीज क्या है जीवन की, अपने को अध्ययन करके कर रहा हूँ। इससे मुझे अपने धर्म का पता लग, धर्म का मतलब जो धारते इति धर्म, जो हमारे धारण करने, हमारे अंतिम रूप जो आत्मा का रूप है, उसका धर्म धर्म जो ये है वो हमारा स्वधर्म है। और जो whatever I can wear in all circumstances, in difficult situations also, I have to take a flight, but I still want to do this. That shows my swadharma. That will show my swabhav also. That will make me stay in myself. Swasth. This is my fourth trip in two months. I came here on 4th of December, went back on 16th of December, came back on 2nd of January, and then I'm going now. लोगों को 2 हफ्ता तो जेट लैग में लग जाता है, बट हम आके कुछ काम धर, मैं हमारी बड़ाई की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, उदाहरण दे रहा हूँ। तो इसलिए बिकॉज आई बिलीव इन इट, और मैंने अपना अध्ययन किया, हाँ कर सकते हैं, ये मेरा धर्म है, इसी को मैंने अपना स्वभाव बनाया हुआ है, इसी को हम स्वस्थ मानते हैं, इसी के हिसाब से स्वकर्म करते हैं, इसमें मुझे बराबरी लगता है, हमको पूरा अधिकार मिला हुआ है, अपना काम करने में कोई हमको रोक रहा है। ये भाव पैदा होता है तो मुझे कर्तव्य भाव से ही कर पाता हूँ, चाहे वो परिवार के लिए हो, चाहे हमारे विद्यार्थियों के लिए हो, चाहे हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए, चाहे हमारे कॉलीग्स के लिए हो, चाहे आप जैसे लोग हमारे कॉलीग ही हैं, शिक्षक हैं, तो हमारे एक्सलेंस इन लीडरशिप आती है। और उसको ईश्वर भाव कहते हैं, कर क्लेश कर्म विपाक आसाय अपरामृष्टा पुरुष विशेषा ईश्वरा। जब आपको व्हेन यू आर अवे फ्रॉम पेन एंड प्लेजर एंड यू टेक नो राग द्वेष कोई नहीं होना चाहिए, यू डोंट हैव एनी पाप एंड पुण्य की बात ही नहीं होती है। अपने स्वधर्म में कोई पाप पुण्य की बात नहीं होती है। आप अपने धर्म के हिसाब से अगर सांप के उंगली में डालेंगे तो काटेगा, विष आपको होगा, बिच्छू के सोएंगे तो डंक मारेगी, उसके स्वभाव हैं अपने। तो देन हम ईश्वर भाव तब आता है जब आप इस तरह से करने लगते हैं। आपको सुखे दुखे समो कृत्वा लाभा लाभो जया जयम, ये भी भगवत गीता का है, सब सुखे दुखे समो कृत्वा लाभा लाभो जया जयम। जब वो भाव आपके अंदर आ जाता है तो आपके अंदर ईश्वर का भाव आ जाता है, और आप सभी ईश्वर हैं। आप सभी ईश्वरत्व प्राप्त करें, ईश्वर की तरह अपने जीवन को एक एक्सलेंट तरीके से आगे बढ़ाएं, उसमें नेतृत्व करें सारे समाज का और अपने विद्यार्थियों का। यही मेरे विचार हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, ये बहुत ही एनरिचिंग और अच्छा सेशन था। लाइक आपकी एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड आपकी टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी वो सब सुन के काफी अच्छा लगा, एंड होपफुली इम्प्लीमेंट भी हो ये सब। अगर किसी को कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछना है, कुछ फीडबैक देना है, तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। सर एक क्वेश्चन आया है गणेश जी की तरफ से कि व्हाट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ कर्मा फॉर टुडे स्टूडेंट्स as told by Shri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita?
They should focus to learn about themselves. For students, normally somebody tells them, oh, you should become doctor, you should become IAS officer. That what not what you should help them. We as a teacher should help. माता पिता को भी हेल्प करना चाहिए इसमें। उनका जो स्वभाव है, उनका जो इंक्लिनेशन है, उसके अनुसार they should try to find themselves. In the process, they will become whatever they need to be. But once they need to reach to the Atma, and Atma means then that will be the same, the Paramatma. And then we will see all other things, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, you get in the service of everyone, you find Eko Aham Bahusyami, all this stuff that comes, and no conflicts. There would not be any conflict. And if there is a conflict, if you are in Swadharma, you will not be stressed out.
Thank you, sir. If anyone else have any questions, please feel free to ask.
सब अवाक हो गए हैं, है ना?
हाँ जी सर, तो आपने
तन्नू,
काफी अच्छे से समझाया सब चीज।
हाँ नहीं वो भी सही है,
जी
लेकिन मुझे लगता है सब अवाक हो गए हैं। टीचर जब अवाक हो जाते हैं तो बहुत बड़ी चीज है।
So thanks for addressing that question of mine also, sir. Thank you very much for that.
You're most welcome. All the best. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any more questions? Anyone? You can unmute yourself.
So one of the learning experiences
Come
of
here.
this
Talent
12. Sir, I'm Dr. Nirmalya Samanta from Ramanujan College. I teach English here. Sir, can you hear me? Namaste.
Yes, of course.
Sir, one of the learning things of this was that, we've had experts from various disciplines, chemistry, physics, humanities,
Computer
sciences, computer sciences. And the binding factor was, of course, Shrimad Bhagavad Gita. It is something that has also enlightened me that, that text can have such a wide range of appreciation or relevance in our modern world, irrespective of what you're doing. So that is something that I always thought it was some kind of a humanities or a philosophical text, but no, it's much more than that.
सो ट्रू, सो ट्रू। फिलोसॉफिकल, मुझे कभी कभी फिलॉसफी वाले लोग भुलाते हैं। इंडिया ICPR, इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च ने एक बार 2009 में मुझे बुलाया था। एक तो मतलब ये हमारी दृष्टि पहले कुछ दिन पहले से चल रही है। और व्हेन आई मेड ए प्रेजेंटेशन, मैंने आपको नहीं प्रेजेंट किया, आई 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 एम ऑब्वियसली साइंटिस्ट, सो आई लुक एट फ्रॉम साइंटिफिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। सो आई कैलकुलेटेड कॉन्शसनेस कोएफिशिएंट which is 5.05 times 10 to the power 17 नंबर दे दिया है। तो उसके फिलॉसफी वालों के सेमिनार्स में या कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में एक तरीका है कि somebody comments on you, not just asking questions, somebody will be assigned to comment on what you presented. Professor Rakesh Chandra is a well-known philosopher in Lucknow University. He was the commentator.
Yes.
वो he praised मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन था हाफ एन आवर का, आई थिंक 45 minutes, and he made about 10-15 minutes presentation on my presentation, and he praised me very, very, very nicely. But at the end he said, Professor Singh, whatever he said is not philosophy.
No,
it is science.
It's science.
No, not science also. So I said, well, I do have a degree in philosophy, Professor Chandra. So please remember that I have a Doctor of Philosophy degree. So don't demean my work like that. He said कि नहीं, बात यह है कि in philosophy we don't have any solution. Actually, I think one of them, Nietzsche or somebody, is one of the philosophers who said the solution is death of philosophy.
Yes.
He didn't say that time. I mean, I'm telling now. So he said that your problem is you did beautiful, but he provided a solution. There is nothing to philosophize. जैसे आपके यहाँ पे किसी सवाल नहीं पूछ रहा था, लास्ट ईयर आई वाज इनवाइटेड अगेन ऑन फिलॉसफी टू BHU, and Professor Chandra was the chairman of the session. When I presented, nobody asked me a question. सब अवाक हो गए। तो वो बोलते हैं, प्रोफेसर चंद्रा सेज कि एक्चुअली प्रोफेसर सिंह इज नॉट ए ट्रेन्ड फिलोसोफर। तो मैंने कहा ट्रेंड तो कुत्ता भी होता है। सारे लोग वो लोग अबाक हो गए कि सर अगर ट्रेनिंग से फिलोसोफर बनना है तो कुत्ता भी फिलोसोफर बन सकता है। कोई जरूरत नहीं। और कुत्ते का सेंस,
सर आपने तो केमिस्ट्री का भी नॉलेज यूज करके, आयुर्वेदा का भी करके प्रूव ही किया है सर।
जी वही कह रहा हूँ कि नहीं, फिलॉसफी इज, हमारे यहाँ दर्शन बोलते हैं ना उसको,
दर्शन।
वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ट्रांसलेशन। फिलॉसफी, दर्शन का मतलब जो दिखाई पड़े, वो ये नहीं कि सिर्फ आप बात कर रहे हैं पढ़ पढ़ के, आप दर्शन कर रहे हैं, आपको दिखाई पड़ रहा है। इज बेटर देन साइंस। साइंस में हम कुछ कैलकुलेशन वगैरह करते हैं, नंबर वगैरह यूज करते हैं, फिलॉसफी के लोग तो देख लेते हैं। तो जो हमने कहा ना, कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्यम, जो क्रिएट करके दिखा दे वो है क्रिएटिव पर्सन। वो दिखा देंगे मतलब उसका दर्शन। वैसे आज के लिए एक मजाक की बात बताता हूँ, मैं चाय और काफी और शराब नहीं पीता हूँ। मतलब शराब तो पहले से कभी नहीं पीता था, लेकिन चाय काफी बंद कर दिया है। तो लोग जो हमको लेके आते हैं, कहीं भी जाते हैं, कभी कभी शराब भी ला के देते हैं। तो मैं कहता हूँ मैं दार्शनिक हूँ। बोले क्या मतलब? मैंने कहा मैं दर्शन करता हूँ, आप जो चाय रख दीजिए मैं उसका दर्शन करूंगा।
सर
एक ऑब्जर्वेशन और एक क्वेश्चन
आया है
चैट बॉक्स पे है सर।
तनु, if you can read it.
जी ये क्वेश्चन है यतेंद्र पाल सिंह जी की तरफ से। उन्होंने पूछा कि व्हाट इज एन अल्टीमेट एम ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ?
To know yourself. Everything is only to know yourself. Even though you are trying to make money, then you will know yourself कि कितना मिला, कितना गायब हो गया, कितनी चीटिंग हो गई। then you will say अरे कहाँ फंस गए, बेवकूफ बन गए। मतलब अल्टीमेटली बोले कि अपने को समझ गए हम बेवकूफ बन गए। तो दैट मीन्स यू नो योरसेल्फ कि आप बेवकूफ हो गए। और कभी कभी ऐसा करेंगे कि हम आपकी अपनी बात बताते हैं। आई मीन माई रिटायरमेंट थिंग वाज इन, ये डाल देते हैं ना उसमें, कोई स्टॉक मार्केट या कोई इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। मैंने अपनी जो ऐसा किया था ना, मैंने जो शुरू में उन्होंने बोला आई डिवाइडेड इनटू 8 different investment groups. And I did never ever looked at it. Other people, they look at it all the time. When it so happened, when I was retiring, the government came up with the rule that you can go back to government retirement, which I like more, because initially I took this just in case I leave that university, then I can take my retirement benefits. तो आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, I was the person who had $200,000 more than what government expected me to have to get back to the government one. बाकी सबको, किसी को 10,000, किसी को 20,000, किसी को $40,000 एक्स्ट्रा देना पड़ा, बिकॉज मैं उसको कभी छुआ ही नहीं, मेरे कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं, मैंने डाल दिया। मैंने जिंदगी में कभी ये नहीं खरीदा है लॉटरी टिकट, कभी लॉटरी टिकट नहीं खरीदा, मुझे कोई जरूरत नहीं पैसे की। एक बार सिर्फ लॉटरी टिकट खरीदा था, उस चक्कर में मेरे पास चेंज नहीं था रिक्शे वाले को देने का, तो मैंने सोचा कि लॉटरी टिकट ले लेता हूँ ₹1 का, बाकी उसको चेंज मिल जाएगा। दिल्ली में ही रेलवे स्टेशन से बस स्टेशन कनॉट प्लेस आया था, ₹2 उसको देना था। मैंने टिकट खरीदा, दो हमारे एक मित्र थे भी, मैंने कहा ₹2 की टिकट मिल जाएगा, ₹8 मिल जाएगा, उसको ₹2 दे दूंगा। बता, मुझे मालूम नहीं था, मैंने उसको टिकट के पैसे ₹10 दिया, उसने जेब में रख लिया। मैंने कहा वाह, जो बचा वो उसका, तो बोलता है ये ₹5-5 का, 5 लाख वाला आपने खरीदा था। मेरा पैसा ही चला गया। दैट्स द ओनली टाइम आई बॉट अ लॉटरी टिकट। मतलब लॉटरी टिकट, कभी लॉटरी खरीदने की जरूरत नहीं है। मेरा कहने में, यू आर सेल्फ कंटेंटेड। जो इस चक्कर में रहते हैं ना, यू लर्न अबाउट योर सेल्फ, नॉट अबाउट मनी, एवरीथिंग एल्स विल कम। मेरे पास इस समय आई डोंट हैव एनी सेविंग्स अकाउंट। मेरा खर्च इस समय करीब 60 लाख रुपया पर मंथ है, आ जाता है कहीं से। ये मतलब ये विश्वास की बात है। आई एम लर्निंग अबाउट माई सेल्फ। वो आत्मा वाला करवाता है, परमात्मा वाला करवाता है। आप लोग भी मुझसे इसी तरह से मिले हैं कि भगवान ने किया, पता नहीं आप में से कौन किसी को निकाल दे। मुझे कुछ नहीं चाहिए। कौन विद्यार्थी, मान लो तनु एक दिन निकल के आएगी, इतिहास को सारी दुनिया को समझाएगी, बोलेगी एक आए थे बलराम सिंह गड़बड़ बाल वाले, और उनका बाल वाल तो ठीक नहीं लगा, लेकिन मुझे कुछ आइडिया मिल गया। So that is, I think the real journey is to get to know yourself. If you can know yourself, you are in the best shape. If you don't know yourself, no matter, वही होता है तपा स्वाध्याय ईश्वर प्रणिधानानि, ये उसका वो है, तपा स्वाध्याय ईश्वर प्रणिधानानि क्रिया योगा। योग को तप, और तप करते समय आप अध्ययन अपना करें, तो जब वो आप अपना करेंगे, दैट विल बी द योग। तपा मतलब कष्ट उठा के स्वाध्याय करना है। आप स्टूडेंट को यही तो करवाते हैं ना, स्टूडेंट खूब हार्ड टाइम दीजिए, गिव देम रियल हार्ड टाइम, but care about them. This is also very important, that we do not only give hard time, we also care about them. Encourage them, give them guidance, let them be themselves. When they realize themselves, there is no match in the whole world. They are the ones who will do everything. अभी हमारे परिवार, मैंने कहा ना भी कि 1-2 लोगों ने और लिखा है संयुक्त परिवार में रहते हैं, तो दे नो बेटर। अगर वो संयुक्त परिवार में रहते हैं तो दे विल हैव एन आइडिया कि ये होता क्या है, संयुक्त परिवार से क्या मिलता है। बहुत सारी चीजें मिलती हैं कि हम एक दूसरे का ध्यान देते हैं, एक दूसरे का हमारे यहाँ पे बहुएं हैं जिनको कहीं जाना चली जाती हैं, उनके बच्चों को कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, वो तो दूसरे कोई दूसरी बहू देख रही है उनको। इस तरह की बातें जब होती हैं, तो इस तरह से हमको कोई निश्चिंत हो जाते हैं। तो संयुक्त परिवार में कष्ट वैसे होगा, अरे हमको तो फ्रीडम नहीं मिली, हम तो जाने वाले थे बाहर रेस्टोरेंट में खाने, अब यहाँ पे तो ऐसा करना पड़ रहा है। आई टेल यू अनदर थिंग, विमेन वायलेंस अगेंस्ट विमेन, मैं अभी स्टडी किया हूँ संयुक्त परिवार के बारे में। उसमें पता लगा कि इन द जॉइंट फैमिलीज देयर इज ऑलमोस्ट नो वायलेंस, certainly much less violence against women than when they have nuclear families. Because वो अभी हमारे कोई, मतलब हमारे बेटे कोई अपनी बहू बीबी के ऊपर बिगड़ते हैं, हमारे सामने तो बिगड़ नहीं सकते, और हम तो हरदम कोई ना कोई बड़ा रहता है घर में। तो अगर मान लीजिए अपनी बीबी से नहीं भी बात करना चाहते, नहीं करो, खाना पीना तो मिलता ही रहेगा, कोई फर्क नहीं, कोई और दे देगा, और कुछ दिन में तो सब ठीक हो ही जाता है ना। तो बहुत सारी ऐसी हमारे यहाँ की जो सुविधाएं हैं, जो बातें हैं, वो दुनिया में किसी के पास है नहीं। ये चीज हमको याद रखना चाहिए। जिस दिन आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा, आप भगवत गीता के हिसाब से अपने को जो समझ रहे हैं ना, सारी चीजें हम अपने को ही समझ रहे हैं, तो दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ लेसन वी नीड टू लर्न। मतलब अपनी चरित्र बनाना बहुत जरूरी है, बाकी ज्ञान तो आ ही जाता है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं तो पहुंच ही जाओगे। तो ये दिस इज, आई थिंक इन माई ओपिनियन, दीज आर द ग्रेट थिंग्स दैट यू कैन gain from Bhagavad Gita, and then you can share with the students. So this is the thing that I think is going to be very important for all of us. And like I said, we are the people who have so much power. कोई किसी के पास पावर नहीं, टीचर के अलावा किसी के पास कोई पावर नहीं है. टीचर अगर चाहे तो जैसे मैंने कहा ना, वे सारी दुनिया को बदल दें, और टीचर ही बदलते भी है. जो और लोग भी है वो टीचर बन के ही बदलते हैं. भगवान कृष्ण भी टीचर बन के ही बदले बनाए सारी दुनिया को. तो फिर हम लोग की कौन सी औकात.
Thank you so much, sir, and all the participants for joining today's session. I hope to see you all tomorrow on the last day of our 12 days refresher session on Shrimad Bhagavad Gita. And with that, I think that we can end the today's day. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much, sir, for sharing your such insightful views and your knowledge and wisdom, and also experiences from your life. It was really helpful for each and every one of us.
Sir,
Thank
have
you.
a nice journey, sir.
Thank you. I'll make sure the journey is nice.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.